Chapter 384. The raging fire illuminated the dark sky, and the blood was crimson. The battle had started abruptly, but in stark contrast, it had ended quietly. Unknowingly, the sounds of fighting and roars became sparse and almost inaudible. The movements of the combatants gradually changed from fierce swings to precise stabs, and the last hit. The orcs at the very front fled further and further away. They ran out of the sand dunes and the illumination of the fire, disappearing into the night. The Stardust unit, who were charging back and forth, gradually stopped. They reined in their horses amid the corpses and blood on the ground to check and confirm the results of their battle. On the other side, the Chroma family's cavaliers had long since gotten rid of the orcs at the rear. They met up with the Stardust unit in a mighty manner. But all of this had nothing to do with Thales and the human captives who were being escorted down. They were not ignored. After the battle ended, the cavaliers with single-winged ravens painted on their robes and shields rushed up the small sand dune. They chased the orcs down the sand dune unceremoniously after they berated and chased them away. Thales believed that if they showed even the slightest bit of resistance and dissatisfaction, the group of unhappy cavaliers would not mind drinking more blood with the weapons in their hands. Hence, the people in the merchant group, including the mercenaries, became captives for the second time. Under the close supervision of a team of Chroma family cavaliers, they obediently walked down the sand dune and walked towards the messy battlefield. "Walk faster, desert bandits," a cavalier with a long spear urged impatiently. "We are not desert bandits, honorable sir." Tormodin tugged at his collar and protested sternly. Perhaps because he was no longer facing the ferocious and evil orcs, the master of the merchant group regained a lot of his courage. It's a merchant group, a legitimate, legal, and qualified merchant group. My ancestors used to be... The cavalier with the long spear smiled. "I'm not an adult. My ancestors for 7 or 8 generations were probably farmers. As for you, the people of the great desert bandits, merchant groups, and exiles." He shook his head while he rode on his horse. "Do you know what's different about you to me?" Tormodin listened attentively. "The answer is," the cavalier said coldly, "I don't know, and I don't care." Tormodin's smile froze a little. In the next second, the knight's spear struck Tormodin's butt. "So move your ass, desert bandit." As Tormodin screamed miserably, the group of people anxiously arrived at the center of the battlefield. The fire caused by the eternal oil was much smaller, but it was still burning, illuminating everything around it. The Chroma family's cavaliers laughed brazenly as they cleaned up the battlefield. Quite a number of people cast their gazes on them, and the malicious gazes in their eyes made them feel uneasy. "Wait here." The knight put away his spear and stepped off the saddle. He said coldly, "The Lord will decide how to deal with you." "My God!" Tormodin panted. He covered his butt with one hand and wiped his sweat with the other. He whispered among the captives, "These people are practically barbarians. Listen, we have to match our statements. We didn't come out from Bladefang's dune, but from the Tower of Eradication to the south. That's why we didn't know about Constellation's blockade, order, desert god." "Seth." Dean sighed. "Do you think they don't know our background?" Tormodin was slightly taken aback. "They have 2 squads, the Chroma family and the Stardust unit. One of them is lying in ambush in the distance and attacking from different directions. This means that they planned this a long time ago. This group of Constellations might have discovered us a long time ago. I'm even willing to bet that they know that our merchant group came out from Bladefang's camp." Dean looked at the cavaliers around him. "They only followed the trail of the camp we left behind from a distance. Their goal was to make us bait those cunning orcs, and they did it. Our merchant group made those orcs lower their guard. If it wasn't for that fire, this would have been a perfect pocket. They would have slowly closed it under the cover of night and captured all the orcs who were sleeping soundly on their spoils of war and supplies." Louise's expression was unpleasant. "They used us as bait?" Dean sighed and nodded. "So, I suggest that you tell the truth. Don't try to hide it." Tormodin opened his mouth wide in disbelief. "But our goods? Who cares?" Mickey interrupted him coldly. "Do you know how many people we've lost? We shouldn't have come this time. or we should have turned back yesterday." This sentence made everyone in the merchant group fall silent. A group of soldiers surrounded the place where the cavalier walked towards with torches in their hands. Two officers, who were dressed differently from ordinary soldiers, stood on the ground. They led their horses and discussed something loudly. It was worth noting that the constellations stood on two sides, and there was a clear distinction between them. One side was surrounded by a stern-looking young noble under a single-winged raven flag. The other side, which included the freak squad, held the Stardust war flag and followed behind a strong officer. Thales recognized him. This officer's left arm was slightly thicker than his right. He was the boss of the freak squad, the one who had just killed an orc holy guard with a single punch. Thales exhaled a long breath and thought about his next step. Constellation's army was right in front of him. According to the original plan, the people from the Secret Intelligence Department would bring him into the desert and meet up with Constellation's army. But now, the Chroma family's conscripts and the Stardust unit, which was the regular army of the royal family. Can these people be trusted? If I reveal my identity at this time, will it be a wise choice? What are they talking about? Quick Rope narrowed his eyes. They look like they're arguing. Thales looked up and saw that the argument between the two officers was getting more and more intense. Old Hammer stared at him for a while and shook his head. I'm not surprised. In the Western front lines, conscripts and regular soldiers have never mixed together. Are they on bad terms? Let me put it this way. Old Hammer coughed. It was obvious that he had not fully recovered from his injuries just now. In Blade Fang's camp, if a suzerain's conscript and a regular soldier of the royal family enter the same latrine pit, usually only one person can come out after wiping his butt clean. Quick Rope asked in puzzlement, but they're all constellations, and they're even guarding the same camp. Why are they so? The current king of Extet and his brother share the same mother. Old Hammer snorted softly. Well, he stabbed his brother to death. He didn't show any mercy. The Baron Bone Man shook his head. Bloody Thorn Lizard. This sentence reminded the captives of something. Soon, no one said anything else. The officer's argument finally came to an end. So, this is the merchant group? A gentle voice was heard. The boss who had said F***CK your mother on the battlefield clapped his hands and walked forward. Thales noticed that the so-called freak squad stood behind this officer. That bonfire party was really lively. There were sounds and colors. The so-called boss spoke in a Western Desert local accent. He waved his hand at the burning eternal oil in the distance and said with a steady expression, "Who's in charge here?" At that moment, Thales thought that he had returned to dozens of minutes ago, when he was being interrogated by the Orc Kandarl. The captives looked at each other. "Respected sir," the master of the merchant group finally exhaled. He put on a smile and took a step forward. "I am Seth Tormorden, sir. I often travel the trade route from Blade Fang's camp to the three kingdoms of the Mystery Sea. My ancestors once served under the virtuous king. I am Duro." The leader of the psionics looked at Tormorden. He swept his gaze over the dozen cautious people in the merchant group, but he interrupted him without showing any respect. "I am Cusack Duro, but I am not a lord. My ancestors were farmers for 3 generations, until Baron Williams chose me to become one of his vanguards and lead a small team." Tormorden instantly felt a little awkward, but he quickly changed his mind and immediately clasped his hands together. His face was full of admiration. "Oh, so you are the barons." At this moment, the young noble from the Chroma family exhaled impatiently. "Hurry up, you freaks. Don't waste time. Haven't you wasted enough today?" Thales suddenly noticed that this was the knight who gave the order to leave no one alive on the sand dune. By the looks of it, he was the commander of the Chroma family. When he heard the word freak, Captain Duro turned to the young noble. His smile did not diminish, but his eyes shone with a cold glare. "Baron Gertz, according to what we agreed on, can I negotiate with you?" The young nobleman, Goose, shrugged. "Whatever." Duro nodded. He then turned around, narrowed his eyes, and carefully sized up the merchant in front of him. "Eternal oil." The psionic's next words made Tormorden tremble slightly. He pointed at the burning camp in the distance. "How much oil did you get to start a fire of this scale? 10 barrels? 20 barrels?" At that moment, Tormodin smiled awkwardly and ingratiatingly. He looked left and right, and his gaze kept moving between the flames and Duro. Sir, we just met some illegal smugglers on the way and bought the oil. I mean, we can't let it flow into the great desert, right? But I swear I didn't participate in any. Dean sighed quietly behind him. Bullsh asterisk T. Aside from those orcs just now, our people have already cleaned up the surrounding area. Duro snorted coldly. You braved the blockade, order to bring this eternal oil out of Bladefang's camp, Tenny. Tormodin's expression froze. He did not even care that Duro had called his name wrongly. I can tell that you're not a small merchant group of 5 or 6 people. I bet that if we search your goods, we will find a lot of contraband goods. Smuggling banned goods into the great desert, and under the blockade order, Duro sighed, and his gaze became fierce. I don't think this is a legal business activity. You know, it can be convicted. The captives frowned. Tormodin panicked. Honorable sir, the leader of the psionics raised a finger and stopped him from speaking. But at least you helped a little and slightly distracted those gray mixed breeds. Duro slowly raised his head and revealed a heartwarming smile. He nodded in approval. For our victory, we made a small contribution. Hope reappeared on Tormodin's face. It's what we should do, to be able to help you, sir. I am very ashamed. He was a little excited. So, but you still let the orc leader escape, Baron Gertz said coldly, and he sounded like he was in a difficult position. It's all thanks to your touching tactical cooperation, Stardust Unit. The smile on Duro's face disappeared. We will discuss this issue later, Baron Gertz. Not now. Gertz snorted coldly. Thales was deep in thought as he watched the two groups of people who stood on two sides and seemed to be in a stalemate with each other, as well as the two commanders who seemed to disagree with each other in their words. Duro turned his head around and looked at Tormodin, who was at a loss. He smiled and said, So, even though your violations of the law are despicable, Tinny, I am still willing to put in a good word for you in front of the judge and give you a chance to choose. A chance to choose? Thales frowned slightly. He noticed that the freaks behind Duro looked at each other and smiled mysteriously. Opposite Duro, Baron Gertz looked to the other side in disdain. Tormodin sucked in a breath, and tears almost filled his eyes. Sir, thank you very much. By the way, my name is Tormodin, not Tenny. The leader of the psionics accepted his gratitude with a smile. So, Tenny, colluding with the enemy, being a spy. Which of the two crimes will you choose? His words stunned the entire group of captives. Colluding with the enemy? Spy? Even Thales could not help but be stunned. He wondered if he should reveal his identity. Tormodin widened his eyes. What? Duro sighed. Don't be surprised, Tenny. Judging from the large pile of resources you have as evidence, you will definitely be charged with these two crimes, and it will be enough for you to be sent to the Prison of Bones. The leader of the freaks in the Stardust Unit looked at them with a troubled expression. He then smiled. But I still gave you a choice. You can choose one of them. Isn't that great? Tormodin's face turned from red to green. No, sir, I swear, we are not. You can't make a small contribution. While Tormodin was rambling incoherently, Duro raised another finger. But the captain's eyes flickered slightly. If there is not enough evidence, I think it will be very difficult to establish the crime, and the judge will not be able to do anything to you. Tormodin froze. Not enough evidence? Well, what do you mean? He stared at Duro, not knowing why. Look, your eternal oil is almost used up. Duro sighed and pointed at the burning camp in the distance. Without evidence, I don't think the judge will be able to make things difficult for you regarding the smuggling of eternal oil. Tormodin stared at him in a daze. Duro walked forward and wrapped his thick left arm around the merchant's shoulder. He brought him around in a circle, unable to resist, and took in the scene around him. It was the camp in small tents set up by the merchant group. The goods piled up there were scattered during the fierce battle, and the ground was in a mess. But look at your surroundings. Your goods, be it smuggling, violating the blockade, or contraband. By the Sunset Goddess, you still have so much evidence of your crimes here. Even if I want to help you get rid of your crimes, it will be very difficult to prove your innocence, Duro patted his shoulder with a stern expression. Do you understand? Once he said this, Dean and Old Hammer's expressions instantly became strange. Tormodin looked at the goods around him. His lips trembled, and he was speechless. Duro wrapped his arm around Tormodin's shoulder like a brother and stared at him emotionally. A few seconds later, Snake Shooter, who was behind Duro, shrugged. I don't think he understands, boss. On the other side, Baron Gertz could not help but laugh. The psionic instantly felt a little awkward. He sighed, let go of Tormodin, and pushed him back into the ranks of the captives in disappointment. His thick left arm made Tormodin stagger. All right, then, the two crimes of collaborating with the enemy and being a spy. As Duro spoke, the Constellatiate soldiers beside him placed their hands on their weapons. Thales was shocked. At this moment, Dean took a step forward. The mercenary stomped on Tormodin's foot and whispered into his ear, "Give it to them." Tormodin shuddered and immediately reacted. I understand. He squealed like a pig being slaughtered and raised his hands high. I understand. I understand, sir. His voice was so loud that it spread through the sand dunes around them. It caused the soldiers who were cleaning up the mess to turn their heads repeatedly. Captain Duro, who had his hands on his hips, paused for a moment before he slowly raised his eyes. You really understand? Yes, sir. At that moment, Tormodin's face was full of grief, but he answered without hesitation. He spread his arms and gestured at the camp around him. Goods, all of our merchant group's goods. Everything from the 16 merchants, from pots and utensils to spices and seeds, from clothes and jewelry to precious collections. Take all of it, take all of it. We don't want anything. As long as you let us go safely. The merchants' faces immediately turned gloomy. But Duro did not reply with a smile as expected. The squad leader let out a painful sigh and slapped his forehead with a look of exasperation and disappointment. Oh my, no, you still don't understand. The captives stared at him in shock and bewilderment. Duro put his hand down with a disappointed look on his face. He raised his voice. Take your goods and let us take them? Duro's face was full of resentment. He continuously slapped the hilt of his sword and armor with both hands, making loud sounds. Tormodin was so frightened that he kept retreating. Do you think that His Majesty's army will covet your things, your belongings, even if it's just one copper coin? What do you take us for? Corrupt officials who accumulate wealth or shameless bandits? It's hard to imagine that this is the image of the great kingdom's army in your hearts. Sunset Goddess, we are Constellation's army. We have our own rules and creeds, and we exist to protect the kingdom and its people. The leader of the psionics paced back and forth, as if he could not understand the captive's thoughts. His righteous look made many people feel ashamed. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. Don't insult us like this, all right? The captives were dumbfounded as they stared at the leader of the psionics who spoke righteously. What's wrong? Dean asked in a low voice, puzzled. Does he think it's too little? I don't know. Old Hammer answered him while coughing. That's all the merchant group has. Tormodin stared at Captain Duro, who flew into a rage and sighed in hatred. He looked at the others in fear and asked for help, but the other Constellation cavaliers looked at him calmly. If you're not satisfied, I still have a sum of money after we return to Bladefang's camp. Duro stopped moving. He spread his hands and stared at Tormodin in disbelief, as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. What are you doing, Tony? You actually try to bribe me? Bribe me? Bribe the glorious kingdom's army and His Majesty's soldiers? Chapter 385. Duro stared at Tormodin. Do you know that this will add to your charges? Colluding with the enemy, being a spy, and bribing. What? Tormodin's face turned pale. He was completely at a loss. Puzzled, Thales looked at Duro's face and suddenly remembered a long time ago, when he was begging in Lower City District. Police officers and public security teams were usually too lazy to patrol the dirty and messy Lower City District, but Thales had a lot of experience begging at Western City Gate. Over there, where criminals were everywhere, they executed a set of rules that were completely different from those in the underground streets. When you faced the people from Blackstreet, you could just give them money, But when you faced the slippery and nimble criminals under the Capitol, Thales looked at the terrified Tormodin and the others who did not know what was going on and could not help but sigh. The teenager took a step forward. "We understand, sir." Thales forced a smile and attracted everyone's attention. "But please believe me, we are all legal merchants. We left Blade Fang's camp before the blockade was issued, and we brought along daily goods that conform to the law." The psionic captain's gaze froze a little. "Unfortunately, our merchant group ran into orcs on the way. All our goods were robbed, and we lost a lot of people. We only had 15 camels left, and we barely escaped with our lives," Thales said dejectedly as he shook his head. When they heard this, the captives' expressions changed, and Captain Duro's expression darkened. "I am very sorry to hear this." He sighed sadly. "It should have been our duty and responsibility to ensure your lives and interests in the desert. But we were busy besieging the orcs and allowed you to fall into the hands of the desert bandits. This is our dereliction of duty." Thales keenly noticed that Duro's western desert accent had disappeared a lot. "Desert bandits from God's domain." Duro frowned slightly and gestured for him to continue. Thales immediately understood. "Yes." He quickly corrected himself. "We were robbed by a group of desert bandits, and all our goods went missing after that. But we were lucky. A few days after we escaped, we ran into Sir Duro leading an army to fight the desert orcs. That scene was really shocking." Duro's expression slowly relaxed. The captives looked at each other with strange expressions. "It's you, Captain Duro, the glorious Stardust unit. You're the ones who saved us on the chaotic battlefield." Thales looked at him gratefully. "You also gave us enough aid when we were cornered and in need of resources, allowing us to return home after losing everything." Thales emphasized on losing everything. Duluo sighed slightly. "Oh no, young man." The captain had a humble look on his face as he patted his shoulder and said in a friendly and gentle tone, "It's okay to lose the goods as long as your life is safe and sound. Besides, don't you still have 10 camels left?" Duro emphasized the word 10. Tormodin covered his face in pain. "As for gratitude, this is what we should do. The military exists to protect the people, whether it's your property or your life." Thales' expression froze, but he managed to force out a few tears in time, turning this awkward stiffness into a moved sob. "Yes, at least we still have 10 camels left. As for your kindness, Captain, we will always be grateful." Behind Duluo, the female knight nicknamed Spirit Blade widened her eyes so much that they were about to pop out. Thales continued to sob. "This is our only consolation after we lost our goods. It's just that Master Tormodin offered to pay you a sum of money as a token of gratitude, but you refused, and it made us very apologetic." Snake Shooter, who was in the freak squad, snickered. Duluo glared at him. Snake Shooter immediately stood still obediently. It was only then that Duluo turned around in satisfaction and coughed. "I understand your kind intentions, but we have our principles. Forgive me, but I really can't accept it." Quick Rope rolled his eyes in a corner he could not see. The leader of the freak squad looked at Thales with a gratified expression. "Very good. It seems like you're really very understanding, young man. What's your name?" Thales' expression stiffened. "Sika." When he heard this name, Dean raised his eyebrows. Duluo pulled him into his arms and laughed. "Very good, Sika. Tondi, if I were you, when this young and promising man grows up, I'll promote him to be my assistant." His western desert accent returned to him. Tormodin squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. Duro shook Thales, whose smile was a little stiff. "With people like you, good citizens who support the kingdom and the army, how can our warriors not be brave and good at fighting? How can we not move forward courageously? The people we risk our lives to protect are adorable constellations like you." Thales sighed and said sincerely, "Seeing how Constellation's current situation is so prosperous, I'm also very excited." The psionic nodded. "Then, do you know how to tell the others in the camp when you go back?" Thales sighed and said, "Of course, when we were in danger in the desert and lost our goods, we were fortunate enough to meet Sir Duro of the Stardust unit. He's a very good person, loyal to his duty, kind, and kind. Duro nodded slightly. You know, I'm a peace-loving person. Duro's expression instantly turned cold. His gaze was as sharp as a knife as he glanced at each captive. But if you run into those traitors and smugglers who intend to destroy the peace, please tell us. Believe me, even if we have to walk through the entire desert, we'll catch them all in one fell swoop and create a safe and prosperous trade route for all of you. The captives felt a chill in their hearts, and they quickly nodded vigorously. That's great, Duro said in satisfaction. With this, you can return home safely, and we've completed our duty to protect the country. I'm really gratified that the warriors at the front line and the civilians at the rear understand each other. They're like fish in water. How can Constellation not be strong? How can it not rise? How can it not be revived? Thales only felt that his smile was a little sour. Tondi, if I were you, I'd definitely marry my daughter to him. Really, if I had a daughter. Duro patted his shoulder in the end, glanced at the goods around him, and said with a sigh, Believe me, this dowry will definitely be profitable. Thales smiled stiffly. Finally, Duro waved his hand. That's enough. Pack the necessary luggage. Remember, if it's necessary, such as 10 camels, then go back to Bladefang's camp. Be careful on your way back, but don't worry in the desert. Duro clenched his fists, smiled, and shook his thick arm. We will always be your most solid support. Tormorden, who had instantly become penniless, responded to Duro with an ugly smile. The merchants and mercenaries' faces were livid. They averted their gazes from their solid support. Thales sighed in his heart, but in the end, he did not say anything. At this moment, wait. Baron Gertz, who had been silent all this while, spoke. There was anger in his voice. I've had enough. Duro looked at the single-winged crow flag behind Baron Gertz and frowned. What? I'm a noble. Gertz lowered his arm and said coldly, I'm sorry, Captain Duro, but I can't just watch as you snatch what belongs to them. The captives were instantly shocked. What do you mean? Gertz walked in front of Duro and looked him straight in the eye. You, return the goods to them. We came out with a mission to sweep through the desert, not to collect money. The leader of the psionics was stunned. The captives were stunned as well. Duro used a few seconds to understand the current situation. I thought we had a good time working together, Gertz. Duro scratched the back of his head. Listen, no one likes to work with you, Gertz said coldly. Freaks. The others' faces darkened. Duro let out a sigh. I know, and I understand. No one wants to come to this godforsaken desert during this season to suffer, chase after and drive away those poor scum, and get pitifully little rewards. The leader of the freaks, who belonged to the Stardust unit, stared solemnly at the Baron in front of him. So please, this is a rare opportunity. Don't block me. I just want some compensation. Baron Gertz shook his head. His gaze was cold. My men have never complained about this. As he spoke, the soldiers of the Chroma family tensed up and surrounded the Baron. The leader of the freaks fell silent, but he did not show any signs of weakness. He placed his hands on his hips and took a step forward. His right hand landed on the hilt of his sword. His thick left arm trembled. The members of the Stardust unit, including the Freak Squad, also took a step forward with hostile expressions. The atmosphere in the room became tense. Thales watched this scene in surprise. Logically speaking, both sides were ordered to clean up the desert and welcome me. But based on the current situation, it might not be a good idea for both sides to work together. Among the captives, Old Hammer's expression was unpleasant. Damn it, we're caught in the middle again. At this moment, Tormorden raised his trembling hand. Your Grace, actually you don't have to do this for us, but Baron Gertz did not buy it. Shut up. Gertz refused immediately. This is not for you, merchant. It's for justice and fairness. He stared coldly at the gloomy Duro. For the creed we've protected for thousands of years. Duro looked as if he heard the funniest thing in the world. Are you crazy? You're still playing this game in this day and age? Duro opened his mouth and exchanged a few glances with his subordinates behind him. But Gertz continued to stare at him coldly. Duro's breathing quickened. All right, 30%. Duro looked at the pile of goods in the distance and gritted his teeth. You could take 30% of this batch of goods. Gertz chuckled. What? The Baron sneered. You want to bribe me? Bribe Baron Amaret, Faker Gertz, who is under the Count of Wingfort. 40%. Duro clenched his fists. No more. This batch of goods is not a small amount, and you're just a baron. Gertz shook his head. You so-called regular soldiers of the royal family are also part of the army, but you just don't understand, do you? About what we fight for, about responsibility and glory. His words made the atmosphere even more tense. Duro took a deep breath. Listen, I know you're unhappy that we let that orc escape today and you lost your battle achievements, but listen, don't cause trouble. There are many important people watching. Trouble? The real troublemakers are people like you. Gertz did not back down. Count Chroma often told me this. I'll say it again. Return the goods to them. Duro stomped his feet violently. 50-50. He pointed at his feet in exasperation. That's my bottom line. Gertz snorted and laughed. My God, I can't believe it. Even now, you still want to use money to avert disaster and keep the peace. Baron Gertz sighed and said, The king's power is too great. Under his wings, which he cannot see, there will always be maggots like you who will erode the foundation of the entire kingdom. This is the meaning of our existence. The nobles must check and balance the king's power, and we'll start with the domineering army under him. Thales watched them go back and forth, but there was not much substance to their conversation, and there was not much in common. He felt that it was a little strange. Gertz, could it be that this vassal of the Chroma family is an idealist? But in the current situation, the eruption of a conflict between them is not very optimistic for the captives. Duro fell silent. You really know how to involve people, Your Grace. But you won't want to fight with us here because of this. The captain pointed at the sky and said in a low voice, The people up there, be it the barons or the counts, or even they will not be happy. You're right. Gertz answered him coldly. He placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. I think so too. Then, do you want them to be happy? Freaks. Duro's expression changed. The two groups of people placed their hands on their weapons and stared at each other with murderous intent. 60%. Duro stared at the other party fiercely. He had already unsheathed his weapon by an inch. If they can't accept it, then let's fight. Gertz stared at his opponent quietly. A second later, the Baron smiled. Deal. Gertz said smugly. His hand left the hilt of his sword. What? The captives were all stunned. Deal? The captives, who had just watched in astonishment as the Baron rejected the other party's bribes in a righteous manner and were worried that Gertz's impulsive actions would implicate them, were instantly dumbfounded and speechless. Even Thales was surprised for a moment. Duro spat on the ground fiercely. Bah, greedy enough. But Gertz just turned around indifferently and mounted his horse. Remember, 60%. My flag bearer will confirm it with you. I'll wait for you in front. Happy working with you, Captain Duro. In the next moment, the Baron and his subordinates galloped away together. These maggots. Duro stared at the Baron's back with a contemptuous expression. Nobles? They're practically vampires crawling on the kingdom. Constellation was destroyed because of you. The captives stared at each other, speechless. Don't just stand here and get in the way. Hurry up and disappear. Also, don't cause trouble. Duro, who was in a bad mood, waved his hand impatiently at them. We're the kingdom's army. We have to protect you. We're very busy. The captives turned around stiffly and left. Thales looked at the departing Baron, then at Duro, who was sulking. A few seconds later, he let out a long sigh. He stopped himself from taking a step forward, held back the words he was about to say, and turned around with the others. No, Thales shook his head quietly. No, the sky was getting darker. As the cold wind rustled, the people in the merchant group walked to their respective camps with complicated emotions. They packed up the remaining luggage and corpses. The Stardust unit watched them strictly to prevent them from taking away too many goods that were already lost. But Dante's great swords were gloomy and gloomy. Honestly, among the mercenaries, Louisa closed the eyes of Palka's corpse with an expressionless face. She said hoarsely, I don't think Tormodin will pay us anymore. At least, he won't pay us enough. He'll have a good reason to shirk his responsibility and even blame us. Palka can't haken. There are so many casualties, everyone's compensation. Louisa could not continue speaking. Dante's great swords fell silent. The atmosphere became very oppressive. Dean sighed, took Kant's great sword from his hand, and pushed the big man into the sandpit he dug. I'll think of something. Now, let's pack up our things first. We need to be skillful in packing. Don't let them stop us. Mickey punched the sand hard. What was that just now? The bear and bone man glanced at the cavaliers in the distance, who were searching everywhere. He could not hide his anger. That group of... Dean shook his head but did not speak. Thales, on the other hand, sighed. Welcome, he spoke in a hoarse and rather listless voice. Welcome to Constellation. Chapter 386. Compared to the journey they took, the merchant group's return journey was much more peaceful. Forget about the orcs and desert bandits. Aside from a few corpses beside a few supply points, they did not run into a single person at all. They rarely even saw animals. But everyone knew why this was so. Once they thought of this, many of them felt troubled. As always, the merchants kept their distance from Dante's greatsword and stayed at the back with their 8 empty camels. Their furtive glances hid indignation and resentment that were difficult to detect. The mercenaries, who were left with only a few people, walked with tired steps. They pulled 2 camels and led the way in front. None of their war horses were left. The only 2 camels they had were temporarily borrowed in the name of safety after Dean argued with the merchants. He even threatened them with his sword. Dean and Mickey walked at the front, dragging their tired bodies and gloomy hearts to identify the way home. From time to time, they would discuss the location of the next supply point. Old Hammer had not recovered from his injuries. He leaned half his weight on the camel and coughed laboriously as he moved forward. He looked like he would fall at any moment. Louisa walked behind him worriedly, ready to catch him if he fell. Quick Rope followed behind them gloomily. He looked troubled, and at the same time, he lost interest in telling jokes and promoting his business. The atmosphere in the entire team was quiet and depressing. Death and blood had destroyed the relaxed and happy atmosphere the mercenaries once had. After experiencing ambushes, battles, casualties, and extortion, it was as if the happy team would never return. In this situation, the prince could only remain silent. He tightened the crossbow on his shoulder, pulled up the scarf to shield his face from the sun, and consciously walked at the end of the mercenary team. After fighting side by side against the orcs, he was much more familiar with this team that had suffered heavy losses. Fortunately, perhaps because the Constellation Cavaliers had gotten rid of most of the threats, or perhaps because their misfortune was finally over, other than the endless yellow sand under their feet and the scorching sun above their heads, there were no other accidents on the way back. As the journey grew longer, every time Thales stepped on the sand, he felt something strange. The ground under his feet seemed to have come alive again, and with every step he took, it would tell him the direction and the terrain. So, finally, on one of the days when the sun was setting and the team moved forward quietly, Thales paused when he climbed a sand dune. The mercenaries in front of him stopped. Louisa exhaled. There was a complicated feeling in her voice. No one spoke. "What's wrong?" Thales caught up to him and asked cautiously. Dean turned around and said, "We're here." Thales paused. With an indescribable feeling in his heart, Thales raised his head and looked at the bottom of the sand dune. He stared at the seemingly endless horizon of the desert. The youth was stunned. Fortress. A fortress towering in the desert. No, it was more than one fortress. It was the fortress group. They were countless fortresses of different shapes and sizes that extended beyond his field of vision. They appeared behind a seemingly endless low wall, sandwiched between several thick and large dunes, at different distances from each other, with a great difference. Some fortresses stood alone in the wilderness, far away from other fortresses of the same kind. Some fortresses were closely stacked together, pressing against each other. Some fortresses were built in the style of sentry towers, pointing abruptly at the sky. Some fortresses were squarish, with earthy yellow stone stairs between the different levels. Some fortresses had many corners and were thick, clearly meant for defense. Some fortresses were wide, short, and looked more like residences. Some fortresses were more than 10 meters tall, standing out among the sand dunes. Some were 1 or 2 stories low, as if they could only be used for drying clothes. Perhaps it was because of the sandstorm, but the color of these fortresses matched the sand. There were even traces of fire and smoke in many places. From afar, they looked like a pile of clumsy building blocks on a beach. Thale swore that if it were not for the plants that stretched out between the fortresses, if it were not for the foundations that appeared under many of the fortresses, if it were not for the double-crossed silver star flag that fluttered high above the fortress at the front, if it were not for the wooden barricades placed around the low walls, if it were not for the bustling figures moving back and forth between the fortresses, he would have thought that this was the remains of an ancient desert city. Blade Fang's Dune. Dean looked at the familiar place with a complicated gaze. Blade Fang's camp. Blade Fang's Dune? Thales shook his head in amazement as he sized up the man-made buildings that suddenly appeared in the desert. This is, Dean patted Thales' shoulder. After you pass this huge camp that can sustain the lives of a few thousand people, you will no longer be stepping on yellow sand if you head east for another day. Congratulations, Waya. The great desert ends here. Thales nodded. It ends here. Thales sighed slowly as he stared at the fluttering constellation flag in the distance, and sensed the sense of direction that had reappeared in his heart. The merchants caught up to them. Many of them cried tears of joy when they saw the familiar scene in front of them. I knew it. Tormorden heaved a sigh of relief, but his face was immediately filled with worry. But our goods, but his expression quickly changed. Hey, Big Dean, we're very grateful for your escort along the way. To be honest, you're the best guide and bodyguard I have ever seen. Really, if it were someone else. But as you can see, we have bad luck on this trip. We have lost everything, and there will be some problems with cash flow. So, we might have to wait for a while before we pay the rest of the money. Dean's expression darkened. He stared at Tormorden coldly. The mercenaries' gazes also turned cold. Wait for a while, Mickey said softly. Then, why don't you wait for a while in the desert as well? We will send you back when your cash flow has arrived. Tormorden's smile immediately froze, but he reacted quickly and turned his head away to avoid the bald mercenary and the Baron Bone Man's gazes. He turned to look at Louisa. I'm not reneging on my debt, and I swear on the reputation of the Tormorden family that we started our business as lenders. Back then, even the Jadestar royal family borrowed money from us. We're the most trustworthy. Thales raised his eyebrows. Tormorden's eyes darted around. He held the camel's reins tightly, as if he was going to ride it and flee the next moment. I'm just saying that you have to understand us. My dear Louisa, think about it. Your father, old Dante, is such a good person. He helps the poor and the weak, and he is kind and charitable. And I have been friends with him for so many years. Do you think I will renege on my debt for this little bit of money? His face was filled with sorrow and nostalgia as he looked hopefully at the female captain. Louisa fixed her gaze on him, and in the end, she exhaled in resignation. Forget it. Don't use the trick of I know your father anymore. I never expected you to give me the money anyway. Louisa muttered and shook her head. You should think about how to get past the guards. The blockade order is still in effect, but we are entering the camp at this time. The moment Tormorden heard the words, forget it, his face lit up. I knew you were a good person. The pot-bellied merchant was elated. He seemed to want to pat Louisa's shoulder, but his arm was slapped away by Mickey halfway. Don't worry, we have already bribed that greedy freak. He said that no one will make things difficult for us. They soon found out whether Duro's words were effective or not. Duro, the guard guarding Blade Fang's camp, stood in front of Tormorden. He looked at the merchant group, which had nothing left except for 10 camels, with a face full of suspicion. Did he say that? Tormorden nodded obediently. He smiled wholeheartedly, as if he was very familiar with this place. Yes, yes, yes. Brother Duro is very close to me. When he comes back, he will know once he asks. We don't know about the blockade order. The guard frowned and sized up everyone. Is that so? Are you very close to Duro? Tormorden waved his hand and laughed. Of course, we met on the road. We even drank together. Before we left, I gave him a lot of good stuff, and he insisted on sending soldiers from the Stardust unit to escort me back, but I refused. Quick Rope widened his eyes and turned his head to give Thales a surprised look that said, "What the hell?" The guard nodded with a straight face. He then turned around and whispered into the ear of an officer with a higher ranking. "I have a bad feeling about this," Old Hammer whispered. Louisa frowned a little. "Why?" Old Hammer shook his head and pointed at the soldiers who were guarding in front of the barricades with hostile expressions. "Because I think I recognize them." "They are not." Before he could finish his words, he saw the officer nod. The officer strode forward and sternly gave an order to the Constellatiate soldiers present. "Take them down." Tormorden's face turned pale in an instant. The officer pressed his hand against the weapon at his waist coldly. Disobeying orders, going out without permission, and even bribing the army. "You are really audacious." The mercenaries looked at each other in shock. Tormorden waved his hand anxiously as he stared at the dozen soldiers who pressed their hands against their weapons and surrounded him. But Captain Duro said, "I don't care what that freak said." The officer said sternly. He pointed at the Constellation flag above his head. "This is Constellation's land, and we are a sacred army. No one can bend the law for personal gain in the face of the law." Tormorden seemed to have turned into a helpless kitten in an instant. He was a loss and full of grievances. "But, Duro, aren't you together?" The officer frowned. "Who the hell told you that we are together with those freaks?" He took off the shield behind him and knocked hard on the picture on it. Thales narrowed his eyes and was surprised to see that there was a huge and terrifying skull on the shield. It had 4 black eye sockets. "This isn't that. Do you see it clearly? This is the 4-eyed skull," the officer said proudly and contentedly. "We came from the ruins, and we are soldiers from the Fakenhas family. We're not the same as those bastards from Williams." Tormorden was completely dumbfounded. He stared at the unfamiliar skull and muttered, "That's right. The 4-eyed skull," Dean sighed quietly. Thales thought more about it. "The people guarding Bladefang's camp are the direct recruits of the Fakenhas family. That means that their commander is at least—" "You have 2 choices," the officer said arrogantly. "Pay the fine, or I will send you to the prison of bones." As the merchants wailed in fear, the soldiers of Constellation closed in on them. The mercenaries gritted their teeth, while Thales clenched his fists. He wondered which of the soldiers was the highest commander. At this moment, Colin— Old Hammer's voice rose. Small-nosed Colin. The righteous and stern officer was momentarily stunned. "Who?" The officer with the small nose looked around in puzzlement. "Who's talking?" "It's me." Old Hammer sighed and walked out of the crowd. "I served under Lord Mon together with you, and we were even ambushed when we were squatting in the pits together." He did not need to continue speaking. "Hammer." Small-nosed Colin widened his eyes. Old Hammer smiled awkwardly. The mercenaries looked at each other and sighed in relief again. A few minutes later, the merchants entered Bladefang's camp dejectedly under the escort of the soldiers. Their camels were led away by the soldiers from Fakenhas family as a fine. Dante's greatswords stood on the other side and quietly waited for the result of Old Hammer's negotiation. "On my sunset," Colin smiled as he watched the 10 camels being led away. He patted Old Hammer's shoulder and spoke in the Western Desert accent that he was used to. "Hammer, how did you become a seller of swords?" Old Hammer sighed. "It's a long story. Have there been any major operations recently? Why were the soldiers from the ruins and Wing Fort recruited at the same time, and they even entered the desert with the regular army?" Thales' interest was piqued by these words. He listened attentively with his hell's senses. Colin rubbed his hands. "It's also a long story. In short, it's not just them. Over the past 2 months, Bladefang's camp has been filled with recruits from all over the Western Desert. Brave Soul's Fort, Wing Fort, Lycanon, and even New Offering Land. Many of them are nobles or noble soldiers who can bring their own horses. Even the Skull Guards and Raven Whistle Light Cavaliers are taking turns to enter the desert." Old Hammer frowned. "What happened?" "I saw them chasing after orcs in the desert." Colin shook his head. "I'm not sure, but I guess the Baron Bone people or gray mixed breeds are moving east again because those who enter are basically cavaliers, and we, who have 2 legs. Are they collecting tolls here? Old Hammer stared at the 10 camels and Tormodin, who was about to cry. Colin spread his hands and did not answer. Old Hammer sighed in resignation. But these 10 camels are all these people have. Don't hammer, don't plead for them. You pity them, but who will pity us? The regular army is paid by the king, but what about our rewards? We can't even buy a ball of yarn. Colin sniffed in dissatisfaction. You know, it's already September. My family's mill is going to start work soon. My term of service has long passed, but I don't know how long it will be before my brothers and I can go back. One of my brothers in the same team is about to give birth at home, but you're too greedy. The merchants will protest. Will the nobles in the camp have any objections? Colin scowled. He was clearly not in a good mood. Listen, Hammer, you haven't been in the army for a long time. It's different from the Desert War. Bladefang's camp is no longer managed by the Fakenhas family. The small-nosed officer waved his hand. Now, this is the territory of the regular army of the royal family. Usually, the profits belong to those brats under Williams. There are many places where we can take advantage of them. If it weren't for the regular army going on an expedition and not having enough manpower, do you think we would be able to stand here? So, who cares if they protest or not? We'll just take whatever we can. After all, if anything happens, it'll be William's problem. Thales listened to these words and fell into deep thought. Listen, Colin put his arm around Old Hammer's shoulder. For the sake of the past, I won't make things difficult for you. I won't take the mercenary tax either. But when you go back, remember to send a message to my father. Tell him to keep an eye on my wife. Don't let that cripple from a village in front of the house do anything to her. Finally, with Old Hammer's comradeship, Dante's great swords entered the city, or rather, the oasis camp that occupied a large area in the desert. When they passed through the boundary formed by low walls and barricades, they were greeted by a crowd. It was a crowd that Thales had not seen for a long time. They rubbed shoulders against each other, and there were shadows everywhere. You knew, right? Go and extort money from others. We're not white pigs. Dean coldly pushed away a man who looked drunk. When a man fell limp, he kicked him in the stomach. Dante's great swords, have you heard of them? Thales watched as the man got up from the ground and walked into another alley while cursing. There, a group of fierce men looked at them with malicious intent. I thought you died outside. One of the men rubbed his fists and laughed. Baldy, and my beautiful but thorny little flower, Louisa, when are you coming to sleep in my bed? I guarantee it'll be more comfortable than Big Dean's bed. F***CK yourself. Louisa expressionlessly gave him the middle finger and continued walking forward. The man laughed loudly. I'll give you a piece of news for free, Baldy. He picked his nose. It's very chaotic here recently. Don't provoke, big soldier. Maybe there's some nobles' personal guards. The bald mercenary frowned when he heard that. Dean turned his head around and said to Thales, follow closely, don't get lost. You don't want to be alone in Bladefang's camp. These people are scarier than orcs. Quick Rope nodded fiercely behind him. Walking on the streets between the fortresses, Thales looked around in surprise and anxiety. He quickly understood the characteristics of Bladefang's camp. The architectural style here was not even as orderly as that of a normal Constellation village, but it was as chaotic as Dragon Cloud's City Shield District and Eternal Star City's Lower City District. There were people coming and going between the yellow sand and gravel. Because the roads between the fortresses were uneven and varied in width, it made the place look even more chaotic and disorderly. The style of the people on the streets was completely different from the Northlanders and the Constellations Thales had seen before. They were light and shaded, and many of them had their heads covered. And if one added sound to this picture, dragon-kissed land velvet, which even the king can enjoy. Only 2 silver coins per bundle. Do you want to know the story of your life? An authentic descendant of the Baron Bone tribe, the beloved of the desert god, your fate will be divine for 6 copper coins each time. Hey, handsome boy, don't you feel lonely sleeping alone at night? Do you want to see my face? Why don't you look at my legs? Yes, I'm a man. Hey, that's not right. If you don't believe me, come and touch me. Which part of my body is worse than a woman's? Hey, you've already touched me, and you want to leave? Come look at my pecs and fists. Look at the brothers behind me. Say it again. Are you going to pay up? 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 Do you really want to kill someone? Do you really hate someone? Do you really want to sleep with someone's wife? I, Mailer, the experienced mercenary who has seen countless bloodshed, will help you kill someone for 10 gold coins. He guaranteed that he wouldn't make a move in the city. His methods were clean, and he would dispose of the corpses neatly. You can pay the deposit now, and the rest will be paid after the mission is completed. What? You're saying that I stole your wallet? Damn it. Do I look like someone who would steal from you? Look again. Is this your wallet? That's right, it is. I've never stolen. This is daylight robbery. F***CKU. Believers. Lambs. The calamity is coming again, and dark night will return. Only believers will live. Go to the Dark Knight Temple now and watch the latest drama. The story between the Dark Knight God and the King of Renaissance's Queen must be told. There's a chance to get an unexpected reward, right? You're not allowed to act this? Hey, you heard wrong. I'm talking about the latest drama. The story between the Dark Knight God and the King of a nation's Queen must be told. Hey, what are you doing? Let me go, sob. You can't interfere with the freedom of art. Dark Knight will return to save us. Put away your weapons. Put away your weapons. Sabers, spears, swords, axes, bows, shields, spears, and hammers. I don't care if it's secondhand or newly made. I don't care if it's for military use or for personal use. What if the camp is sealed? Merchant Billy will help you. Go around the desert from the east and avoid the patrols. It's absolutely safe. Comfortable camel caravan. Go straight to Sarah Dukedom. 1 gold coin per person. Merchants peddling their wares along the streets. Mercenaries carrying swords. Adventurers in a hurry. Prostitutes who practically exposed all their body parts. And of course, there were also groups of soldiers. The entire journey was bustling with activity, and it was very lively. Dante's great swords habitually squeezed through this strange and varied crowd. From time to time, they would use fierce gazes and rude actions to scare away a lot of people who were eager to cause trouble. According to Mickey, it was Thale's white pig appearance that attracted a lot of attention. If they were not fully armed, there would have been more trouble. They finally turned around a fortress with a window and arrived in an empty space that was not as narrow and blocked off. Dean stopped and said solemnly, I have to go to the garrison house and look for Frank. He needs to know about this. I'll go with you. Louise's expression was gloomy. After all, I'm the captain. Dean nodded. Mickey glanced at Dean, then at Louisa. He sighed and said then, I'll go get rid of the extra equipment. Then let's go to my home and meet up with Simon and the others. Old Hammer continued. We can also help Wyatt ask about his family's whereabouts. Thales was taken aback, but before he could say anything, the mercenaries dispersed in a show of tacit understanding. He was dragged by quick rope and followed behind Old Hammer. They turned into another secluded road. Let me tell you, Quick Rope sighed and said, you don't know how scary this place is. The first time I came here, I met a beautiful lady, and in the end, sigh. Life is unpredictable. Waya, you have to cherish your life. For example, Thales smiled in an unpleasant manner and looked at Old Hammer for help. When Old Hammer heard this, he smiled. Without hesitation, he interrupted Quick Rope, who was about to start his business. It is said that in the beginning, there were only sand dunes in Bladefang's Dune. There was no camp until a long time ago, when a merchant group spontaneously built a fortress here to rest. As the number of people entering and exiting the desert increased, the number of fortresses increased one by one. When it was as big as a small town, a king of Constellation or a duke of Western Desert conquered it. Obviously, the location of this place is too important. Bladefang's camp might have been given to many families, but most of them perished because of the war and the invasion of the desert. After the Bloody Year, this place became Baron Williams's fief, but he was not a vassal of the Fakenhas family, but a direct vassal of the king. I used to wonder if he could get enough taxes from this fief, which doesn't even have arable land. But obviously now, Old Hammer looked at the strange people on the street and shrugged. Thales nodded. Blade Fang's camp is a famous chaotic place. There are plenty of opportunities, but there are even more dangers. Old Hammer sighed. With nostalgia and sentimentality, he said to Thales, "Many criminals in the kingdom were sentenced to be exiled here. Some went to the prison of bones, some joined the suicide squad, and those who survived became the citizens of this city. I don't know whether I should call it the city's residents. There are also the farmers, craftsmen, and soldiers who have nowhere to go who can't make a living in the area. During the war, this place was even more exaggerated. Thales walked up a slope, and the noise around him suddenly became much quieter. Then, behind a round barricade, he saw a very high tower. It was 20 to 30 meters tall, slender, and towering. It seemed to be standing in the middle of the empty space between the many fortresses, but it was far away from the other buildings, making it seem especially isolated. Thales could not help but notice that there were very few people around the tower. The people who were originally shouting all sorts of things became strangely silent when they walked past it. They turned their heads to look in other directions before they left quickly. It was as if they were afraid of something. Thales narrowed his eyes. He saw that the highest window at the top of the tower was sealed shut with wooden strips. A tall building with few people. A thought appeared in Thales' mind. That tower is really tall. Is there someone important living there? The teenager asked curiously. Old Hammer followed his gaze and looked. His expression immediately darkened. No, the nobles never live there. I guess Baron Williams isn't there either. That tower is called Ghost Prince. It's been so many years, no one would dare to live there. Thales furrowed his eyebrows. What prince? I know. Quick Rope was beaming with joy. It's a legend in Blade Fang's camp. There's something ominous in that tower. Shoo. But Old Hammer cut him off sternly. 18 years ago, during the Bloody Year, the Barenbone tribe and the orcs once attacked Blade Fang's camp. At that time, I was serving here. The veteran's expression was tense as he pointed at the tower. Before the camp fell, a noble prince, the king's son, a real member of the royal family. He wasn't some prince from a fairy tale who came to the west and served as a garrison in Blade Fang's camp. He lived there, in the tallest tower in Blade Fang's camp. Thales' heart tensed. He stared at the lonely tower, and an ominous feeling welled up in his heart. On a dark night, the prince came from the tallest window. Someone pushed him down. Thales was stunned. He stared at the window that was sealed shut with wooden strips at the furthest point of his field of vision. His gaze slowly moved from there to the empty space at the bottom. A chill immediately surged in his heart. I heard the rest of the story from others after I retired. Old Hammer exhaled slowly. It was said that King Kessel caught the murderer after the war. As punishment, he locked the murderer and his accomplice in the tallest room. Then, he lit a fire from the first floor and burned upwards. Quick Rope exhaled and pursed his lips. Quite a number of people could not stand the fire and jumped down from the window to pay for the prince's death. Whether they were burned to death or fell to their deaths, the screams and wails of the prisoners disappeared within the first hour. Old Hammer's voice became cold and mournful, but the fire burned for an entire day. The strange thing was that the tower still stood tall. And the most mysterious thing was that after the fire was extinguished, there was not a single burn mark on the outer wall or the interior. Quick Rope pursed his lips and nodded as Old Hammer explained. His gaze was solemn. Thales fixed his gaze on the tower. When he saw that it was undamaged, he felt his skin crawl. From then on, all sorts of strange things happened there, from singing in the middle of the night to ghostly figures at the window to faint screams and wails, and even the sound of fire burning. Even in broad daylight, the Baron had to seal the window. Some of the nobles who were stationed here did not believe in evil and wanted to live there. But Old Hammer shook his head quietly. All the people who lived there died in the great desert and never came back. They did not even manage to take their belongings with them. So everyone said that the tower was cursed by the prince's death. Old Hammer tugged at Thales, who had unknowingly approached the tower. His expression was unpleasant. From then on, the locals called it the Ghost Prince. Quick Rope shook his head and clicked his tongue. Thales stared at the gloomy, deserted, and desolate tower in a daze. Ghost Prince, who? The teenager asked in a daze. The one who died there. Which prince? Old Hammer shook his head. I forgot. The veteran's expression was tense. I only saw him from a distance when he entered the camp. That prince was very handsome. He was even prettier than a girl. Very handsome. Thales gulped. A name from a long time ago rose in his mind. The Ghost Prince. But what's the use of being handsome? Old Hammer snorted softly. He stared at the empty space under the Ghost Prince, and his gaze was unfocused. That night, I was one of the first patrols to arrive, and I remember very clearly that beautiful prince. He sighed slowly. He landed face first. Chapter 387. With complicated feelings, Thales left the ominous Ghost Prince Tower. The chaos and noise in Blade Fang's camp suddenly returned to his ears. I'm guessing that the sudden lockdown caught quite a number of people off guard, and the soldiers. Old Hammer exhaled. The entire camp is more chaotic than usual. Of course, it's not usually peaceful either. Thales shuttled behind Old Hammer and Quick Rope. He laboriously squeezed past 3 men who were arguing with each other in different accents, sent away a blacksmith who was trying to sell him a rusty combat sword, politely avoided a woman with heavy makeup who wanted to lift her skirt at his thighs, and cleverly avoided a group of ruffians who were hiding in a corner and observing in the dark. When they saw a newcomer approach, they would approach him in a drunken manner. But when he saw a timid child beggar extend his hand to him and sigh as he tried to take out a few Northland copper coins, Old Hammer stopped him. Don't. If you show your sympathy now, there will be 7 or 8 people who will target you later. Blade Fang's camp is no longer what it used to be. Old Hammer stuffed Thales' money bag back into his luggage and looked around warily. At the same time, he patted the weapon on his body. A few years ago, after Blood Bottle Gang withdrew their forces on a large scale and left Blade Fang's camp as it pleased, the people in the gang no longer follow the rules. They have no bottom line in their actions. They will strip you naked and sell you off, and you won't even know who will be responsible. Quick Rope's face paled. He seemed to have remembered something and mumbled a few words softly. Old Hammer's words caused Thales to be slightly stunned. Blood Bottle Gang? Old Hammer nodded. When I was still in the army, this group of ruffians who called themselves Blood Bottle Gang controlled the underground here. They were very powerful. They colluded with the local nobles and were brothers with the higher-ups in the army. 1/3 of the people who lived in Blade Fang's camp were under their protection, be it smuggling goods, black market transactions, street security, or prostitution. Many people who left the army and had no place to stay would go to Blood Bottle Gang to make ends meet. But 2 or 3 years ago, when we returned to Blade Fang's camp, Blood Bottle Gang's power was not as great as before. At least, they restrained themselves a lot. Old Hammer snorted softly. I heard that they were taught a lesson by an opponent who was fiercer than them in the mainland. They suffered great losses, and even their prestige here was affected. Thales was deep in thought. Accents from all over the continent mingled together, and even unfamiliar languages from afar would occasionally appear. All sorts of businesses and transactions came and went, and the currencies of many countries were used in a mixed manner, causing Thales to once again have a new impression of this desert frontline. The 3 of them walked through the dusty streets. After passing by a fortress, a building with a strange style appeared in front of them. From a distance, it looked like a huge bowl that was flipped upside down, but it took up a lot of space. It was comparable to Sunset Temple in Eternal Star City. It was like a giant had casually built a huge sandstone building block in the desert. This semicircular building did not seem to have many connections to the outside world. The mottled and rough, curved walls were covered with tiny holes that could only be seen clearly with a squint, allowing the sunlight to penetrate and the sand to invade. From what Thales could see, there was only one narrow arched door on the wide outer wall, and it was guarded by a team of fully armed soldiers. The inside of the arched door was dark and indistinct, and he could not see clearly. It gave off a dark and ominous feeling. Thales was puzzled. Was this a bunker, or at least a military structure? Or was it the commander's residence? Then, perhaps, he could see it here. Oh, Do we really have to take this path? Quick Rope's dejected voice rose. He covered his head and did not look at the building. Don't complain. Old Hammer did not even turn his head around. This is the fastest path. What do you mean? Thales pointed at the semicircular bunker that looked like a coliseum in puzzlement. That's... Quick Rope let out a strange sigh. The prison of bones. The place you don't want to go the most in the world. As he stared at the group of guards, Thales froze. The prison of bones? Old Hammer nodded. The place where the felons of the entire western desert, and even the kingdom, are exiled. Thales seemed to have understood something. He knew this place. When Constellation was first established, the unfamiliar wasteland that bordered Extet in the north, the great desert in the middle, and the small countries in the south was a veritable nightmare. As a newly conquered border of Constellation, most of its territory was uninhabited, and the borders were filled with dangers. It was attacked by sandstorms all year round, and the terrain was not suitable for living. Aside from the fact that the Fakenhas family was conferred titles due to meritorious deeds, there were many historians who believed that the Fakenhas family was sealed in Western Desert as a form of punishment in disguise. In truth, it was a reflection of their terrible relationship with Tormund I. Only the noble suzerains who were exiled to this place due to their crimes would unwillingly settle down there. Year after year, day after day, Western Desert Hill became what it was today. During this period of time, the cruel prison of bones added color to Western Desert Hill's arduous journey and fierce reputation. No one knew when it started, but when the usual sentences were no longer suitable for the criminals who had committed heinous crimes or were highly controversial, they would usually be exiled to Western Desert, to Bladefang's camp, and imprisoned in the infamous prison of bones. They would serve their sentences in a new way to atone for their crimes. This would not only save the judge and the local prison trouble, but also provide free labor to the difficult Western Desert and even Bladefang's camp, relieving the heavy pressure on the Western front lines. Do you see the parts on the ground? Those small windows? That's the White Prison in the Prison of Bones. Old Hammer cast a sideways glance at the ominous building to avoid the guard's scrutinizing gaze. The people imprisoned there are those who have been convicted locally, and their crimes are light. At least they can see the sun, and they only need to do hard labor to atone for their crimes. Quick Rope did not interrupt, which was rare. He only stared at the oppressive prison of bones in disgust. But the White Prison is only a small part of the prison of bones. Most of it is the Black Prison built underground. There are countless deep caves that never see the light of day, and they are specially prepared for the serious criminals who are exiled from various parts of the kingdom. The more serious their crimes are, the deeper they are imprisoned. As the Black Prison progresses downwards, the number of criminals will decrease, and it will become more dangerous. Once they enter Black Prison, there is no other way for them to leave other than joining the Suicide Squad, charging at the front lines with their lives on the battlefield, or acting as bait. Thales stared at the foundation outside the prison of bones and imagined the scene below. Old Hammer sighed softly. Of course, it's not easy to find a Suicide Squad. The slots are also very tight. After the Desert War ended, there are not many places that need Suicide Squads. Once they lose this chance, the remaining people in Black Prison can only wait to die of old age, leaving behind white bones for the unlucky ones to step on. That's how the Prison of Bones got its name. Let's go. Quick Rope frowned unnaturally. He looked a little uneasy. This place makes me nervous. Old Hammer patted his shoulder. When Quick Rope first came here, he was once tricked and sent to White Prison. I guess he had a deep impression of it. Thales looked at Quick Rope in surprise. But Quick Rope only pursed his lips and did not answer. Thales wisely stopped asking questions. He averted his gaze from the mysterious and deep prison of bones. They left the area of the prison of bones and went around the corner of a square fortress. So where are we going? Old Hammer shrugged. My home. Thales could not help but be stunned. Your home? I thought you said that your home is in the ruins? Old Hammer chuckled and shook his head. Oh, I'm not talking about my home, but anyway, you'll know when we get there. Quick Rope winked slyly, making the confused Thales even more perplexed. But his puzzlement did not last long. After crossing another dusty street, They squeezed their way through the crowd and arrived in front of a 3-story oval-shaped fortress. The front door was wide enough for a carriage to enter. "It's here." Quick Rope patted Thales' shoulder. "My home." Thales raised his head curiously and noticed that there was a huge wooden sign hanging in front of the fortress. There was a vivid picture of a wine glass carved on the sign. Wine was spilling out of the glass, and it swayed slightly with the wind in the desert. The moment he saw the sign clearly, the prince's eyebrows twitched involuntarily. There were 2 big words carved in the center of the wine glass. "My home." There was a row of small words carved under the sign. "Humans will die, orcs will fall, the queen will pass away, but we will never close our doors." It began in year 38 of the calendar of eradication, Queen Erica's last wine glass. Thales did not know whether he should laugh or cry as he followed Old Hammer through the door. What greeted his eyes were more than 10 wooden round tables that were placed haphazardly. The place was filled with the sand and dust unique to the desert. All sorts of customers and tavern ladies came and went, toasting each other and making a lot of noise. From toasting songs to the sounds of dice games to quarrels and angry shouts, almost all the sounds came at the same time, and it was very lively. Old Hammer ignored Thales' surprised gaze. He pushed aside 2 drunk men who were about to fall under the table in a familiar manner and stuffed a copper coin into the chest of a waitress who blocked his way. Under her aggrieved gaze, he resolutely pulled his hand out and went straight to the bar counter. "I've always wanted to do this," Quick Rope whispered to Thales and cast a glance at the hot waitress. "But Louisa and the others said that I didn't have enough strength to pull my hand back. Maybe they have a point." Thales thought in his heart as he watched Quick Rope follow Old Hammer's gaze. "Simon." Old Hammer sat at the bar counter and said to a gray-haired, middle-aged man who was drinking by himself beside him, "We're back." The middle-aged man turned his head around and revealed a face that had been through the vicissitudes of life. Someone said that a merchant group entered the camp despite the blockade order. Simon cast a faint glance at Quick Rope and Thales, who also sat down. "I was worried that it was you." Old Hammer shrugged. "Obviously, your worries have come true." "How many?" Simon said softly. "I mean, how many people did they lose?" Thales noticed that he was already quite old. This topic caused Old Hammer and Quick Rope to tremble at the same time. "How did you—" "I've been in this line of work for 20 years, Hammer. Before that, I was a soldier for 10 years. Simon exhaled deeply and swirled the wine glass in his hand. "I know how people look when they lose their comrades." His words seemed to have a magical power that isolated them from all the noise in the tavern beyond this corner. Old Hammer and Quick Rope were silent for a long time. Affected by them, Thales remembered his experience in the desert and the ending of the greatswords he had spent a short time with. He felt a suffocating feeling in his heart. The gray-haired Simon did not continue. He heaved a heavy sigh and turned to the bar counter. "Tampa, give this man a strong drink." A fierce-looking man with a knife mark on his neck responded and walked out from behind the bar counter. He grabbed 3 bottles of wine casually, and with a technique that Thales could not see clearly, he gathered a glass of wine in the blink of an eye and pushed it over. During the process, he automatically ignored Quick Rope's slightly expectant gaze and even glanced at Thales coldly. Simon pushed the wine glass towards Old Hammer. "How many?" Old Hammer gulped down a mouthful of wine and shook his head as he hissed. He slammed the wine glass on the table and exhaled indignantly. Quick Rope answered gloomily by the side. 6. Simon sneered. "Who else survived?" Old Hammer's expression became gloomy. "Louisa, Mickey, and Dean." Simon did not speak. His gaze was fixed on the wine glass. "By the way, this is Waya." As if to liven up the atmosphere, Quick Rope coughed. "The lad we saved on the way back. Truth be told, he helped us a lot." Waya, this is Simon, one of the people who stayed behind in our group." Thales, who was sizing up the magical tavern, took a deep breath and tried his best to force a smile. But Simon clearly had no intention of exchanging pleasantries with him. "We lose one. We replace another. One dies in battle, and a new one comes. It's always like this." The person who stayed behind in the mercenary group stared at the almost empty wine glass and mumbled, "The fate of mercenaries. Is it?" Old Hammer shook his head. He was not in a good mood. "No, Simon, Wyatt isn't," but Simon did not let him continue. "Come on, boy, it's time for an internal meeting." The person who stayed behind waved his hand and put away the fleeting sadness in his eyes. He held Old Hammer in his arms. "Tell me the details, and wait for Dean to come back. I think Dante's greatsword will soon welcome a great change." They left the bar counter. Quick Rope's gaze moved. "Me too. You stay here, Quick Rope." Old Hammer turned around and pointed. "Take care of Wyatt. It's his first time here." "But—" Quick Rope spread his hands with an aggrieved expression. Fails, who was feeling awkward, smiled in return. As he watched Old Hammer and Simon walk up the stone stairs, Quick Rope arched his shoulders and retracted his hand, which was halfway through his outstretched arm. He sat back in his seat in disappointment and said in a low voice, "All right." Fails could not think of anything to comfort this newbie who had not been accepted by the core of the group. He could only sit uncomfortably on the spot and think about his next step in silence. 6. A hoarse voice came from the noisy tavern. Fails and Quick Rope looked up and saw the fierce-looking tavern owner wiping his wine glass. At some point in time, he had arrived in front of them. His skin was dark, and it was obvious that he was a local who grew up under the scorching sun and sandstorms. You know, after the lockdown order was implemented, the number of soldiers who surged in was beyond imagination. At that time, I thought that maybe someone was going to learn a lesson. Quick Rope curled his lips. "Don't Tampa. Not now." Fails frowned a little. He had a vague impression of this name. The tavern owner, named Tampa, snorted softly, but he did not shut up. "You have 10 experienced, fully armed professional assassins, and a newbie who looks like he can at least make up the numbers to intimidate others." Tampa ignored Quick Rope's protest, and the speed at which he wiped the wine glasses became faster. "Those who can survive in the desert are very smart. As long as Tormorden is willing to pay some toll fees, the desert bandits and exiles won't pay such a high price to eat you." Quick Rope exhaled in pain and laid his face down on the bar counter, as if he had resigned himself to his fate. "We met the gray bastards, Tampa. Many, many gray bastards." Tampa's hand stopped wiping his wine glass. A few seconds later, just when Thales thought he was going to say something, Tampa suddenly bent down. When he stood up again, there was a wine glass in front of Quick Rope. "Drink it. It's the best Northland rye from the north." Tampa raised a bottle of wine and filled Quick Rope's glass with an expressionless face. "Trust me, this is the only way. It's very effective." Quick Rope stared at the wine in front of him in surprise. But just a second later, the slightly dejected Quick Rope grabbed the wine glass and drank it in one gulp. Just when Thales wanted to find an excuse to slip away, the tavern owner suddenly gestured at him with his chin. "So, Quick Rope, who is this pretty new girl? Your girlfriend?" Asterisk thud. Star. Chapter 388. Thales frowned. His expression was unpleasant. "Girl. Oh, I'm really sorry." Tampa sized him up and shrugged. He had a look of realization on his face. "You look so delicate. You've been sitting upright with your legs closed. If you didn't open your mouth, I would have really thought that you were a girl." With complicated emotions, Thales smiled laboriously. "He's a newcomer." Quick Rope coughed until his face was red. He only managed to catch his breath. "We just saved him from the desert. Please, be gentle with him." Tampa stared at Thales, making the latter feel rather uneasy. A few seconds later, Tampa's eyebrows relaxed. He bent down again. "Come, since you're Quick Rope's girl. I mean, since you were introduced by him." As Tampa stood up, a glass of foamy beer was thrown in front of Thales. The tavern owner's voice was bold and happy. "First glass, authentic Western Desert old beer, free of charge." Thales, who had been mistaken for a girl just a moment ago, was instantly flattered. "Thank you. Quick Rope's reputation is so useful." The prince politely pulled the glass over. As he watched Quick Rope's satisfied smile, he wondered what kind of beer it was. "I knew it. So many people suddenly came to Blade Fang's camp that nothing good would happen." Tampa leaned against the bar counter and poured a second glass of beer for Quick Rope. Gray mixed breed, is it? So, this is another desert war? Quick Rope's face fell. No, Dean said it wasn't. With a stiff expression, he gulped down the second glass of beer. This time, Quick Rope did not cough. Is it? Tampa filled his glass thoughtfully. But at the very least, the good news is that no one on your team has deposited money with me, so I don't have to return it. Quick Rope raised his glass halfway and stopped in the air. The young mercenary trembled slightly. Actually, Tampa. Quick Rope took the glass from his lips and gulped laboriously. Yes. Tampa frowned. Yes. Quick Rope shuddered violently, as if he had been pricked by a needle. Kant, remember the Northland greatsword? He sprang up from his seat and fumbled in his pocket for a shabby little book. He saved it. He saved it. He promised to deposit the money with you. This is what he left behind, his account book. He hid the money in the flower pot in the room. Under Thales and Tampa's gazes, Quick Rope's tone sounded a little rushed, and there was a slight tremble in his voice. He has 21 Mindies, 18 Midiur, 13 Northland Solons, 10 Con, 9 Enlenzos Kellers, for Camion's Southeastern Universal coupons of unknown denominations, 7 Lever Independent coins, 5 Steel Cities Hammer coins, as well as countless annoying small squares from the 3 kingdoms of the Lost Sea and 2 Thabisos. Quick Rope flipped to the last page in a flurry and read the messy words on the paper. Just that morning before he died. Quick Rope's voice became softer. He stared at the small ledger in a daze. Thales also stared at him in a daze. He remembered the Northlander who carried a greatsword. However, no, Quick Rope. I don't remember him coming. Tampa frowned as he stared at the crumpled, small ledger that was no better than trash. And I don't have his signature in my records. Quick Rope's face turned pale. Tampa. He gritted his teeth, as if he knew that his words were not very convincing, but he still tried his best to defend himself. He flipped to the page again and showed it to Tampa. He did deposit the money with me. I can go and get you the money. Look, it's written here, 21 Mindies. Stop. I don't want to be annoyed to death by your Camion accent, Tampa said coldly, or die of stupidity because of your mathematical skills. So, strictly speaking, Quick Rope acted as if he did not hear what he said and shook his head vigorously. He saved it. Tampa, Kant saved it. Tampa stared at him coldly. And Kant didn't come back. Quick Rope's expression darkened, and even his voice became much deeper. So according to the rules, he should have gotten his share. Impossible. The tavern owner shook his head rudely. The money is with you, not with me. Look at my ledger. There's no record of him in it. This doesn't count. Thales watched the argument quietly. This counts, Quick Rope said anxiously. It's just, I didn't have time to give it to you. He was very unwilling at first, but he still decided after hesitating. He's with me. I plan to come back. Tampa, please. Rules are rules. Tampa shook his head coldly. No, I promised him. Quick Rope's argument was bordering on despair. He swung the small notebook powerlessly. I promised. Then perhaps. Tampa interrupted him roughly. You should be the one to pay for the money. Remember, 10 times. He said fiercely, then turned around and left. Quick Rope stared blankly at the tavern owner's back as he left. The small notebook in his hand fell limply. Thales sighed and patted Quick Rope's shoulder. Quick Rope. The noise in the tavern seemed to have returned to this small corner. Quick Rope sat down quietly and put Kant's small notebook back in his waist pocket. The young mercenary stared at his wine glass. A few seconds later, he suddenly smiled. You know why, Kant was the first. Quick Rope's shoulders trembled. He raised his wine glass and drained it in one gulp. I persuaded him to save money. He was my first successful business. Thales moved slightly. Kant came from Northland and settled down in Constellation. He has 2 children, a boy and a girl. He also has a wife who is sick all year round. Quick Rope put down his wine glass, and his face was expressionless. They live in the ruins. Old Hammer brought him here. I'm thinking, how will Old Hammer tell his wife and children? Quick Rope leaned forward, picked up the bottle from the bar, and poured himself another glass. You know, he gave me the address where he saved his money, and left me the ledger. Quick Rope gritted his teeth. But Quick Rope, Thales sighed softly. He's already gone. It's not your fault, and you can't do anything. Quick Rope's shoulders trembled violently. I can't do anything, he continued to pour wine, and he smiled while he was doing so. You know, a long, long time ago, so long that it felt like a lifetime ago, there was a ship. Quick Rope stared at the wine bottle absent-mindedly. His smile froze. There was a young sailor on the ship who was determined to go out to sea since he was young. He looked forward to sailing to the end of the world one day. On his first voyage, he went to the most legendary place in the Sea of Eradication. The Eye of the Sea of Eradication. Thales frowned. That damn place. It's a cursed place that even the Maiden of the Ocean Shepherd did not protect. The compass failed, the sails were torn, pirates followed, fog was everywhere, dark clouds covered the sky, the seabirds were nowhere to be seen. In the endless darkness and the endless drifting, even the eternal stars in the sky changed their appearance. Huge waves, whirlpools, and submerged reefs were endless. Under the terrifying sea, there was even. Quick Rope's voice became desolate and hoarse. The captain, the first mate, the second mate, the observer, the sails operator, the helmsman, the chief combatant, the boatswain, and the kind Uncle Bill, almost everyone died. All of them. He shuddered and continued to pour wine. Thales resisted the desire to raise his head to look at him. He only extended his hand and lifted the spout of the wine bottle from the already overflowing cup. Quick Rope paused for a long time and let Thales take his wine bottle. As the only person left on that ship, the young sailor held onto the last wooden plank. He floated and sank in a daze. He listened to the never-ending sound of the waves and watched the alternation of day and night around him. He was thirsty, hungry, cold, and afraid. He did not know where he would float to and what his fate would be. Around him were the swollen and pale corpses of his companions and the bone-chilling seawater. He was the same. He couldn't do anything. Thales could not stand it anymore. He pressed down on Quick Rope's wine cup. Quick Rope's voice trembled, but he stubbornly took his wine cup. That young sailor survived, but he could no longer go to sea, because no matter when and where he was, as long as he closed his eyes, he could see the broken wooden planks and the corpses of his companions. When he pressed down on his ears, he could hear the raging waves and the roar of the storm. When he twitched his nose, he could smell the saltiness of the seawater and the smell of blood. Quick Rope trembled as he picked up the wine cup and drank the alcohol and tears in one gulp. From then on, he was afraid of ships, the sea, the lake, and even all the places in the world with water. So he came to the great desert, the place with the least amount of water in the world. Asterisk thud. Asterisk Quick Rope slammed the cup on the bar counter. Damn it. He wiped his face in pain and turned his head so that Thales could not see it. When a person dies, nothing will be left behind. Why, not even trace. Quick Rope's voice grew hoarser. You disappear from this world. You will no longer have thoughts, feelings, or consciousness. Nothing will be left behind. Nothing will be meaningful, and you won't know anything anymore. His shoulders trembled. Can't, Palka, Haken, breeze. They won't know anything anymore. Thales listened quietly. Then, what's the meaning of our lives? Quick Rope said hoarsely. To suffer and wait for fate to smack us to death and then disappear without a trace, as if we had never come to this world. Thales bit his lip, but he did not know how to answer. Quick Rope stretched out his hand, but he grabbed empty air where the wine bottle should have been. At this moment, asterisk bang, asterisk a thick black leather book was smashed on the bar counter. Thales and Quick Rope looked up in confusion. The fierce-looking tavern owner, Tampa, stood in front of them. He held the wine bottle in one hand and pressed the black leather book with the other. He said coldly to Quick Rope, "Look at what kind of customer you found for me. I want those who are strong and powerful, but are often in unstable situations. They seem to have a lot of accidents, but in fact, they can all return safely." Quick Rope was slightly stunned. His unfocused gaze did not focus for a long time. That's how I can make money, understand? And the first customer you found is one that loses money. I really regret taking you in as my subordinate. I really thought that Dante's greatsword would be a good market. But in the end, all of them died so quickly. Thales furrowed his eyebrows slightly. He felt uncomfortable with Tampa's words. When he heard the familiar name, Quick Rope gritted his teeth and retorted indignantly. We have strong muscles like Kant and Haken, great guides like Mickey, sharpshooters and sentinels like Palka and Gentle Breeze, experienced Old Hammer, and the best female captain who's infatuated with girls. Quick Rope held his empty wine cup in agony. And the smartest, Dean? His tone became gloomy. We're supposed to be the kind of people who seem to have a lot of accidents, but will definitely return safely. His voice became softer, and there was a faint, indistinct sound in his voice. Should be. The tavern owner stared at Quick Rope. A second later, he slapped a pen hard on the black book. Asterisk thud. Asterisk here, put his name in the book, that caught. Tampa looked at Quick Rope fiercely. This is the rule. I will not allow even one account to be unclear. At that moment, the noise around them seemed to have been cut off again. Thales looked at Tampa in surprise. He understood what the other man meant. Quick Rope was stunned. Some of his drunkenness seemed to have been dispelled. Boss, Tampa gritted his teeth and pushed the black book forward angrily. Then go and calculate how much he has saved. Use Constellation's currency. Please give me a round number, you bastard. Quick Rope's breathing quickened. Thank you. Quick Rope, who had figured it out, excitedly took out Kant's small book from his waist pocket. Tampa, boss. I'll do it for Kant's wife and children. Shut up. Tampa slapped the book impatiently, and the wine bottle paused on the bar counter. Quick, write his name. Damn it. You drank half a bottle of my good wine. Quick Rope jumped up like a frightened rabbit. Of course. He took the pen in a flurry. So I'll write it down here. Kant. Does it start with K or with some other letter? Who the hell knows? Tampa crossed his arms and said in annoyance. Anyway, it's another bad account. Try touching this bottle of wine again if you dare. Quick Rope, who was about to drink another glass, was shocked. He looked at the book in worry, shook his head to shake off his drunkenness, and immediately turned to help. Waya, do you know how to write? Dean said that you're someone with status in Northland. You might know. Thales raised his eyebrows and took the pen and the book. Give it to me, I'll try to spell it. Kant. Waya, who had found his savior, was filled with gratitude. He raised Kant's small book in his hand. I'll leave it to you. I have to. Quick Rope's smile had yet to fade. When he raised his head, he saw the tavern owner's wrinkled face. If you dare to count an extra copper, Quick Rope, even if it's the most worthless Northland copper coin. Tampa leaned forward, bared his teeth, and flashed a ferocious smile. Fraud! Do you miss the prison of bones? Quick Rope shuddered, pulled up his pants, and turned around while stuttering. I have to find Enzo to count to ask about the latest currency exchange rate. As he watched Quick Rope leave, Tampa spat on the ground fiercely. You only know how to cry at a bottle of wine. What a coward. Thales did not say anything. He only smiled, lowered his head, and began to write. Thales looked up in confusion. What? The tavern owner pressed down on the wine bottle and said in a low voice without raising his head. Kant's name starts with K. When he first came to Bladefang's camp, I was the one who introduced him to Old Hammer. The tip of Thales' pen stopped moving. Write it better. Names are very important, especially in this book. Tampa rubbed the wine bottle in his hand calmly. His gaze did not move. Because even if you write it wrong, he won't know. The owner's words were slightly stiff. Thales lowered his head. He wrote Kant's name neatly on the latest page of the account book according to the format in front of him. After he finished writing, he even flipped a few pages forward to check the format to ensure that he did not make any mistakes. But his hand stopped on one of the pages. Thales narrowed his eyes. A second later, the prince looked up from the account book in surprise and shouted name. Cohen Caribbean? Tampa was stunned. What's wrong? When he saw the familiar name, Thales was slightly excited. The name on the account book. I know this guy. So, Cohen used to deposit money here. 4th of September, 2007, deposit amount. Tampa frowned. As he read the words on the account book, Thales widened his eyes. 250 Tormund gold coins? 250 gold coins? After a while, Thales exhaled and looked in front of him in disbelief. Damn it, rich bastard. A few seconds later, Tampa looked away from him with a strange gaze. In the tavern where people came and went, Tampa waved his hand and asked a waiter to greet a group of new customers. Tampa retrieved the account book and glanced at the name on it. Then, he stared at Thales with a contemplative look. You know him? Of course. When he remembered his past in heroic Spirit Palace and his current situation, Thales could not help but sigh. We could be considered friends. We used to stand together and fight side by side. Stand together and fight side by side? Tampa seemed to be shocked. He sized Thales up and asked suspiciously, You, in Cohen? Thales was a little embarrassed. To be precise, I stood and fought. Tampa stared straight at Thales until he laughed and slapped Thales shoulder hard. Very good. He's also my friend. Ha ha, Cohen, that skinny, sneaky, shrewd, snobbish bastard. Huh? Skinny, sneaky, shrewd, snobbish? Thales was stunned for a moment. What? But Tampa did not seem to have any intention of stopping. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. The scar on his neck surged. He's the most cowardly when he fights, and he likes to lift up girls' skirts the most. The most cowardly, lift up girls' skirts. Thales' expression became more and more strange. Maybe we're not talking about the same Cohen? Tampa's smile froze. But that's Cohen Caribbean. He has black hair and brown eyes, and he's like a skinny monkey. Doubt appeared on Tampa's face. Which Cohen are you talking about? Thales scratched his head and chuckled. Cohen, a young master who ran away from home. He's very tall, almost 6.5 feet, very strong, muscular, blonde hair and blue eyes. Thales tried to describe the tall man and his impression of him. He looked at the boss hopefully. He's good with a sword, agile, likes to bully people with his body when he fights. And when he talks, he's a little, how should I put it? Thales thought for a long time before he raised his head and said awkwardly, Stupid and silly? When Tampa heard these descriptions, his face scrunched up again. He sounds like an annoying idiot. Thales sighed. All right. It looks like there's indeed a mistake. In fact, if you know him, it's hard to hate him. Thales shook his head and said, He's a little special. Tampa was deep in thought. The person we're talking about might not be the same Cohen. The tavern owner spread his hands. Oh. Thales grabbed his wine glass and smiled unnaturally. I see. I'm sorry, I got the wrong person. Just when Thales was about to take a sip of wine to ease the awkwardness, thud. Thales looked at Tampa, who had his palm firmly pressed on his wine glass. What's wrong? The owner of my home shook his head expressionlessly. Trust me, you don't want to drink this wine. Under Thales' surprised and bewildered gaze, Tampa spilled the wine in his glass. I added some horse urine and a few mouthfuls of my old phlegm into it. Tampa nonchalantly threw the spiked wine glass to the side. Maybe there's also something that makes people sleepy. The taste is wonderful, and the content is profound. Thales was completely stunned. Horse urine, old phlegm. He stared at the owner, then at the glass on the ground. He remembered that the wine was full of bubbles earlier, and he almost drank it, enduring the discomfort in his abdomen. Thales raised his head angrily. What? Tampa grinned, but the fierce look on his face made his smile look ugly. Although you look like a white pig who has just arrived at Blade Fang's camp and doesn't know anything. The tavern owner shrugged. But I don't think you're that simple. So, I have to see your background. Then, I'll decide whether to extort money from you, or strip you, or, there have been a lot of nobles coming to the camp recently, and pretty boys are popular among them. Obviously, quick rope isn't a good bodyguard. Thales was first dumbfounded. Then he looked at Tampa with righteous indignation. Ew. The tavern owner smiled and cast a sidelong glance at the prince. Some terrible places are used to giving newcomers a taste of their own medicine. It's a test and also a lesson. If you're a white pig, you'll be sold and counted. Thales looked at the wine glass and protested in disgust. White pig. What are you doing? Tampa tapped on the ledger and narrowed his eyes. Remember, kid, this is called first lesson. Didn't Cohen teach you? Thales supported himself against the bar counter in disbelief. The world is unfair to me, and I can only respond with grief and indignation. So, the prince could only look at the man with grief and indignation. Then, why did you change your mind? Tampa laughed. Because you do know Cohen, and perhaps you've really fought alongside him before, instead of playing along with my words and pretending to be familiar with him. Thales furrowed his eyebrows. Cohen, yes, the violent gorilla that you obviously hate, but find it hard to truly hate. The owner nodded and pointed at the name on the ledger. There was nostalgia in his words. Tampa chuckled. Cohen, stupid Caribbean. There was silence. Thales was still angry. He looked at the man with a displeased expression and said sarcastically, "Oh, thank you. This is the first time I've heard his middle name." Tampa took out another bottle of wine and a new wine glass. He did not mind filling it up for him. "You're welcome." The tavern owner hummed a tune and pushed out his new wine glass to serve the new customer. Authentic Western Desert old beer. The corners of his lips curled up, revealing a few teeth. He smiled slyly. Chapter 389. Thales sat by the bar counter and stared at the Western Desert old beer in his hand. He felt gloomy for a while. During this period of time, Quick Rope went in and out of the tavern while sweating profusely. He flipped through the account books, checked the numbers, and busied himself with the property left behind by Kant. Louisa, Dean, Mickey, and Dante's greatswords also came to the tavern one by one. They went up to the second floor to have a meeting with Simon and Old Hammer. "Waya, are you sure it's okay for you to sit here?" Dean squeezed his way into the noisy tavern. Before he went upstairs, he cast a puzzled glance at Thales, who was sitting by the side in a huff. "I'm sure." Thales pulled his face out of the glass and burped. He stared at Tampa on the other side of the bar counter with a hostile expression and gritted his teeth. "I'm very close with the tavern owner." "That's good." Dean glanced at Tampa suspiciously. Tampa is a rather reliable mercenary agent. He has a lot of connections. If you want to find your way home, maybe. Thales nodded stiffly. Dean shrugged and went upstairs to attend the mercenary group's internal meeting. Time passed. Soon, Blade Fang's camp welcomed the night after sunset. People came and went in the tavern, and they toasted each other. Quite a number of people noticed Thales sitting in the corner, but most of them were forced back by Tampa's gaze. The bard smiled and sang to attract business, but they were also wary of the competition among their peers. Girls dressed in revealing clothes swayed between the tables, and occasionally used the cleavage on their chests to attract money. There were also people who hid their faces or acted mysteriously behind the tables. They danced and argued in low voices under the table. They were probably doing dirty deals that Thales did not want to know about and did not dare to know about. Thales had seen Sunset Pub in the underground street before. It was often noisy with people coming and going, but everyone knew that it was the Brotherhood's territory. No matter how chaotic the scene was, not many people dared to cause trouble there. But it was completely different in my pub. When Thales saw the customers at the third table fighting over a business that was not distributed evenly, he finally could not help but ask the owner, "Are you just going to watch? What else?" Behind the bar counter, Tampa waved his hand in a lackadaisical manner and signaled a waiter to clean up the mess and settle the bill. "This is Blade Fang's camp. It's filled with benefits, schemes, opportunities, and danger, while law and morality only appear occasionally. It would be strange if people don't fight." Tampa flipped open his ledger and quickly recorded something. "Don't worry, the people in Blade Fang's camp are simple and honest. Didn't you see that they obediently paid for the damages after they destroyed the tables and chairs?" The people were simple and honest. Thales twitched his cheek. "What if they don't pay?" Tampa looked up, and the scar on his neck twitched. "Everyone knows that I know quite a number of mercenaries and adventurers in the camp, and I often introduce business to them." The tavern owner smiled politely and said, "And there are quite a number of them who are professional debt collectors. For my sake, they only take 10% of the profits, and they even take care of the aftermath." Thales nodded slightly with a look of understanding. "So that's how it is. You really have many talented people here." To hell with the simple customs of the people. As he thought about his next move, Thales absent-mindedly asked the tavern owner, "So, Cohen deposited money here? Why?" This used to be a tradition. At the end of the bloody year, the soldiers who went to war would deposit their reward money at the rear, and they would come back to get it if they came back alive. Tampa sat behind the bar counter with a satisfied look on his face. He watched his employees bustle about, and he looked as if it had nothing to do with him. Later, to motivate the soldiers, Baron Williams promised that the victims would receive a deposit that was several times more than the amount they received. After the battle of elimination ended, I retired, and I took over this habit, hoping to make a business out of it. But for now, Tampa sighed in resignation as he watched Quick Rope count the money in front of a merchant in the distance. Battle of elimination? Thales asked. Was it part of the Desert War? Tampa snorted softly. I guess you didn't see the Desert War 10 years ago. Thales shrugged. It's obvious. Tampa nodded and put on an expression that said, I knew it. Then, of course, you didn't see the Battle of Elimination that lasted for a few years. What do you mean? Tampa narrowed his eyes and looked indifferently at a pair of customers who were drinking in the distance. He watched them put their arms around each other's shoulders and were as close as brothers before they started verbally abusing each other and punching each other. He seemed to be used to it. The great victory of the Desert War has always been bragged about in a boastful manner. The broken and tattered constellation rallied its soldiers and bravery to bravely launch an expedition into the desert. They faced the Baron Bone tribe and the Orc tribe who moved east en masse during the bloody year. He snorted coldly. But, for us, the most difficult thing is not how to defeat the mixed breeds and barren species. If you can repel them once, you can repel them countless times, but how to protect your spoils of war after you repel them. How to carry the military flag and the bragging that they left behind after the glorious victory when the main force returns to their villages with their children. How to clean up the enemies hidden deep in the sand dunes and caves bit by bit. How to use the few troops you have to defend the path. How to grit your teeth and fight back when the mixed breeds come back again and again. And how to face them head on. How to make the tribes in the desert, especially the stubborn orcs, get used to your existence and revere your strength, just like how a rogue hyena gets used to the new territory of a lion king. This requires a process. Tampa's gaze slowly drifted into the distance. During this process, there will be no pitched battles that will be recorded in the annals of history, no decisive battles where you will face death calmly, and no earth-shattering bloody battles. But the devastation and sacrifices will not be inferior in the slightest. Victory is forged with blood, he said faintly. In order to consolidate the victory, you have to pay with more blood. This is the Purge campaign. Tampa pointed at the wall hanging behind the bar counter. There was an old but still sharp axe hanging there. Were you part of it too? The prince asked solemnly. Was it the Desert War or the Purge campaign? Tampa nodded. At that time, Bladefang's camp was not like what you see now. The wounds of the bloody year had not healed, and the main forces of the Desert War had withdrawn. We did not have recruits who rushed over from all over the place as if they were free of charge. We did not have the private soldiers of the nobles who were dazzling with gold and silver. We did not have the logistic support from the merchants who followed the army and the royal family. We did not have an earth-shattering group of cavaliers, and we did not have the confidence and boldness to charge into the desert with just one command. We only had ourselves, the constellations of the western desert. The army was formed by farmers, the commandos formed by mercenaries, and the suicide squads formed by scum. Even the main forces of the Duke of Western Desert, the Skull Guard from the ruins, were so poor that they could not be compared. We, the Raven Guards, had more saddles than people who knew how to ride horses. Only the first row of the Black Line Infantry Brigade was a battlefield veteran who had received complete training. The Baron Stardust unit even had to replenish its manpower from the criminals in the Prison of Bones. After the bloody year, there were many nobles who were exiled due to their crimes. But we could only grit our teeth and go forward. With the scarce medicine and a small amount of supplies, we went deep into the barren sand dunes and searched every corner between Bladefang's camp and the depths of the desert. We fought to the death against the mixed breeds and barren breeds who came back in groups of 2s and 3s, regardless of the sacrifices we had to make, until they felt the pain and understood the price of returning to their homeland. They admitted the fact that they had lost, and they no longer dared to send people to their deaths. Thales stared at the axe on the wall in a daze. It was hard to imagine that the desert, which was ravaged by wind and sand, was once the most devastating battlefield he had ever fought. Among them, the stupid Cohen was considered an anomaly. Tampa laughed, a noble who was so stupid that no one could bear to attack him. Cohen, Thales was slightly shocked. He fought in the desert? The Purge campaign? Fought. Tampa snorted through his nose, and he seemed to find it rather funny. He was a fighter made of steel. Tampa's eyes were filled with nostalgia. A tough man who was born for the battlefield. In 3 years, he made a bunch of orcs run amok, and they almost died. Why? Thales asked in surprise. Cohen's identity. He was the heir of the noble Caribbean family. There was an entire Walla Hill waiting for him to inherit, wasn't there? How would I know about the nobles who came and went? Tampa laughed. How would I know what was wrong with him? Why would he give up his good life and come to suffer? The image of the stupid man appeared in Thales' mind, and he sank into deep thought. You know, there was one time when we were ambushed. Tampa seemed to be rather sentimental. That gray mixed breed from the Dead Iron tribe swung its chain hammer like a storm. Wherever it went, there were only severed limbs and pieces of flesh left behind. When it brought the mixed breeds down from all over the mountains and plains, Thales thought of the Orc Candarl and the almost unstoppable ambush at night. He instantly felt his heart palpitate. We were killed and scattered. We lost contact with the light cavaliers. We panicked and fled for our lives. Tampa sighed. The stupid man and the others were forced into the inner area of the desert, and we didn't hear from them for half a month. We all thought that they wouldn't come back. The team even collected their belongings. According to Frank, the Baron even had a headache about how to write the obituary for Cohen's noble father. The tavern was still noisy, but Thales only listened attentively to Tampa's narration. The boss let out a long sigh. Then one day, a dozing sentry outside the camp suddenly noticed that in the distance, on the horizon between the setting sun and the desert, a figure appeared. Thales' eyes focused. He came alone, walked alone, swayed, and was covered in wounds. Thales sucked in a slight breath. Cohen, Tampa nodded slowly. All of us in Blade Fang's camp, including Baron William's guards, stood there in a daze. We watched as the noble young master walked over in a daze. He limped, and in his hand he held the ugly head of that damned gray mixed breed, the infamous killer, meat grinder Zysa Undead Iron. Just like that, he walked into the camp in a daze and trembling. He couldn't even recognize the most beautiful woman, Felicia, when she stood in front of him. He just walked forward without stopping. His expression was dazed, and he mumbled to himself until he collapsed. The Baron personally took Zysa Dead Iron's ugly head from Cohen's hands and tied it to the flagpole. Time seemed to have stopped at that moment. Thales and Tampa fell silent. Then the boss grabbed a bottle of wine and took a big gulp from it. From that day onwards, no one in the camp called him young master anymore, and no one secretly spat into his water bottle. Tampa put down the wine bottle, took a deep breath, and sighed. From that day onwards, he became a big idiot. The good warrior of Blade Fang's camp, a real man, Big Blockhead Cohen. Thales did not speak for a long time. He did not expect that the big man, who had a heartless smile on his face and seemed to have a lack of brains, had such a thrilling and passionate past. It's a good story. The prince nodded. It's worth a song for the bards to sing. Tampa snorted softly. Thales did not know if he was in a good mood or if his brain was damaged, but he actually took the initiative to bring a plate of food, put it between him and Thales, and started eating. How is he now? Now, in Thales' mind, he remembered Cohen, who swore in Bright Moon Temple 6 years ago that he would support him to fight his way back to Heroic Spirit Palace. As far as I know, he didn't go home. He's still a police officer in the capital, but I haven't seen him for a long time. The capital? Tampa muttered to himself. I know he's a noble, and nobles are very complicated and have a lot of things to do. He shook his head. I guess that big blockhead also has his own responsibilities and worries. Thales did not say anything. In the end, the boss sighed slightly. I hope he's still a real man, and still as stupid as ever. Thales nodded and finished the slightly bitter beer in his cup. He will be. The prince flashed a powerful smile. And he will be stupid for the rest of his life. Tampa stared at him for a long time, and in the end, he laughed as well. Yes, I hope so. Thales coughed. So, after the war, Cohen went to the capital, and you came to open this tavern? No, I just took over. Do you see the slogan on the signboard at the door? My home has been open for 200 to 300 years. Tampa waved his hand. When you're tired of fighting, an ordinary life is more attractive. Thales snorted sarcastically. Ordinary lives? Believe me, from my experience, and from the people I know, said the prince sourly. A fellow who can be an innkeeper in a place like this does not lead an ordinary little life. Come on, I just gave you your first lesson. Don't take it to heart. Tampa glanced at him in disdain. You're acting like a girl. Are you sure you're not Quick Rope's girlfriend? I just don't like people plotting against me. I could tell from your face that you must have been cheated a lot since you were young. Thales returned him a polite and fake smile and lowered his head to look at his food. By the way, are you going to stay here and not leave? Tampa frowned. You know that you have to pay for this food, right? I'm waiting for Dean and the others. Wait, pay? Thales choked. But you're the one who brought it here. That's why I need you to pay. If you brought it here yourself, why would I need to charge you? Thales stared at the tavern owner, dumbfounded. 1 Mindy's silver coin. Thank you for your patronage, Tampa said with a smile. I'm giving you a discounted price for the sake of the dimwit. After reluctantly handing over a few Shalon silver coins, Thales took a big bite of his food with the feeling that it would be a waste if he did not eat it. He looked at the tavern that was slowly becoming quiet, frowned, and asked, Is it my imagination, or are the customers really getting fewer and fewer? Usually, the later it is, the more people there are in the tavern. But it's different recently. The composition of Blade Fang's camp is complicated, and there's a curfew every night. Tampa yawned. If you wander the streets during the curfew and get caught by the patrolling soldiers, it's the first time many of the temporary recruits come to Blade Fang's camp. They're in charge of defense when the regular soldiers of the royal family are not around. They don't know what it means to turn a blind eye to something. They can either spend money to get rid of trouble or obediently go to jail. Tampa shook his head. Just last month, the famous mercenary group of 100 men, Blood Whistle, had quite a number of them arrested. It's useless no matter what I say to them. Those new troops don't show any mercy at all. Thales frowned. So, you're quite reputable to be able to speak up for those who are in jail? For many years, my home has been providing supplies to the prison of bones. Of course, we have our own ways. Tampa snorted arrogantly. Who do you think got that annoying Quick Rope out of prison? Then you introduced Quick Rope to Dean and got him in a Dante's greatsword. They originally didn't want to take in that brat with a Camian accent. The tavern owner chuckled. But Quick Rope seems to have a friend who knows old Dante's family. So, whether it's Quick Rope or Kant, Thales asked, intentionally or not. Dean was also introduced to them by you? Tampa shook his head. Dean was saved by old Dante in the desert. Many of the people in their team came through this way. It's precisely because of this that Dante's greatsword has not disintegrated after so many years, even after old Dante passed away. Thales was deep in thought. He seems to be very smart. Dean. Tampa agreed with him deeply. Honestly, it's a waste of talent for a person like him to be a mercenary. With his talent and knowledge, if he were in the army, he wouldn't lose to those big-bellied noble commanders at all. In just a few short years, he made Dante's greatsword gain a good reputation. Thales thought of something. You seem to know these mercenaries very well. After all, this is my home. Tampa was rather pleased with himself. Mercenaries will come here to look for business, or rather, business will come here to look for mercenaries. Thales looked around and looked at the fierce customers. He was deep in thought. At this moment, a few armored figures walked into the noisy tavern. Tampa raised his eyebrows. My dear Ricky. The boss happily extended his hand to the customers who came up to him. How long has it been since you last came? It's only been a few months, the mercenary named Ricky said faintly and extended his hand to shake Tampa's. Tampa looked at Ricky with a smile, then looked at a middle-aged man with a saber on his back beside him. A new face? This is Klein from the north. He's a good swordsman, and not just any good. Ricky pointed at him. The middle-aged man nodded slightly at Tampa in a friendly manner. Don't think too much. He's already one of us. He doesn't take private jobs. What a pity. Tampa shrugged regretfully. You know, there are a few businesses that lack good swordsmen. Thales averted his gaze from the middle-aged man. His enhanced hell senses after the battle in the land of barren rocks gave him a rare piece of information. There was a strange and restless power surging in the middle-aged man's body. As he looked at the new mercenaries, Thales suddenly raised his eyebrows. To Ricky's left was a masked man who was staring at the prince coldly. The wrinkles between his brows were deeply furrowed, and he looked a little old. His gaze swept past the crossbow of time beside Thales, and he narrowed slightly. Thales was shocked. As for this person, it's better if you don't know about him. He just came to the camp, but he has a criminal record, and he's not clean. Ricky sighed and shook his shoulder at the masked man on his left. It's not convenient for him to show his face. In the end, the masked man slowly averted his gaze. Thales felt a chill that was etched into his bones from his body. These people are dangerous. Thales suppressed the uneasiness in his heart. Of course, I only care about my business. Tampa raised his eyebrows nonchalantly. How many tables do you want? To talk about business or look for girls? Ricky shook his head. Actually, a few tables won't be enough. Ricky took out a money pouch from his belt and first instructed the others to occupy a table, leaving only the middle-aged man and the masked man behind him. We'll book the whole place tonight. Tampa, I'll give you 2 hours. Empty this place, including your men. Aside from wine and food, don't leave anything behind. Tampa furrowed his brows. But there are still 3 hours before the curfew. Ricky smiled faintly. Then we'll drink until dawn. We won't go out. We'll leave when the curfew is lifted the next day. Tampa narrowed his eyes at him. Impossible. The tavern owner shook his head firmly. You know, I still have to do business. I still have to deliver supplies to Bones the next morning. Ricky put the money pouch on the bar counter. His smile remained. 20 gold coins for one night. You have to know, we have dozens of people. Tampa's expression froze. This is my home. He raised his head and became serious. We have our principles, so we gave you 2 hours. Ricky still looked like he was very easy to talk to, but he did not back down. 30 gold coins. We need your place to talk about something. Tampa glanced at the money pouch and shrugged. We also need to close up and rest. It's impossible for us to stay open so late for you. The middle-aged man behind Ricky smiled. But the slogan on your sign is never close up. Tampa looked at him. You know, since ancient times, if the words written on slogans are true, the tavern owner raised his finger. Then it won't be written on the sign. The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows. Makes sense. As if he could not bear to watch them dawdle, the masked man took a clean step forward, took out another money pouch, and threw it on the bar counter. 50 gold coins, no more. Asterisk slap. Asterisk Tampa snapped his fingers fiercely. Deal. He put away the money pouch. Beside him, Thales sighed and rolled his eyes. I knew it. Ricky shook his head and walked towards one of the wooden tables with his companion in resignation. What's wrong? Did he get some big business? Tampa, who had just negotiated a good price for the entire place, looked at Ricky's back with a grin. Are you going to party for a night? On the contrary, Ricky did not even turn his head around. After tonight, we will leave Blade Fang's camp. You saw it yourself. The Constellatiate army is being sent to the desert like it's free. There's no business here. Tampa shrank behind the bar counter and shook his head regretfully. Is that so? That's really bad news, for both you and me. Thales looked at their backs and asked in puzzlement. They are blood whistle. Before he could finish his question, Tampa said slowly, like Dante's greatsword, they are also mercenaries. Just like Dante's greatsword, they're also mercenaries, but you'd better not provoke them. It's a group of 100 people, and there are 200 to 300 people from top to bottom. There are more than 100 fully armed warriors on the battlefield alone. They're not peasant soldiers. Each of them is like Dante's greatsword, professional killers. They only take on jobs related to war or the business licensed by the royal family's merchants. Even the Baron thinks highly of them. Blood Whistle, a group of 100 men. Thales was shocked. He looked at the people from Blood Whistle, and he somewhat understood where that astonishing, murderous aura and sense of threat came from. From Dante's greatsword to Blood Whistle, they all gathered here. Thales was deep in thought. So, the area around the desert is indeed a mercenary's paradise? Paradise? Tampa paused for a moment. It used to be. The boss sighed and said, about 20 to 30 years ago, when I was still a young fool, and I didn't even get shot in the knee. That was the golden age of mercenaries. Constellation's army behaved themselves. The tribes in the desert had their own principles, and there was an endless stream of merchants, adventurers looking for treasures, smart bounty hunters, and priests who worked hard to spread their religion. Everyone was looking for opportunities here. And now, Tampa shook his head. Even someone as smart as Dante's greatsword suffered heavy losses, and even someone as strong as Blood Whistle has to find another way out. Times are changing, Thales said quietly. So is the world. Yes, 20 to 30 years ago, Constellation's army could not venture into the depths of the desert. There was yearning and nostalgia in Tampa's eyes. This was the privilege of adventurers and mercenaries. They set out with great passion, and when they came back alive, they would tell stories about their legends, or wait for bards to compose poems and sing them to the world. I still remember that at that time, there was a very powerful mercenary group around the desert. They traveled from Bladefang's camp to the three kingdoms of the Mystery Sea, from Rewilbin to Steel City, from Dragon-Kissed Land to Thornland. Whether it was the desert, the forest, the lake, or the river, their footprints were all over these mercenaries' paradises. I also once wanted to join them. Is that so? Thales was absent-minded. He saw Dante's great sword coming down from the upper floor. That mercenary, what's their name? Tampa was immersed in his own world and sighed. Speaking of names, they only had 9 people in the beginning, so they gave the group a stupid name. Chapter 390. As the curfew approached, there were fewer customers in the tavern. The mercenaries from Blood Whistle came to my home in 2s and 3s. It seemed like they were going to get drunk tonight. Dante's great swords came down the stairs one after another. Louisa and Old Hammer greeted Thales before they left. Simon and Mickey, on the other hand, had no intention of paying any attention to him. They walked straight out of the tavern. When Dean went downstairs, he was stopped by the people from Blood Whistle. "Hey, Dean." Ricky snapped his fingers and raised his glass at the bald mercenary. "I heard that you guys ran into trouble outside." His words attracted everyone's attention. Usually, I might say that we're okay. Dean walked down the stone stairs step by step. He looked rather solemn. But now, I guess there's not much point in denying it. He glanced at the 2 rather serious mercenaries beside Ricky. "Yes," Dean said flatly. "We ran into trouble." The mercenaries in the tavern fell silent. They looked at each other worriedly and doubtfully. Ricky furrowed his brows. "So the rumors are true. Williams and his dogs are out again. What is it this time? The second purge? Going north to fight against Extet? Supporting the Alliance of Freedom? Or is the King of Constellation displeased with the Tower of Eradication and is determined to get rid of them? Do you think it's possible for them to hire a 100-man regiment to fight? Or only capture the Suicide Squad in the Prison of Bones?" As Thales listened to Ricky's description of the Baron and the Stardust Unit, he could not help but raise his eyebrows. Obviously, the mercenaries did not have a good impression of the Baron from Bladefang's camp. Dean shook his head. "I'm not sure, but if I had to say, they're serious this time. As for hiring, I don't think they're lacking in soldiers. Ricky." Dean had a warning look on his face as he looked around at the other members of Blood Whistle. Even Blood Whistle can't stop the charge of just 10 armored cavalrymen. I think they have at least 1,000 cavalrymen. When the horses speed up, They don't care which side you stand on. Dean looked at his companions with a warning look on his face. Ricky was silent for a while and exchanged glances with his friends. 1,000. Ricky shook his head and pointed at the bar. I'll keep that in mind. We've been having a bad time lately. What do you want to drink? Rye? Old beer? Blood grapes? Don't tell me it's Chaka. But Dean simply waved his hand and refused. No, we've been through enough in the past few days. Ricky lowered his finger. Dean, if you think... He looked at Dean with a serious expression and the corners of his lips curled up. Blood Whistle will always welcome you. We are about to relocate, and we are lacking a leader here. Perhaps someone with a higher position? Dean spread his hands. It was obvious that this was not the first time he had encountered such a conversation. Thank you, but I already have a captain. Ricky burst out laughing. Taking orders from a woman, Dean. The mercenary from Blood Whistle laughed and gulped down a mouthful of wine. One day, you will die in her hands. The mercenaries next to them jeered. Maybe he died on top of her, or inside. Everyone in the tavern roared with laughter. Dean only shook his head nonchalantly. He waved goodbye to Ricky and went up to Thales. Thales put down his wine glass, raised his head, and asked, "Is it over?" Dean sighed and nodded. Probably. It's not a happy conversation in the team. We've lost too much. What about you, Waya? The mercenary asked. Do you have any clues about your family? Probably. Thales exhaled and answered him in the same tone. I'll familiarize myself with the environment and deal with some matters. I'll set off to look for them tomorrow. Deal with some matters sounds good. Dean raised his eyebrows. What about tonight? I don't know yet. Maybe I'll ask Tampa for a bed. Thales said and glared at Tampa fiercely. As long as I have enough money. Tampa flashed his teeth happily. Dean also smiled. You heard it too. Blood Whistle has booked the entire tavern. The bald mercenary looked at the people in my home. Come with me. We've rented a small house nearby. It used to be the team's temporary station, but it can at least let you live for one night. As he stared at Dean's expression, Thales had a thought. He slowly clenched his fists, then relaxed them. Thales flashed a smile. Sound good. Anyway, I have nowhere else to go. Dean raised his hand and gestured that they could leave. Thales walked down the bar counter and picked up his luggage. Hey, Dean. Thales shook his head at Tampa, then turned his head around and said seriously, Thank you for everything from the desert to here. Dean stared at him for a few seconds. You're welcome. I'm also planning for myself. Dean sized him up and said in a joking tone, You're a noble. Maybe you're quite rich, aren't you? Thales smiled in response. But before that, Dean frowned and looked at the other side of the tavern. Why do you drink so much? Thales followed his line of sight. Quick Rope staggered over and fell on a table, causing the guest to look at him in an unfriendly manner. We've run into too many people in the desert. Thales sighed softly. Yeah. Dean's frown grew deeper. For a newbie who's only following a group for the second time. Just as the customers were about to roll up their sleeves and give Quick Rope a night he would never forget, Dean turned and walked toward him. Come on, give me a hand. We can't leave him here. Thales shrugged and followed Dean. A few hours later, Thales lay straight in the small house belonging to Dante's greatsword. He felt the hard bed pressing against him and stared at the moonlight outside the window with a dumbfounded expression. The mercenaries' encampment was indeed not that great. There were 4 beds in a small room. The walls were made of clay, the roof was thatched, and there were sand, dust, and spider webs everywhere. The fence door looked like it was going to fall apart when it was pushed and pulled. Even the simple toilet outside the house reminded Thales of the time he spent in the abandoned houses. But at least it was better than sleeping in the wild. 10 meters away, Quick Rope's heavy breathing traveled into his ears. It was mixed with drunken talk and sleep talk from time to time. Dean slept in the room next door. Old Hammer went to look for his old buddies whom he had not seen for a long time. He reckoned that he would drink until dawn. Mickey never liked to stay in a crowd. The Baron Bone people, who were few in number in the camp and were regarded as enemies, had their own places to go. As for Louisa, according to Dean, she went back to her mother and stepfather's house. Thales took a deep breath. He could not believe it. He escaped from Dragon Cloud City, passed through the great desert, even though it was only a small part of its periphery. He went through the Black Track, the Star Killer, the Raven of Death, hunger, loneliness, heat, cold, orcs, and mercenaries, and finally arrived in Constellation's territory. He was back. Thales looked at the bleak moonlight above the border of the desert, and sensed the rare peace in Blade Fang's camp during the curfew. Quick Rope turned over and fell to the bottom of the bed. But he was still mumbling something and did not wake up. Thales let out a long breath and sat up. With Hell's senses, Dean's breathing in his dreams could be heard clearly in the room next door. In the dark, he watched Quick Rope's silhouette form a complicated K on the floor. He smiled and shook his head. These people, mercenaries, what kind of life is that? Thales thought in a daze. The prince took 2 slow breaths. In the next second, he grabbed his luggage and the crossbow of time by the wall and stood up quietly. He carefully stepped over Quick Rope's body and pushed the door open without making a sound. He walked through the small, simple, and dilapidated hall and pushed open another door. Before him was a strong, bald man with his arms crossed was lying on his side on the bed. His chest rose and fell evenly, and his breathing was soft. He slept soundly, unlike Quick Rope next door. Thales closed the door and walked to the man's bed. The prince stared at him for a long time without making a sound. It was so long that the moonlight began to move. Dean's breathing was still deep. Finally, Thales' expression slowly turned cold. He looked at Dean's broad back and slowly extended his hand. He reached for his waist. He pulled out JC's dagger. The blade shone with a faint, cold light. Thales could not help but frown a little. 6 years. This sharp dagger, given to him by Jayla, had been with him for 6 years. Quide, the Blood Clan, Dragoncloud City, the Calamities, Lampard, the Great Desert. Over the past 6 years, no matter what kind of danger he faced, every time Thales stretched out his hand to touch the dagger and felt its cold and tough texture, he would feel an inexplicable sense of security. It was a power that made him clench his teeth, stiffen his shoulders, and face everything in front of him. But that was all self-defense. He was forced to counterattack and fight back. But this time, today, Thales suddenly realized that when blood flowed over the dagger's blade, the surface of the blade revealed more than just its name. It was also its nature as a murderous weapon. Every time Thales mustered up his courage and determination to stab his enemy with the dagger, he would remember the feeling when he used JC to take away a life for the first time. Hot and slippery blood flowed over the gauntlet, gushed onto his forearm, flowed to his chest, and shot toward his head. However, none of those feelings were as real as they were now. It's so easy to take away a life. It's not that I haven't killed before. On the contrary, I've killed quite a lot of people. Thales thought quietly. From his life in the abandoned house in Lower City District, to the assassination on King Street, to the bloody battle of life and death in the Great Desert. But for a long time, he had deliberately ignored the feeling of killing someone. He had no choice, did he? Kill or be killed. Thales raised JC gently, narrowed his eyes, and aimed the tip of the blade at Dean's neck. With Hell's senses, the blood in his carotid artery surged vigorously, forcefully, and full of life. Thales continued to raise the dagger and aimed it at Dean's neck. His face was expressionless. I have no choice, he told himself in his heart. With a simple stab, he could negate the other party's meaning, strip away their existence, and make their value in continuing to exist in this world disappear without a trace. He would be gone, dead, and would never appear anywhere in front of anyone at any time. Just like what Quick Rope said, he would no longer have thoughts, feelings, or consciousness. Nothing would be left behind, and he would not know anything. He would completely disappear. From then on, he would lose all possibilities, all development, and all future. Thales snapped out of his daze and looked at the sleeping, living person in front of him. All he needed was a gentle stab. Everything about the other party would immediately disappear. As for the blade wielder, he, Thales, could obtain many things. Revenge? Benefits? Or simple satisfaction? Or the pleasure of killing the other party and eliminating the unhappiness, frustration, hurt, and pain he felt from the other party, along with the other party's existence, and venting all his frustrations. Or the pleasure of calculating the achievement of his goal after eliminating the other party and the great profit, or the feeling of power, authority, and dignity of controlling life and death, toying with other people's fates and deciding everything. Thales glared at Dean's neck and trembled slightly. I have no choice, he told himself for the third time. It's another necessary killing, that's all. Is it? Pleasure. Quiet's ferocious and hateful face flashed across his mind. Pleasure. King Nuvin's confident smile flashed across his mind. Authority? This time, Chapman Lampard's cold and ruthless expression appeared before his eyes. Thales took a deep breath and moved the dagger to the best angle to stab it. For the pleasure of revenge, for the pleasure of benefits, for the sake of T authority, who cares? With just a gentle stab, everything will be over. As long as I kill him, I don't have to worry anymore. At that moment, a pale and terrified face appeared before his eyes. It was a face from a long time ago, so long that Thales almost forgot about it. It was Kellett, one of the people in the sixth house. That pitiful child bravely rushed out at the last moment of his life, just to protect that little girl. However, Thales shuddered slightly. He seemed to have returned to that night. That damned Quide laughed as he slit Kellett's neck. The child's face was full of fear, but the murderer's face was filled with absurd and disgusting satisfaction and excitement. It was probably the same for Quide. With just a gentle stab, that kind of pleasure, another face appeared before his eyes. It was a little girl who stood in the Hall of Heroes in Dragon Cloud City. She had her arms crossed, feeling wronged. There was a hint of arrogance on her face, and she looked a little delicate. She was an annoying little girl at first glance. Alex Walton, an innocent child who was born into sin. Her upturned mouth was eventually replaced by the painful spasms and contorted cheeks after she drank the poison. Thales stared blankly at the sleeping Dean. In front of his eyes were King Nuvin's cold smile, Merc's despairing cries, Nicholas' expressionless indifference, and Little Rascal's frightened sobs. It was the same for King Nuvin. With just a cup of wine, the humiliation and hatred of the past were settled. That kind of pleasure. Thales gently closed his eyes. Dean's neck disappeared before his eyes. Dragon Cloud City from 6 years ago appeared from the darkness. In the ruined and burning Shield District, corpses were strewn all over the ground, and there were endless wails. In such a scene, the Archduke of Black Sand Region, a terrifying man with a cold expression, coldly wore the blood-stained crown. Under his feet, the Born King's head rolled into the dust and fell among the countless corpses in Shield District. There were civilians, nobles, craftsmen, farmers, and white blade guards. Don't be cold, Chirin, don't be cold. Humans are animals. They will slowly get used to many things, such as indifference, and certain things that we know are inappropriate. Once you relax and get used to it, you will no longer feel the difference between yourself and the outside world, and you will no longer be able to find your original self. Hang in there, Chirin, don't compromise. Don't let this world hold you captive. Oh my lady, why did you suddenly become so Wu Chirin? Is it really good to criticize yourself? Besides, isn't this the forte of your profession? Starting from an angle that you have never seen before, shocking your established knowledge, refreshing your worldview, breaking the wrong and superficial understanding that you originally believed in without thinking, and even treated as supreme dogma. You will discover that certain things are actually so ridiculous, and that the way you viewed them before was also so unreasonable. You will reveal a brand new world to yourself. Discover the principle that you and the world do not know about daily use, and sublimate yourself from there. After hearing your vivid description, I suddenly feel like I'm so great. Hey, there's no other way. After being with me for a long time, even if you're as stupid as SpongeBob, you'll still slowly sublimate yourself. Right? So, can we go now? Don't touch my head anymore. Your cat is in your own house. You can touch it for free, and you don't even have to stand on your toes. We've already donated money, so there's no need for us to stand in front of this donation box for 5 minutes, right? My Comic-Con, let's go, let's go. Thales opened his eyes abruptly. In the silence, Thales panted softly. He was drenched in sweat, and his expression was one of struggle. JC was only a palm away from Dean's carotid artery. He gripped the hilt of the dagger tightly in his hand, and the tip of the blade trembled continuously. F*CK, F*CK. A long time seemed to have passed. He sucked in a deep breath and slowly exhaled. No, the prince put down the dagger tiredly. Thales touched his damp forehead and bit his lower lip with great difficulty and pain. In the end, he put away the dagger and took one last look at the sleeping Dean. The prince was like an ascetic believer who had gone through a great ordeal. He slowly turned around and faced the door with a bitter expression. However, when Thales took the first step to leave, why? The sudden voice made Thales' hair stand on end. Why did you give up? Thales closed his eyes and heaved a heavy sigh. He turned around. Under the moonlight, he could vaguely see that Dean had sat up and was leaning against the wall. He was staring at him coldly. Stabbing your enemy in the back and getting rid of him before he sees you is always the best choice, the bald mercenary said faintly. He bent one leg and placed it on the edge of the bed. He placed his right elbow on his knee, and the axe was right beside his hand. Or perhaps, do you have to capture me alive? Thales stared at the mercenary with great difficulty. You're awake, he said bitterly. What else can I do? Do you think I should let my guard down completely and put my life in your hands? Dean sneered and said, Who are you? Thales opened his mouth, but he did not know where to start. Or should I ask you directly? Dean flicked the axe next to his hand, his gaze sharp. Who sent you here? Thales fixed his gaze on him. His gaze was conflicted. Finally, Thales slowly exhaled. He put away his complicated expression and returned to his most indifferent and cold expression. Dean, right? You were saved by old Dante from the desert a few years ago, and since then, you became one of them. And before that, Thales stared back at Dean coldly. You're just an ordinary mercenary, but you're literate and knowledgeable, the prince said softly. You're from Northland, and you're able to wield your axe perfectly. When you're fighting against the orcs, your feints and feints remind me of another famous white blade guard from Ekstedt. Dean did not speak. His gaze was focused on the axe beside his hand. The house was silent under the moonlight. The curfew on the streets made the surroundings so quiet that it did not seem like the Western Front line, but a countryside. Not only that, you also know quite a bit of the orc language, and it's far from the level of "you're good, you deserve to die, I'll kill you" that soldiers only learn after they encounter them. Thales continued. That requires a rather long period of systematic learning. You even shave your head, as if that can hide your hair color. Dean was expressionless. He raised his left hand and touched his head. Thales stared straight at him. Your understanding and knowledge of the country's affairs and political situation are far from the level of a rash soldier who only knows how to make a living and run his business. Even Tampa says that it's a waste for you to be a mercenary. Even the people from Blood Whistle want to recruit you. Thales took a deep breath, and with great difficulty, he voiced his greatest suspicion. Dean, mercenary Dean, don't you think that these characteristics are too obvious on one person? His voice echoed in the small room, and it was clear. Time seemed to pass. Dean raised his head and met Thales' questioning gaze without flinching. Obvious. Disdain and anger appeared on Dean's face. So who sent you? He asked bluntly. Lee Span? Or the White Blade Guards? Thales' gaze froze in midair. Or someone else? Under the moonlight outside the window, Dean spoke slowly, and his gaze became more serious. The order you received was to find me, or to kill me. Thales frowned deeply. He continued to stare at Dean motionlessly. Even Mickey said that it was a mistake to follow Tormorden on this trip. He's not a good trading partner, and Constellation's lockdown order is even more inappropriate. Thales did not answer. Instead, he continued softly, but you still came out, and you brought the mercenaries with you. Why? This is not in line with your usual shrewdness and sagacity. Dean clenched his fists. Is it because you know about the Alliance of Freedom, the storm that Extet and Dragoncloud City are going through, and because you're worried about your hometown and country? That's why you took the risk to go north, just to confirm it? Dean did not speak. Thales spoke again. Answer me, Dean. Thales sighed. Are you him? This time, Dean raised his head slowly. Him, Dean said flatly. Who? You know who I'm talking about. Dean smiled. He slowly raised his arm and pointed at Thales. You're also very suspicious, aren't you? A person came from the north and mysteriously fell in the desert. Dean tilted his head and swept his gaze over Thales. In his hands was a military crossbow that was obviously not owned by a commoner, and a sharp dagger that could cut through metal like mud. Thales felt his back and waist tense up. Your words and actions are very orthodox, very polite, and you pay attention to details. At first glance, I can tell that you're a well-educated person. This is also the reason why no one wanted to talk to you a few days ago. Maybe except for Quick Rope. He's just a hothead who's afraid of the sea. And you're very smart. At least, the identity you've fabricated matches your words and actions. At first glance, it seems quite reasonable. Dean sneered. But what's strange to me is that you're different from most nobles. Whether it's hot sand or cold, firm rocks, you can lie down without any problems and fall asleep easily. Jerky that has been dried for a few months, coarse bread that's so hard you can't bite into it, stewed vegetables with a fishy smell, burnt food. No matter how disgusting the food is, you can swallow it smoothly and eat it as if it's normal. It's just like you're used to it. At least, it's not like the lords in the castles I know. So, either you're born into a nouveau riche family, and you haven't had the time to become like the big, stupid, and selfish bastards in the castles who are becoming more and more stupid with each generation. Dean narrowed his eyes, and his expression was solemn. Or there must be a wise person in your family who has accumulated experience, knowledge, time, or experience. He chooses to mold the next generation into a man through cruel hardships instead of using food and fences to raise you into a fat pig. Thales did not move and listened quietly. And why a Casso? Dean sneered, but his gaze on Thales was as cold as ever. Next time, when you tell another Northlander your name, it's best not to use the same surname as the cunning fox of Constellation, Gilbert Casso. Thales moved slightly. That year at Broken Dragon Fortress, that Constellatiate man came alone. Under the angry gazes of the common elected king of Extet and the 6 archdukes, he spoke frankly and argued passionately. In the end, when he signed the peace treaty, he was quite famous. Dean's lips curled up. I'm sorry. Thales shook his head regretfully. It's my first time running away from home. Many things happened suddenly, and I'm a little nervous. Dean's gaze flickered. So who are you? He asked softly. You're only a teenager, but you have extraordinary agility and sharp reflexes. I suspect that you're a coming-of-age killer who could persevere without wetting his pants when he faced the terrifying orcs for the first time. Sekka? Dean lowered his head and hid his expression in the darkness where the moonlight could not shine. According to what Tormodin said, those Constellation Cavaliers were after you? Thales breathed slowly. He clenched his fists tightly and put them down gently. Listen, I didn't want to make things so complicated. The Prince of Constellation spread his palms and said in his calmest and most serious tone, I could have found the army in Blade Fang's camp a long time ago and let them take action, but I didn't. I waited until now. Dean nodded slightly, and the corners of his lips curled up into a smile. So you do have a high status, and you have a close relationship with the officials. The bald mercenary snorted. But you hid your name until now, just for me? Thales ignored the other party's words. I only need you to answer a simple question for me, Dean, he said flatly. Dean stared at him with interest. What a coincidence. The mercenary nodded. Me too, Waya. There was silence. In the suffocating silence, the two of them stared at each other in the dark and airtight house. Then, Thales spoke again. So, Dean, the Prince of Constellation cleared his throat and finally asked his last question in a serious and cautious manner. Are you Mariah Walton? The capricious prince who escaped from Dragoncloud City 6 years ago? Dean did not answer, nor did he move. He did not even spare a glance at Thales. He only stared at Thales coldly. "What about you, Waya?" He spoke slowly and raised his head slightly, letting the moonlight shine on his distinct facial features. "Should I call you Thales Jadestar?" Thales tensed his muscles. Chapter 391. The moonlight shone through the window, which was only sealed with a few wooden strips. The image of the mercenary in his 30s was reflected in Thales' eyes. His beard was unkempt, his gaze was indifferent, his posture was relaxed, and there was a hint of a cold smile at the corner of his lips. His leather armor was fastened to his upper body, and he did not take it off even when he slept. It was mottled, and it looked like it had been weathered by the years of running around with its owner. Tied to the leather armor were all sorts of tools that mercenaries carried with them: knives, scissors, bandages, hemostata powder, ropes, flint, and tinder. How did he survive all these years? From a prince too, Thales looked at him quietly, at the man who looked like he had experienced a lot and had a tough face. "So it's really you? Your Highness Mariah?" he asked faintly. Silence. Still silence. The man in front of him did not move. It was as if this was just a dream. With his hell's senses, the dust-covered, simple house appeared deserted and silent. Only quick ropes breathing, which came from the other side of the wall, reminded Thales that everything in front of him was really happening. "Although I heard from Archduke Poffret a long time ago, I should say the former Archduke Poffret, that you wanted to be a mercenary," Thales said quietly. "But I really did not expect." Dean cut him off. "Mariah Walton." The bald mercenary's expression did not change. He shook his head gently. "This name has not appeared for a long time. Since 6 years ago, its owner died in an assassination attempt. Why are you so obsessed with a dead man?" Thales took a deep breath. "The black track," the prince said softly. "How does it feel there?" "What?" Dean furrowed his eyebrows. Thales smiled. The especially urgent experience of escaping from Shield District and Dragon Cloud City appeared before his eyes. The wheelchair veteran who did not speak his mind, the profound old crow, the careless Taylor Sykes, and the sneaky coachman Kevin. It made him feel sentimental. "When I was still in Dragon Cloud City, I heard from Gleeward's idle chatter that 6 years ago, they also received a business to bring people through the black track. The employer was very generous, 300 gold coins as a reward." Dean's expression slowly became solemn. 300. This is not a small number. Thales sighed and said, "Just for a trip out of Dragon Cloud City." Dean said nothing. "But here comes the problem," Thales continued in the dark house. "A person who can take out 300 gold coins in the blink of an eye must be someone with power, influence, and wealth. There aren't many people like that in Dragon Cloud City, but I can count a few of them. Camus merchants, bureaucrats, and nobles from Axe District or Spear District, suzerains with rich fiefs, and even the former disciplinary officer, Vlad, who monopolized the black market. But for such a person, no matter who he offended in Dragon Cloud City, there must be many ways for him to leave the city to seek refuge. Why must he choose the most expensive, difficult, farthest, and most troublesome one?" Thales stared at Dean intently. In the darkness, he could sense that Dean's breathing had started to rise and fall. Unless, Thales took a deep breath, unless this person provoked and faced that supreme force of power in Dragon Cloud City. Dean slowly lowered his legs from the bed and stared at Thales with a solemn expression. In the face of King Nuvin's pursuit and the eyes and ears of the entire city, all his power and influence were insignificant. All his channels could not be used. He could only go to the area where the commoners and the poor gathered to look for the local bully, the stubborn and boorish lame veteran, who was known to dislike King Nuvin. He left the city through a secret passage that ordinary people could not even imagine. Thales' gaze became sharper as he stared at Dean. And 6 years ago, who exactly was the person with such extraordinary status that the entire Dragon Cloud City was pursuing him with all its might? The corners of Dean's lips curled up into a faint arc. The black track, Gleeward. The mercenary mulled over these words. "I see. So, you also escaped from that old soldier's channel?" He stared back at Thales. "You also used the entire western front line, or perhaps the entire military force of Western Desert Hill, to enter the Great Desert to cooperate with you? Thales did not answer him. The prince's expression at that moment was especially difficult to understand. So, you've been hiding in this mercenary team all this while? You put down everything, abandoned everything, including your father, your bloodline, you're to come here and become an ordinary mercenary? Why? At that moment, when Thales stared into Dean's eyes, what appeared before his eyes was King Chapman in the carriage. Walking away is not escaping. Being weak and running away is not freedom either. But he will, after we find him. Dean was silent for a few seconds. I do what I do best, that's all. Dean sneered and shook his head. Just like you. Thales exhaled heavily and frowned. Mariah, do you understand your current situation? Mariah is already dead. This is what I know. Dean coldly rejected him. And no matter who tells you that he is not dead. Thales raised his voice and interrupted him. If Mariah is dead, then there will not be so much trouble. The prince said solemnly, but if he is still alive, even if it is only for one day, he will still be King Nuvin's descendant, the first heir of Dragoncloud City and the Walton family. His existence, and even his possible return, will be a powerful challenge to the ownership of Dragoncloud City. Do you know what this means? The mercenary's chest began to rise and fall. He lowered his head and said faintly, Let me guess, someone does not like this fact and does not like the meaning behind it, right? Thales chuckled softly. Dean raised his head. His gaze was clear. Then, is it the new Archduchess of Dragoncloud City? I heard that you have a good relationship with her. Thales' gaze froze. Or is it Lee Span, who is actually in power? Dean gritted his teeth and said coldly, Or perhaps it is the new king who hates the Walton family to the core? Thales sighed slowly. Perhaps it is all of them, the teenager said seriously. Your niece, Saroma Alex Walton, her position will be in jeopardy because of your existence, and your cousin, Chapman Lampard, does not wish to see a strong and powerful male heir take over Dragoncloud City. You are a threat. Dean froze. So, it is true that someone knows that Mariah is still alive? The mercenary said slowly. You, Thales Jadestar, no matter who you work with, are here to kill me or capture me to eliminate the threat. Everything around them seemed to have frozen. In the darkness, there were only two pairs of equally sharp eyes, one green and the other gray, staring at each other in silence. Dean's gaze was slightly lighter than King Nuvin's in Thales' memories. It lacked that inexplicable pressure, but it carried a strange meaning, like an owl hiding in the darkness. Thales could not help but frown. That's right. Once I kill you, all the hidden dangers will disappear, Thales said softly. By capturing you, I will obtain an excellent chess piece as a bargaining chip when I fight against Extet in the future. The temperature between them seemed to have dropped below freezing point in an instant. Then Dean spoke slowly. Then what are you waiting for? A rarely seen, stern expression appeared on the mercenary's face. His palm touched the handle of his axe. You have the entire camp to back you up. Your Highness. The dead silence in the room reached a new stage. Even through Thales' hell's senses, Quick Rope, who was sleeping soundly next door, seemed to have slowed down. But the dead silence only lasted for a few seconds. In the dark room, Thales closed his eyes and sighed softly. He slowly retreated until his back was against the wall. The sheathed JC pressed against his lower back. Thales gritted his teeth quietly. No, he spoke with difficulty. But the moment he spoke, Thales felt as if a heavy stone had been lifted from his heart. No matter why you left, and no matter why you came back, Mariah. The Prince of Constellation quietly opened his eyes. Go. The bald mercenary Mariah was slightly stunned. Go, Mariah. Disappear from our sight and never come back. Thales said flatly. Mariah stared at him for a long time. His gaze was frozen, and he did not say a word. After a long while, the mercenary from Northland slowly lowered his head. Why? His voice became very deep and hoarse. When it rang out in the darkness, Thales could not help but think of the former Archduke of Black Sand region. The Chapman Lampard who had not yet become the king of Ekstedt, but had already experienced many things. A few days ago, you had the chance to return to the army loyal to you and order them to arrest me, but you did not. You had the chance to attack just now, but you turned around and left. Mariah enunciated each word clearly. Now, you have the chance to capture me, but you let me go? Why? His voice became urgent. Thales leaned against the wall and slowly withdrew from the rather uncomfortable hell senses. He snorted softly. Maybe because you saved my life? Thales curled up the corners of his mouth. There was a slight melancholy in his heart. And I know how to repay favors. Mariah shook his head slowly. Don't make me laugh. He raised his gaze and stared straight at Thales. In the Game of Thrones, the favor of saving one's life is insignificant. You must have another reason. Definitely. Thales frowned and froze. Why? The teenager quietly said, Why do you care so much? Mariah raised his eyebrows. His expression was rather cold under the moonlight. Since you left without a care for anything 6 years ago and abandoned all of Dragoncloud City, Thales continued, Why do you care about my reason 6 years later? Mariah was silent for a while. Left without a care for anything, was it? He smiled a little dazed. Do all those who know that Mariah is still alive think of him like this? It's really sad, Mariah muttered. Thales did not speak immediately. He observed the former prince of Ekstedt's expression and reaction. But Mariah immediately shifted his gaze back to Thales. But you still haven't explained why you let me go. Thales pursed his lips. This man, 6 years ago, I went to Ekstedt because of your death, Mariah. I know everything about you. He sighed softly. I know that you learned martial arts from Nicholas and observed King Nuven's methods in Heroic Spirit Palace. I know that you were friends with the former Concré Pofrit. I also know that you are tired of political struggles and have dreamed of becoming a mercenary since you were young. Once he said this, Mariah's face was expressionless. But Thales felt inexplicably uneasy. But the arrow was already nocked, and it had to be fired. He suppressed the uneasiness in his heart and continued. I even know that you have a lover of low status who might be a prostitute. I also know that King Nuven was extremely dissatisfied with her, and you had a huge fight because of it, right before you went south as planned. Mariah raised his eyebrows. But I didn't ask you why you abandoned your status as a prince and ran away from home. Thales fixed his gaze on him. Why do you have to ask me why I let you go? I just left, Thales said in a low voice. Isn't it good to live freely outside? Mariah did not speak for a long time. The way he looked at Thales made the latter feel rather uncomfortable. My identity was exposed. Finally, the bald mercenary with an extraordinary background slowly opened his lips and said, And someone knows that Mariah is still alive. So I want to know why you're chasing after me. If you are really that Archduchess friend, then you have no reason to let me go, unless this is your next trap. His gaze was burning, and he was very vigilant. A hint of uneasiness surged in his heart. Thales frowned and sighed again. The prince who has been wandering alone for 6 years, because of Lampard. Thales finally made up his mind. He nodded and said, If I kill you, Lampard will have one less problem. He can continue his rule without fear. But I don't want him to live too peacefully. We are enemies. Thales stared at Mariah. Letting him know that you are still alive will help make that conceited kinslayer king restrain himself a little, maintain his wariness and propriety. It will also help keep his evil claws away from Dragoncloud City. As you said, Saroma is my friend. That's it. Is that enough? Mariah's gaze changed. He lowered his head. As if he had understood something, he nodded slowly. So, it's Lampard, our dear new king. He is the one who knows that Mariah is still here. Mariah seemed to be deep in thought. And he told you, hoping that you can help him enter deep into Constellation's territory and completely eliminate me. This can explain a lot of things. And where did he find out? Thales frowned again. That's not important anymore. A hint of impatience rose in his heart. He gritted his teeth and said, Now go. Disappear. Before I change my mind. In the next second, Mariah suddenly raised his head. "What about you, your highness?" Mariah's expression was very serious. His eyes shone brightly. "After you let me go, you will return to the garrison officer in the camp, find your army and warriors, and even find the secret intelligence department," he asked tentatively, "and come to catch me." Thales sighed helplessly in his heart. Why is this guy so talkative? He's also paranoid. I really shouldn't have become a mercenary. I'm suitable to be a spy. The teenager had no choice but to say with a straight face, "I told you that I will let you go, so I will let you go. Forget Blade Fang's camp. Even the secret intelligence department will not know of your existence." Thales took a step forward and walked in front of Mariah. In the most serious tone, he said, "And I will keep my promise, Thales Jadestar's promise, the second prince of Constellation's promise. You are the son of the late King Nuvan, and also a Northlander. You know how much weight these words carry to us." Mariah stared at him for a long time. He shook his head and said slowly, "So you will still go to them and return to Constellation's embrace?" Thales frowned slightly. He felt that something was wrong. Mariah raised his head and smiled under the moonlight. "I find that you are very different, Thales, especially when compared to others," he said softly. "Very different." Thales was stunned. Mariah narrowed his eyes. "For example, compared to your reputation, you are very naive and very self-righteous." Thales was stunned. But in the next moment, Mariah put his legs down from the bed and stood up. "All right, I'm leaving. No matter what, Your Highness." He lowered his head to look at Thales and extended his palm. "Thank you." The two princes stared at each other. For a very long time, Mariah's gaze was shrewd and smiling. Thales' gaze was solemn and serious. In the end, Thales curled up the corners of his lips. The teenager raised his eyebrows and nodded. He also extended his palm and held Mariah's hand. "No, we are even now." Thales accepted the other's thanks and sighed. "You saved me in the desert." But in the next moment, bang, Thales felt pain in his arm and fell towards the bed. The sin of Hell's River sensed danger. Thales, who was considered to have been through hundreds of battles, gritted his teeth in shock. He instantly entered Hell's senses. He felt Mariah's footsteps flicker. He had already grabbed his right arm and arrived behind the prince. By the looks of it, he wanted to completely pin Thales' hand behind his back and force Thales to kneel on the bed. The extremely shocked and furious Thales summoned the sin of Hell's River. His right arm withstood Mariah's strength and shook off his grip. Bang. Thales' back hit the bed violently. The prince hastily extended his hand and wanted to pull out JC, but Mariah was faster than him. At some point in time, a small knife appeared in Mariah's left hand and was pressed against Thales' throat. "If you move a finger, Your Highness," Mariah's expression was cold and terrifying at that moment. He pressed Thales against the bed, increased the strength of his grip, and threatened coldly, "Your blood will be like that of those orcs irrigate the earth." Chapter 392. Before he pushed open the door to Dean's room, Thales had thought of many possible scenarios. The current situation was one of them. The suspicious and ruthless mercenary prince showed an uncooperative attitude, treated him as an enemy, and kept his guard up against Thales. But the prince's reaction was a little too much. "You didn't have to do this." Thales stared at Mariah and felt the faint prickling pain in his neck. In shock and bewilderment, he raised his hands and gestured to his opponent. He calmed his breathing and suppressed the surging sin of Hell's River. He suppressed the thought of fighting back with everything he had. "I said that I would keep my promise and let you go. No one will target you, and you won't be in trouble." "You said?" Mariah's voice sounded a little strange. It was calm and cold. "This doesn't sound like a strong guarantee." Mariah did not completely suppress him, but the knife in his hand accurately and skillfully stuck to his artery. Thales could even clearly feel the surge of blood in his neck. Damn it. The Prince of Constellation tried his best to remain calm. The luggage on his back was pushed against the bed, and it hurt his back. But the former Prince of Eksted's paranoia and vigilance made him extremely uneasy. It was as if Mariah had changed into another person. It was as if the former mercenary Dean, who had a cheerful smile and an easygoing personality, had died, and the one who came back to life in him was another cold-blooded and cruel person. Thales even felt a little regretful. Perhaps he should have gone to the army in the first place. Even if he did not have to deal with those annoying officers in the Great Desert, he could at least go to the Constellation Army in the camp, and then come here safely to face Mariah, who might be there. But Thales shook his head in his heart and chased this thought out of his mind. No, I can't. What other guarantee do you want, Mariah? My life. If I really wanted to deal with you, whether it was in the Great Desert or now, I could have gone to my army. With them as my trump card, I could have killed you or let you go with a single word. Thales tried to figure out Mariah's mentality and thoughts. But I didn't, and the reason I did it, Thales gulped, and his neck felt a prickling pain. No matter how I deal with you, Mariah, once I use the army and the power of the kingdom, your identity can no longer be kept a secret. The Prince of Constellation took a deep breath and tried his best to pull his neck back. No matter what I say, even if I give an explicit order to let you go, the Secret Intelligence Department or other people with ulterior motives will notice this mercenary that the prince has his eyes on. They will thoroughly investigate his background, his details, and his secrets until the truth comes to light. Mariah continued to stare at him. His eyes reflected the thin moonlight and shone with a cold light. From his expression, Thales saw a hint of coldness and ridicule. The feeling of unease grew. If the Secret Intelligence Department finds out about your identity, the first heir to Dragon Cloud City who should have died, Thales gritted his teeth. They won't let you go. If you fall into the hands of the Secret Intelligence Department, everything will be irreversible. This is something neither you nor I want to see. Thales gasped. He remembered things that were even deeper and further away. If Mariah fell into the hands of the Secret Intelligence Department, that girl in Dragon Cloud City, then it would only be a matter of time before her identity, her bloodline, and the truth of that night were exposed to the Black Prophet, Thales thought bitterly. At that time, her fate might be 100 times worse than being threatened and controlled by King Chapman. At least Chapman still cared about the legitimacy of his throne and more or less protected the Archduchess' fragile status. As the head of the Secret Intelligence Department, Murat Hansen was not Thales. The old man in black with the cane did not have much of a relationship with the Archduchess. As the creator of Dragon's Blood, the Black Prophet would never care if the poor girl was chopped into pieces or beheaded as long as there was profit to be made. That girl, the girl in the library, the girl with the glasses, the girl who was brought out of Heroic Spirit Palace 6 years ago because of me and returned to Heroic Spirit Palace because of me. The girl who risked her life to stop the vassals for me on the day of the council hearing. Thales felt that the pair of glasses in front of his chest had an extraordinary weight. Mariah's pupils slowly focused. You don't seem to trust the kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department that serves you? These words reminded Thales of 6 years ago. He remembered Dragon's Blood. No, I can't. Thales clenched his fists. The Secret Intelligence Department could not know about Mariah. He could not risk the destruction of Saroma by asking the army to deal with this matter. Everything that happened in the Hall of Heroes that night must remain a secret forever. King Nuven is dead. Nicholas and Leespan must also shut up. As for King Chapman, Thales thought coldly. No one will use this secret to create a second Dragon's Blood. Thales calmed his breathing and forced an ugly smile. Trust is a rare thing in this era. Mariah's expression changed slightly. But why do you trust me? He asked softly. The knife in his hand changed its angle, but it was still pressed against Thales' artery. Because you have no other better choice, Thales said slowly. Listen to me, Mariah. Leave now and pretend that nothing happened. From now on, conceal your identity. Stay away from Lampard's minions and the Secret Intelligence Department site. At least you will have freedom. I believe that is something you cherish. This time, Mariah stared at him for a long time, but he did not loosen his grip. Thales stared back at him, hoping that he would regain some of his rationality. In the end, Mariah laughed. Ha ha, his laughter was cold. It made Thale's nerves, which had eased after much difficulty, tense up again. But what was scary was not Mariah's laughter, but what he said next. "You misunderstood, Your Highness," Mariah said slowly, enunciating each word. "What I asked just now was, why do you trust me? It must be Mariah Walton." Once he said this, Thales was stunned for a full 3 seconds. "What?" he said. The night in Bladefang's camp was rather quiet. The heavy fortresses blocked the wind and sand and also blocked the transmission of sound. At that moment, the atmosphere in the small room was frighteningly silent. Thales stared at his opponent in disbelief. "I don't understand," he said subconsciously. Mariah snorted coldly. "Of course you don't understand." The mercenary's gaze was sharp, just like how a fish on a hook doesn't understand why there is a hook in the bait. Thales' hands trembled. "Wait." The prince glared at Mariah, who held his life in his hands, and felt a chill run down his spine. No. He finally realized that he had made a fatal mistake. "It's too obvious," Thales mumbled. He stared at Mariah in front of him in a daze and remembered a suspicious point that he had ignored for a long time. "It's too obvious. Your hair, the color of your eyes, your mannerisms, your political views, the orc language, your axe skills, and your identity as a mercenary. Even your Northlander background and accent." A cold sneer appeared on Mariah's face. The Prince of Constellation sized up this mercenary in shock. His brain started working, and he thought about things that he usually did not pay attention to. He remembered their first meeting. From then on, this excellent and outstanding mercenary led Dante's greatsword to negotiate, fight, and survive in the complicated and vast desert. He lived a colorful life as a mercenary. He was even slightly famous. "It's too obvious." Thale's pupils focused on the man. His heart raced, and his breathing became rapid. As a mercenary, you run around all year round, running back and forth openly. But you don't hide, or even have no scruples. Thales shuddered at his own thoughts. You're practically telling the few people who know that Mariah is still alive that the prince is here. This is not something a person who has been on the run for many years would do. "Mariah? No, it should be Dean." His smile remained. "And your reaction after you were seen through is also problematic." "No, you're not him." Thales stared at the man in front of him, and his face suddenly turned pale. "You're not Mariah Walton," he said in a daze. The moment he finished speaking, the house was as quiet as ever. The moonlight was cold, and it shone on Dean's face, making him look pale and ghastly. The first thing that rang was his low and intermittent laughter. Dean's shoulders trembled slightly, but his hand that held the knife was as steady as ever. The bald mercenary said flatly, "No, I'm not." Thale's breathing stopped for a moment. "I just didn't expect you to be so interested in Mariah." Dean held the knife in his left hand steadily and said softly, "In the original plan, I would have had to spend some effort and pay a price to get you out of the heavily guarded army." Thales took a deep breath. He did not even care that his neck might be in danger if he made too big of a movement. He could no longer care that much. At this moment, his heart was already filled with shock and regret. "Why?" Thales' chest heaved. "Who are you?" Dean shook his head and sighed softly. He lowered his body and drew close to Thales' face. He used the knife to suppress the possibility of his target resisting. "At first, when I was sent to carry out this mission, I was full of confidence. Only the most talented and capable person can obtain the honor of going deep into the enemy's territory and come into contact with the deepest and most unpleasant secrets, to find the prince who should have been dead for a long time." Thales was stunned. Carry out the mission, go deep into the enemy's territory, to find the prince who should have been dead for a long time? He is, but as time passed, the search was fruitless day after day. Year after year, there was still no news. Dean's voice was exceptionally cold. It was as if Mariah had vanished from the face of the earth. Whether it was the 3 kingdoms of the Mystery Sea, Bramble Land, Dragon Kiss Land, Camus Union, or the Great Desert, I searched all the places where mercenaries could be found, but I could not find any trace of him. I used every method possible to figure out his psychology, behavior, and goals from all the known information. There was deep hatred in Dean's words. For countless days and nights, I lurked in places filled with spies from the Secret Intelligence Department and Constellation's forces. I carefully hid myself and racked my brains to find Mariah. Nothing. Dean gritted his teeth. There were no clues at all. I was in despair. Thales's breathing trembled. With the sin of Hell's River, the prince forced himself to calm down and reconsider his current situation. So, Thales furrowed his brows tightly. So, you just... Dean looked at the incredulous Thales with a smile on his face, as if he was enjoying the pleasure of this moment. So, when I was at my wit's end, I turned myself into Mariah. The mercenary gritted his teeth. I imitated his appearance, copied his words and actions, learned his mannerisms, and even his thoughts and personality. A prince? A Northlander? Learned the orc language? A student of the Star Killer? A mercenary? A whore who liked the lower classes? His words became more hurried, and there was deep hatred and indignation hidden in them. I treated his wish as my wish, and his actions as my actions. I went to the places he was most likely to go, did the things he was most likely to do, and hoped to find something using the suspicious identity of Dean, to understand something, or to lure out those who were interested in him, to see what clues I could get from them, or even to lure out Mariah himself. Dean's raised voice came to an abrupt halt. His expression was obscure and pained. But I still failed. Nothing, the suspicious mercenary said hatefully. Other than a few spies who were suspected to be Northlanders, there was still nothing. During these 5 years, I was like a headless fly, a blind cheetah, and a stiff sand snake. I struggled in pain and hopelessness in all the places where Mariah might appear, Meng Chao said in a low voice. As long as there was no good news, as long as there was no trace of him, and as long as I did not complete the mission, I was trapped here. I could not go back, I could not leave, and I could not break free, he stared at Thales. For a whole 5 years. Do you understand? Thales slowly calmed down. So, everything is clear now. The person in front of me is... Dean sneered and said, I've had enough of this endless and fruitless pursuit. I wasted my years and talents, which should have been promising, on sand and swords. The look in his eyes changed. But at this moment, you appeared. Dean stared at Thales with a fanatical look, and the muscles on his face contorted inch by inch. My savior. Thales stared at him with a dazed expression, but his right hand quietly moved to his waist. But the experienced mercenary noticed it. The knife in his hand moved slightly. Thales had to raise his head to prevent it from cutting into his artery. At the same time, he sighed and lowered his right hand. So, you've been eyeing me since the moment we met, the prince said in annoyance. He only snorted coldly and shook his head. At first, I wasn't sure who you were, especially when we first met Constellation's army. You never revealed your identity. Even after we arrived at Bladefang's camp, you didn't show any signs of wanting to look for reinforcements. This made me even more suspicious. Maybe you're not who I think you are? Dean did not care about Thales' petty tricks. I had no choice but to suppress the urge to attack time and time again. My probing had to be done at the right time. I was hiding here, isolated and without help. If I was the slightest bit careless, I would be doomed eternally and drowned in the Secret Intelligence Department and Constellation's army who would come after hearing the news. Until tonight. The house was still quiet, but the atmosphere was completely different. The cold-faced man suppressed Thales. Turning the first night, the mercenaries returned home into a night full of conspiracies and dangerous conflicts. You were a spy, a scout, a secret agent, or something else, Thales said indignantly. You are not here for me. Dean raised his eyebrows. No. He shook his head, feeling rather satisfied. Escape Thales, you are a pleasant surprise. Perhaps you're not my first target, and you're not the mission I have been hiding here for, but there is no doubt that you are a ticket. You are my special permit to jump out of this bottomless quagmire. Thales closed his eyes and exhaled in pain. Haha, now it seems that King Chapman and you both know about Mariah. He will not be satisfied, Dean said in a low voice. But I caught you. At least this makes sense. I can finally leave this place. Thales thought of something. Wait. He opened his eyes, and with the knife on his neck, he spoke with difficulty. Her? Thales asked in surprise. Did you say her? Yes, my dear Prince Thales. Dean nodded slightly, and a cold smile appeared at the corners of his lips. He lowered his upper body a little and put on a non-standard bow. Secret room greets you. Thales did not answer. His sighs were all buried in his chest. There was a long silence between the man and the teenager. After a long while, Thales exhaled. What do you plan to do? Knock me out and take me away? Where do you want to go? Don't forget that this is Blade Fang's camp. Are you going to take me west and north to the desert filled with Constellation's army? Or are you going east and south to Interconstellation's territory? Dean shook his head. The situation here is indeed not good, but there will always be a way. Thales snickered. So, not only are you not Mariah, but you're also a spy sent to search for Mariah. He frowned slightly. But, my dear Dean, do you really think that I would be so stupid as to risk my life and come at night to confront you without any confidence? Dean's smile froze. Have you not thought about it carefully? Thales said softly, How did we meet? Dean was slightly stunned. But at this moment, something unexpected interrupted the confrontation between the two of them. Asterisk thud. Asterisk there was a soft sound. The bright light shone into the dark room and clearly illuminated the two people on the bed. Thales and Dean turned their gazes at the same time. They saw the drunk mercenary, Quick Rope, holding an oil lamp and standing at the door with a dazed expression. He was still in the position of pushing the door open. Both of them were stunned. Quick Rope yawned loudly. His eyes were still drowsy. I'm sorry, Dean. I didn't want to wake you up. I just wanted to take a dump in the middle of the night and came to get something to wipe my butt. Quick Rope mumbled, Those bottles of alcohol are killing me. A second later, he saw Thales, who was suppressed by Dean on the bed, and he was instantly dumbfounded. His mouth was even bigger than an egg. Under the duo's incredulous gazes, Quick Rope quickly covered his eyes. He stuttered and said in a panicked tone, Don't worry, I didn't see anything. I mean, you can continue. I swear I won't say anything to Louisa. Quick Rope covered his eyes tightly and stepped into the room carefully, as if he was afraid of disturbing something. He touched a broken cabinet beside the bed. So where did you put the things? The two people who were in a tense confrontation on the bed finally reacted. They fought to speak. Quick Rope, it's not what you see. Dean frowned as he pressed Quick Rope down. Waya is very suspicious. I suspect he might be... No. Quick Rope, I'm Prince Thales. He's a Northland spy. Thales, who was pressed under Quick Rope, said with great difficulty, Hurry up and find the camps. Dean exerted a little force on the knife in his hand, and Thales' words were stuck in his throat. Quick Rope covered his eyes and moved slowly to the cabinet. Wow, role-playing? Interrogating the prince? The mercenary smiled awkwardly. You guys sure have a lot of tricks. Chapter 393. Asterisk crackle. Asterisk in an instant. The light, which was a little dazzling, was extinguished with a loud noise. Asterisk thud. Asterisk the dull sound of a human body crashing into each other could be heard. In the darkness, Thales's senses amplified his perception of light, but before he could notice what happened, he felt his neck loosen. Dean's knife left his artery and windpipe. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the knife fell to the ground. Thales desperately moved an inch backwards, as if he was clutching at a life-saving straw. He touched his throat in shock and tried his best to breathe under the soothing effect of the sin of Hell's River. Asterisk thud. Asterisk the sound of the bed and the wardrobe colliding was clear, accompanied by the sounds of a fierce struggle. No! In the next second, when Thales raised his head, he was shocked to find that the bald mercenary's neck had been seized by a pair of arms that had come from behind him and was being dragged backwards. Dean clung to the bed and stomped on the ground to maintain his balance so that his opponent would not drag him down. At the same time, he turned his head back in shock. Quick Rope, what are you? He couldn't go on, because at some point in time, Quick Rope's arms were already locked tightly together. He was strangling Dean's neck. Thales watched this incomprehensible scene in shock. With Hell's senses, he saw a quick rope stick to Dean's back with a resolute expression. He used his left arm to lock the latter's neck, withstanding Dean's struggle and resistance. His eyes shone with a rarely seen vigor. Under Dean's incredulous expression, the calm quick rope locked his left arm around his right elbow and pressed his right palm against the back of the mercenary's head. You know, Dean, quick rope was practically pressed against the back of Dean's left ear. He spoke coldly with a tone that Thales had never heard before. Most of the information about Mariah Walton in the outside world is wrong. Dean's face contorted in pain as he withstood the great pressure on his neck. But as experienced as he was, he instantly moved. At the same time he let go of the bed, he pushed his legs against the ground and fell backwards. Asterisk bang. Asterisk quick rope's back crashed into the wardrobe. But quick rope still locked his opponent's neck. The two of them were still inseparable. From Thales' perspective, quick rope's entire body was pushed against the wardrobe by Dean, and his legs were even off the ground. Thales was so shocked that he forgot to breathe. This wasn't the accident he had imagined. No, he did learn some skills from the Star Killer, but his results were terrible. Quick Rope's face was contorted. He clenched his teeth tightly, as if he was bearing the weight of 1,000 pounds as he spoke. The doubt on Dean's face slowly disappeared and was replaced by surprise. No, no. During the fight, Dean, whose face was red, clenched his teeth and swung his elbow fiercely backwards. Boom! The muffled sound of bodies crashing into each other could be heard. Quick Rope trembled slightly, but his expression did not change at all, as if the heavy blow was just an itch to him. Dean's face became redder and redder. His eyes were wide open, and his cheeks were struggling. In the next moment, Quick Rope clamped his legs together and clamped down on Dean's waist from behind. He might yearn for the life of a mercenary, but he's definitely not a legend who has gone through hundreds of battles like in novels. Quick Rope's expression became more solemn and fierce. His arms, which were locked around Dean's neck, trembled slightly. They were like taut bowstrings, and he could vaguely see the great strength in them. Thales watched the scene in disbelief. He had long since held JC's dagger in his hand, but the two people who were fighting against each other and his chaotic thoughts made it difficult for him to make a decision. The tip of the dagger kept swaying between the two people who were swaying violently. He might have received a lot of education, but his orc language is terrible, and he doesn't know how to scheme. Quick Rope still clenched his teeth and locked Dean's head and neck. His right palm moved forward, and his left arm moved backward. As he pushed and pulled, he maintained a strong pressure on the mercenary's neck. On the other side, the bald mercenary's struggles became weaker and weaker. His elbows struck and scratched backwards in vain. They rubbed and collided violently between the wardrobe and the human body. His legs exerted force a few times, and he slammed the enemy on his back against the wardrobe. But these methods did not affect Quick Rope's resolute gaze and his killing moves. A few seconds passed. The anger and hatred in Dean's eyes gradually disappeared and were replaced by fear. And Quick Rope did not let go. He did not. His expression was still firm, and he held onto his opponent's vitals. It was as if he was holding onto a lover who would never let go. It was as if he was holding onto the end of the world. And her, the woman he likes. Quick Rope lowered his head and said laboriously. His tone was filled with pain. As if he had realized something, Dean raised his head in fear at the last moment and looked at Thales, who held the dagger in front of him. At the same time, Quick Rope also raised his eyes and looked at the Prince of Constellation. Thales was under the gaze of two pairs of eyes. One of them was filled with incomprehensible regret, and the other was filled with grief, apathy, and determination. Finally, after a fierce struggle, a terrifying, muffled sound spread in the room. Asterisk crack. Asterisk Dean's expression froze at that moment. His hands fell limply to his sides, and his legs slowly went limp. With Quick Rope on his back, he slowly slid down from the wardrobe. The victor had been decided. For a time, there were only two breaths left in the room. One was cautious, and the other had just survived a disaster. That woman. Quick Rope lowered his head and hid his expression in the shadows. She's not a whore. He panted, and there was a slight tremble in his voice. She's not. Quick Rope still held onto Dean's body for a few seconds, even though the other man's widened eyes had lost their luster. Then, Thales exhaled slowly and put down the dagger. Quick Rope, this strangulation technique. Thales gulped. His throat was dry. Where did you learn it? Quick Rope seemed to have suddenly snapped out of his stupor and came back to his senses from the life and death fight. He first sighed, then the corners of his mouth curled up, and he snorted lightly. Judging by your expression, Thales, you already know, don't you? Thales stared blankly at Quick Rope, who was sitting on the floor. He watched as he slowly let go of his arms and legs, and broke free from Dean, who was no longer breathing. A shocking answer rose in his heart. No, war is the art of deceiving the enemy. Thales mumbled to himself. Thales mumbled to himself. Not long ago, at the southern border of Extet, at the land of barren rocks in the city of faraway prayers, he saw a rare, exciting, and unforgettable thrilling battle. The Star Killer against the Raven of Death. At that time, in the darkness, Quick Rope forced out a soundless laugh. What you used just now was the inextinguishable flame Turin's favorite strangulation technique. Thales stared in disbelief at Quick Rope, who was slowly getting up. He watched as he swayed and held onto the cabinet. It was only used by the white blade guards of Dragon Cloud City during King Nuven's era inheritance. Thales tightened his grip on the dagger in his hand. His gaze was locked on Quick Rope's body. The cheerful, happy, greedy new mercenary who never forgot to promote his small business. You. Thales' tone was bitter. In the next moment, Quick Rope stretched his limbs and took a few deep breaths, as if he had been freed from the tense and sorrowful state of the battle just now. It's time to reintroduce myself, Thales. With the bright smile he wore when they first met in the great desert, he extended his right hand to Thales. The Prince of Constellation looked at the other man's palm hesitantly and took a step back. With indescribable emotions, Thales sized up the person in front of him. This young man, who looked to be less than 30 years old, had freckles all over his face, red hair, and a Camian accent. Regardless of his appearance, behavior, or any other angle, he first awkwardly retracted his palm and wiped it on his body as if he was trying to dispel his mockery. Then, he smiled and said, Mariah Bertram Nuvenwalton, also known as Quick Rope. At that moment, absolute silence ruled the room. Dean lay quietly on the floor. Quick Rope smiled without saying a word. Thales froze on the spot. For a few seconds, only the moonlight cared about this small world. Thales stared at the man in front of him in a daze. This was the first man he saw after he woke up in the great desert. Quick Rope, Mariah, and Dean from the secret room. How could this be? The doubts and puzzlement in his heart did not diminish. In fact, they became even more conflicted, mixed together, and chaotic. You know, Quick Rope snorted softly and poked the body on the floor. When I was helping an unscrupulous owner of an aphrodisiac run his wares, I heard him say that there was a group of powerful mercenaries around the 3 kingdoms of the Mystery Sea. One of them was quite knowledgeable and had unique skills. By the looks of it, he might be a Northlander of noble birth. Quick Rope shrugged and looked at Dean's lifeless eyes. He sighed softly with a subtle emotion. To a certain extent, his strategy was right. It's just that he suffered a loss in information. There was still silence. In the next second, Quick Rope patted his butt and stepped over Dean's body. His smile was bright and cheerful, as if he was not the one who ruthlessly killed Thales just now and mourned in silence. In the face of the acquaintance who had just helped him out of trouble, Thales vigilantly took a step back. His gaze swept past Dean on the floor. By the way, I'm going to take a dump. With the help of the moonlight, Quick Rope turned around and took out a roll of rough hemp rope and leaf paper from the cabinet. His smile remained, as if he did not care about Thales' reaction. He happily handed over a roll of hemp rope. Don't worry, you don't have to queue up. There are 2 pits. But Thales stared at him with a complicated expression. He did not speak. JC was still in his hands. No one knew how the Prince of Constellation felt at that moment. In the silence, Quick Rope seemed to have finally realized the atmosphere in front of him. He sheepishly took back the hemp rope. Haha, just kidding. Quick Rope exhaled and stuffed the hemp rope and leaf paper back into the cabinet in resignation. He raised the low-quality oil lamp, which had been extinguished for a long time. Smile, Thales, smile. In the suffocating silence, the Prince of Constellation finally retracted his gaze and spoke with great difficulty. Why? Thales felt as if he could hear the friction in his throat due to dryness. Why? But Quick Rope interrupted him. He still laughed cheerfully, and simply, as if he could solve all the problems he encountered. Why? Because he, Quick Rope, the real former Prince of Exstead, King Nuvan's son, Maria Walton, flashed his white teeth at Thales, who was immersed in an inexplicable emotion. Because life is heavy enough, Thales, especially for you and me. Quick Rope wore a bright smile that made people think. You have to smile. Only then can you make it lighter. Chapter 394. Don't worry, the others in the team won't be back tonight because of various things. Quick Rope lay on the bed casually and swung his wrist, which was sore from the intense fight just now. If I had to guess, Dean deliberately lured them away, and his target was you. A broken animal oil lamp illuminated the mercenary's hut. Dean's body had long been covered with a rough cloth, and he lay quietly on the ground. Thales sat cross-legged on the ground, leaning against the corner of the wall. He watched Quick Rope, who was lying comfortably on the bed, warily. After a long while, Thales, who had finally sorted out his thoughts, spoke softly. What's going on? Why? Why are you here? What's going on? Quick Rope put his hands behind his head and stared at the mottled ceiling. It's what you see. I always thought that aside from some old people in Dragon Cloud City, no one would know that I'm still alive. Quick Rope gestured at the body covered with a rough cloth with his chin, until this guy appeared. His tone was still relaxed, as if he was on a sunny day without any haze. The secret room is always pervasive, right? My father and Soria don't like Madame Calshon, so I kept my distance from her. Thales glanced at Dean on the ground. He subconsciously clenched his fists. I don't understand. He turned to Quick Rope and asked the biggest question he had. Your hair color, your Camian accent, and your age. Quick Rope snickered. Did you know that Camus Union is a magical place? There are all kinds of cities, all kinds of races, and all kinds of strange customs. The former prince sighed. And on the sea route they opened, the Sante Archipelago in the southwest of the peninsula produces a magical dye. The local tribes use it to dye their hair and even apply makeup, and it won't fade for a month. I only need to worry about the roots of my hair. Thales watched as Quick Rope ran his fingers through his red hair and frowned. As for the accent and age, perhaps you haven't noticed it yourself, Prince of Constellation. Quick Rope turned his head sideways and smiled at Thales. But to me, you've been in the North for 6 years, and now you have a Northland accent, and you don't look like a simple 14-year-old boy. He arched his shoulders. Thales lowered his head in silence. Are they all fake? The Prince of Constellation asked in a bad mood. Since the beginning of the Great Desert, the Quick Rope who told jokes, the Quick Rope who fooled around with the others, the Quick Rope who fought for the rights of his dead companions, and even the Quick Rope who couldn't write. You've been acting all along? Quick Rope's expression became gloomy. No, he said expressionlessly, resting his head on his hands. It's not all fake. You know, when a pampered and disheartened prince walks out of the castle, the first thing he discovers is that the outside world is not as beautiful as he thought. The poor quality light slowly dimmed, and the room became dark again. Thales did not move. As a result, on the first afternoon that stupid prince arrived in Camus Union, the city of 1,000 sails, Valir gang, he was cheated out of what little savings he had left. By the way, the 300 gold coins to cross the Black Track was ridiculously expensive. He had no choice but to sell himself to a long-distance ship to embark on a maiden voyage that he had never dreamed of, opening an unprecedented chapter in his life. Quick Rope said in a daze, in these 6 years he abandoned a lot, but he also learned a lot. When he said this, Quick Rope snorted softly. When I first went out to sea, the bosun was a hot-tempered man, and he always pointed at the sail ropes that were not tied properly or should be loosened, and shouted at me, "Hurry up, rope." His tone was filled with emotion. Just like that, I got the first nickname in my life. Thales still leaned against the corner of the wall with a solemn expression. Then, Quick Rope's next sentence traveled into his ears with a slightly downcast tone. "And not some bullsh *T born king." Thales furrowed his brows. He suddenly thought of King Nuven, but he realized that no matter what, it was difficult to connect him with the optimistic and open-minded Quick Rope, who was strangely complicated. "What kind of nickname will you get, Thales? Have you thought about it?" Quick Rope suddenly asked with great interest. "King of adventurers? King of hostages?" Thales snapped out of his daze and sighed softly. "Mariah, I got it." In the darkness, Quick Rope's voice rose and fell slightly, and there was a hint of smugness in it. "King of misfortune." Quick Rope's chuckles rose again. Thales did not respond. Then, Quick Rope's laughter slowly faded away. "Why? 6 years ago," Thales asked hoarsely. "Why did you leave?" This time, the room was silent for a long time. Quick Rope sighed softly, like a prisoner who was being judged and prepared to face his fate. "During the first few years, I asked myself this question countless times." Quick Rope's voice rose faintly. The answer was different every time. But in the last 2 to 3 years, the answer gradually became clear. In the darkness, he slowly sat up. His clear eyes sparkled slightly under the moonlight. "Because it was my choice." Thales' breathing became faster. King Chapman's words to him and his evaluation of Mariah appeared in his mind one by one. Everything he experienced 6 years ago also flashed before his eyes as if it happened yesterday. "But you left so irresponsibly." Thales subconsciously gritted his teeth. "You left your country, your people, your family." Quick Rope's silhouette trembled slightly under the moonlight. "Do you know how much Dragon Cloud City has suffered because of your disappearance? Do you know that your willfulness almost caused the 2 countries to fight each other and caused countless deaths and injuries? Do you know what kind of fate your decision caused me, Lampard, Saroma, and your father, King Nuven, to face?" At that moment, Thales felt as if he had returned to the underground tomb of Renaissance Palace. He heard that heavy, awe-inspiring, and slightly powerful voice. "Fate will prepare you." In the past 6 years, there was blood, death, betrayal, murder, politics, helplessness, powerlessness, helplessness, and regret. If this is the prince's fate, Thales' emotions became more and more chaotic. But in the face of fate, the person before me, how is he? "My father." Quick Rope spoke hoarsely, interrupting Thales' thoughts, which he did not know whether it was jealousy or indignation. 6 years ago, when he was about to die, how was he? Thales was slightly stunned. Nuven VII, the born king, the apathetic old man who rubbed his ring. "All these years, all I heard were rumors. But you were there, Thales," Quick Rope said faintly. There was a barely noticeable tremble in his voice. "You were there. For a moment. Only their breathing could be heard in the house." Thales was silent for a while. Dragon's blood. That night 6 years ago was too unforgettable. I don't know how to describe it, but at that time, finally, Thales sighed and suppressed the indignation that had suddenly welled up in him. He was not bad. Nuven still retained the domineering and awe-inspiring aura of the born king. He told Quick Rope about the past, as if he was telling the story of his family to a son who did not return home all year round. At that time, he had just punished Beacon Illumination City and united the forces of the other archdukes. Black Sand region was nothing to worry about. Thales pondered and said, and he survived the Calamities crisis, witnessed the return of the Queen of the Sky, and was thinking about teaching the Calamities who broke his toys a lesson. The prince said dejectedly. He even planned everything and planned the future of the Walton family in Dragon Cloud City. And the future of the Prince of Constellation. Quick Rope smiled. He's still the same. His tone was nostalgic, but there was an almost overflowing melancholy in his voice. He controls everything in his hands. Thales nodded. That was how he was before he died, the last King Nuvan, the prince said with difficulty, until he did not continue. Is that so? Quick Rope took over his words. His tone was unclear. Thales sighed and said, Don't worry, everything happened very quickly. In an instant, he passed away without feeling any pain. There were 2 seconds of silence. Is that so? Quick Rope leaned against the wall and hugged his knees tightly. What about Dragoncloud City? Thales' breathing froze for a moment. Really? The prince asked with faint resentment. You're asking me. The Calamities came to Shield District and fought against the Queen of the Sky until dawn. There were many casualties. After the king died, rumors spread everywhere, and order was in chaos. The army of Black Sand region entered the city at night and met with Lisbon soldiers. Thales took a deep breath and spoke, as if he was listening to a stranger tell an unfamiliar story. The White Blade Guards suffered heavy losses. Nicholas led the last of his men and fought back desperately. Thales' tone became more and more anxious. Lampard occupied Heroic Spirit Palace for a time. The 5 archdukes held each other's future and lives in the Hall of Heroes. Their hands were on the hilts of their swords, and it was a battle of life and death. Archduke Rockney and Archduke Alceus even drew their weapons and planned to fight to the death against Lampard. Castle and Merk? Countless people died in that damned tug-of-war. With every word he said, Quick Rope's shadow trembled. In the end, Alex Walton inherited the throne with great difficulty under heavy pressure and under their malicious gazes. In the end, Thales widened his eyes and stared at the figure on the bed. Under countless hateful gazes, Chapman Lampard wore a blood-stained crown, stepped on countless corpses, and was crowned king. He was Chapman the First. Quick Rope exhaled heavily. Over the past 6 years, Dragoncloud City has been in turmoil. The Archduchess qualifications have been questioned, the vassals are in conflict, the king harbors malicious intentions, the suzerains are eyeing me with hostility, and I've been trapped there as a hostage and a chess piece until now. That's the answer you want. Are you satisfied? Thales said coldly. Mariah Walton, the one who evaded responsibility and caused all this. Quick Rope did not speak for a long time. More than 10 seconds later. So this is the answer. Thank you. Quick Rope answered weakly. I regret it. Thales frowned. You regret it? The Prince of Constellation sneered. That's your kingdom, your city, your hometown. And you regret it? Quick Rope shook his head. Thales. His tone was a little gloomy. When you told Dean that you didn't want to ask so many questions and that you only wanted me to disappear forever, I thought that you would at least understand a little. Quick Rope seemed to have lost something. His tone was listless, but there was an indescribable sadness in it. Thales took a deep breath. If you were still around 6 years ago, if you had at least chosen to return to Dragoncloud City after you avoided the assassination, Quick Rope raised his head swiftly. That won't change anything, he said coldly. Thales was stunned. It's still the same. Conspiracies, tricks, politics, interests. Quick Rope said through gritted teeth, whether it's Dragoncloud City or Ekstedt, whether it's Lampard or the Waltons, nothing has changed. Thales stared at him in a daze. Of course I know that the casualties are great and the price is high. Quick Rope said sadly, this is the struggle for power. You accuse me of bringing disaster to myself by evading responsibility. But how do you know that if I were the Archduke of Dragoncloud City or even the King of Ekstedt, I would have caused fewer deaths than I do now? Would the disaster I caused be smaller than now? Would the crimes I committed be lighter than now? Would Dragoncloud City be luckier and more stable than now? Thales clenched his teeth. You don't know, Thales. Quick Rope said coldly. Do you think that the disasters and calamities in Dragoncloud City and the upheavals and drastic changes in Ekstedt were really just brought about by Lampard's conspiracies, my willfulness, or my father's loss of control? He straightened his back from the wall. My father, the born king, intimidated the Western Peninsula when he was alive. He subdued the feudal vassals, used all his military might to build a military empire, and pushed Dragon Cloud City's prestige to its peak over the past 3 generations. He planted fear and obedience in and out of the kingdom. Quick Rope's tone was cold. However, this meant that he was destined to become someone's enemy, the Archduke's enemy, the noble's enemy, the Western Peninsula's enemy, and even the commoners under his rule. Even if there was no Lampard, no secret room, no bloody year, even if there was no Soria's accident, even if there was no me running away, there would come a day when these enemies would use other faces and roles, such as Rockney, Letko, Trentida, and even his most trusted subordinates. They would be played by another group of people who were dissatisfied with him, and they would come back and drown the throne of Dragon Cloud City. King Nuvin's enemies, Thales was deep in thought. The people who were responsible for the Night of Dragons blood 6 years ago appeared before his eyes. The Archduke of Black Sand region, who was forced into a corner, the fickle Marquis of Camus Union, the secret room that was hidden in the deepest corners, the forces of the black market in the gutter, and even the Supreme King of Constellation. Even a commoner like Glee Ward, who had risen to power, scoffed at his king and treated him with disdain. And King Nuvin only had half of Dragon Cloud City by his side. My father's death was not due to the failure of some strategy, an accident, or someone's stupid actions. Quick Rope's tone was filled with grief. It was because he climbed too high in this era, and too many people wanted him dead. Thales was stunned. For countless days and nights, when he recalled the dragon's blood 6 years ago, Nuvin's miscalculation, Lampard's ruthlessness, the secret room's treachery, the secret intelligence department's secrecy, and the Archduke's schemes appeared in his mind. But there is only a thin line between extreme prosperity and extreme decline. This is the general trend. Thales. Quick Rope's tone became more and more anxious. After returning from the sea and narrowly escaping death, I understood that history is not controlled by individuals like us, who seem to have high statuses and extraordinary power. Instead, it is determined by the world's countless unstoppable waves, unfathomable whirlpools, tides that shake thousands of miles, and trade winds. If the tide is stopped, no matter how sturdy a warship is, it will still be crushed to pieces. If it is set to sail with the wind, no matter how fragile a sampan is, it will still be able to travel thousands of miles. In front of it, even the mightiest of heroes will be powerless, and even the most insignificant commoners will be able to reach the top. Too many people only see conspiracies and schemes, open strife and veiled strife, heroes and bandits. But in the face of a raging tide, an individual is too insignificant. There is actually very little that we can do. No one can go against the tide and turn the tide. That is just an illusion that we have for those who have surfaced at the end of the tide. Forget about my father. Even if the King of Renaissance and the Dragon Knight King are reincarnated, it will be the same, even if my father succeeds in handing the throne to me. His voice trembled slightly. I can see it very clearly. No matter who sits on the throne, Dragon Cloud City is destined to decline after reaching its peak. No matter who leads the kingdom of the Great Dragon, Extet will also have its ups and downs. Quick Rope stared at Thales silently. Just like the royal bloodline that runs through your veins, just like the once insufferably arrogant empire. Thales subconsciously clenched his fists. Do you think that Dragon Cloud City is in a precarious and unstable state because of an archduchess? Do you think that it is definitely a bad thing? Quick Rope lowered his head. How would you know that if the current Dragon Cloud City after King Nuvin was still inherited by a legitimate male descendant and still held the authority of the born king, then the new king and the old suzerains would not deal with Dragon Cloud City with pressure and tactics that are 100 times more terrifying than they are now? Like ants nibbling away at the carcasses of insects, they would eat us until only our remains are left. I'm not them, Thales. I'm not my father. I'm not Soria. And I'm not my cousin, Chapman Lampard, who killed his own brother. Quick Rope crossed his arms over his chest. His voice was trembling. I cannot do it. In that kind of abyss-like, hopeless situation, In that kind of air filled with conspiracies and schemes, in that kind of breathless air, in those days when everyone lived in hell other than bringing Dragoncloud City to destruction. Chapter 395. You care about them a lot. Thales stared at the emotionally unstable Quick Rope. Your father and brother. Quick Rope was stunned for a moment. His expression darkened. Do you have family? Thales? Thales pursed his lips. Family. An indescribable feeling rose in his heart. I probably have family in those scattered and fragmented memories. But here, Quick Rope raised his eyebrows and remembered something. Sorry, I forgot. Quick Rope waved his hand under the dim light and flashed an apologetic smile. Of course, this makes you the only heir. Your identity is sensitive, and you're the center of attention. Thales nodded wordlessly. But I do. Quick Rope's smile slowly disappeared. From the first day I could remember, I was told that I had a great and wise father, and an exemplary brother. My father was very strict and cold. As the king of the entire kingdom of the dragon, he always had endless government affairs to deal with, and reasons that could not be refuted. My brother was very outstanding, dazzling, courageous, capable, and experienced. His prestige was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Quick Rope shifted his shoulders. His expression was indiscernible in the darkness where the light from the fire could not reach. And I, King Nuvin's second son, Prince Soria's younger brother. He was silent for a moment before he raised his head. Thales. My father and brother were both so outstanding, and I lived under their shadows for more than 10 years, chasing after their footsteps, chasing after their world. But no matter how hard I worked, no matter how well I performed in my studies, no matter how much I talked during meals, no matter how many prey I hunted, I could never reach them. Thales listened attentively, but Quick Rope laughed disapprovingly. Until Gings, the female official, told me. His eyes reflected the light, and there was an indescribable emotion in them. I am his younger brother. I was born to assist and serve him. Soria is destined to become the Archduke of Dragoncloud City, and even the King of Extet. I want to respect him from the bottom of my heart, obey him, be loyal to him, and become his assistant and arm. I can only follow the rules and complete my studies in an upright manner, grow up, become an adult, and be an ordinary Northland noble who is neither outstanding nor bad. That is enough. Quick Rope took a deep breath. There was a barely noticeable teasing tone in his voice. After I become an adult, as the younger brother of the future king, I will have my own small piece of land. I will be given the title of a baron or even a viscount. I will have my own family name and my own family. I will bask in the glory of the dragon spear branch. Or, as a chess piece in a marriage alliance, I will marry a wife, have children, grow old, die, and wait for my descendants to write my name between the two genealogies. Any overstepping and disrespectful thoughts are wrong. If my performance is too outstanding and abnormal, people will instead suspect that a disloyal subject is secretly instigating me. Thales stared at Quick Rope and tried his best to imagine the former Prince Mariah. This is the first half of my life, and the life I once thought I would have, Quick Rope said emotionlessly, having returned to his original state. Silence. But this did not last, did it? In the silence, Thales took over the conversation softly. Accidents always happen suddenly. Quick Rope turned to him, and the corners of his lips curled up slightly. Yes, it's exactly what you think, the former prince said faintly. 18 years ago, on the night before the war, I was brought out of the castle by Nicholas and his guards while I was sleeping. I returned to Dragoncloud City from the remote fiefdom that belonged to me, the fiefdom that I thought I would spend the rest of my life in. Quick Rope's gaze froze in the air. His tone was empty. Soria was lying there. Thales sighed and remembered Nuvin's eldest son, whom many people talked about. Yes, that's Soria, the elder brother I once admired and respected, the one who made me feel ashamed of my inferiority and resent him, was lying quietly in the Hall of Heroes. He did not move, his face was pale, his eyes were covered with gold coins, and he held a long sword in his hand. There was a huge age gap between us, and we usually did not talk much. But I think that was the closest we've ever had to each other, and the closest we've ever had to each other. Quick rope said in a daze. That day, my once heroic father seemed to have aged 20 years. He talked a lot about the power of the king, the relationship between the archdukes, his attitude towards his vassals, and the upcoming war. But I didn't listen to a single word. My mind was filled with Soria's pale face. Quick rope said in a daze. That night, I became the first heir. Thales sighed softly. For some reason, he remembered the day he was acknowledged as the second prince of Constellation in Renaissance Palace. In the first 10 years of your life, everyone reprimanded you to be a docile and obedient young man and not to go out of line in the slightest. But after one night, everyone turned around and forced you to become a wise prince with great talent and strategy. Quick Rope's words were lifeless and lifeless. There was a faint hint of mockery in them. Damn fate. After I experienced doubt, envy, jealousy, resentment, pain, indignation, and finally giving up and letting go, it came to me like a drama. He sneered. But do you know what I saw in that seat in that hell? Thales raised his head and looked straight into Quick Rope's eyes. Twisted, the former Prince Mariah spat out these two words with a cold expression. Concrete Pofrit, the boy from Beacon Illumination City who used to be carefree and grew up with me. I don't know when he started to become paranoid. He has a lot on his mind, and when he speaks, he is hypocritical and polite, Quick Rope said quietly. I try to get close to him as a friend, but ever since Concre's grandfather and father passed away, ever since he became the young Archduke of Beacon Illumination City, and ever since I became the heir of Dragoncloud City, there was something indescribable in his eyes when he looked at me. Thales furrowed his eyebrows. Archduke Pofrit's hysterical and painful confession at the end of the duel appeared before his eyes. When my father gave him a warning, I dissuaded him. I volunteered to convince Beacon Illumination City. Quick Rope trembled slightly. But no matter how hard I tried, how I expressed my sincerity and apology, how I promised him that I would, Concre's smile no longer had any warmth. Hatred, jealousy, and madness. These were the things I could decipher from him. We can no longer drink without a grudge like we did in the past. His last few words were filled with desolation. As for Chapman Lampard, when I saw him for the first time after the war, I understood. Quick Rope chuckled. My cousin Chapman, who used to be calm, gentle, and well-mannered, no longer existed. There is only stillness, pain, emptiness, and indifference left in his eyes. There was only the taciturn Archduke of Black Sand region left in his body. It was as if the ghosts of his family were still hanging over his head, lingering for a long time. Every time I spoke to him, I shuddered. Either I was talking to a dead person, or I was the dead person in his eyes. Thales thought of the Archduke of Black Sand region, who flickered in the firelight. He clenched his fists. Twisted, Thales twisted, Quick Rope's voice echoed. They were all twisted and captured, including my father and elder brother. Thales, they were captured by power, enslaved and lost. The former Prince of Extet said coldly, in those chains, they became something else. Indifferent tools, cold-blooded scum, suspicious tyrants, but they were no longer themselves. Thales was stunned. A conversation from a long, long time ago echoed in his mind again. Because if you want to enter this circle, Thales, and even climb to the top, Quick Rope's tone became urgent. The first thing you have to do is to bow down to them. The first thing you have to do is to bow down to them. Open up your body and mind. Let their world and ideas rule over you and turn you into someone you can't even recognize. Only then can you start playing this game, and only then can you play it well. I heard that you were found among the people. Thales, Quick Rope called out softly, snapping Thales out of his deep thoughts and absent-mindedness. Then answer me. Think about it carefully. What did you become after you became a prince? Can you still choose your own path? Follow your own heart? After you became a prince? Quick Rope's words were like a sharp knife that pierced straight into Thales' heart. Are you still yourself? Are you still Thales? Or have you become something else? What did you gain, and what did you lose? Thales listened quietly. When he thought of this, he subconsciously tightened his grip on JC's dagger behind his waist. The dagger he brought out of the abandoned house. His past. His past. A few seconds later, Thales' expression was still. He shook his head. I don't know, he said with difficulty. What do you think? Quick Rope smiled. Like you, I don't know either. The former prince knocked on the wall and leaned against it stiffly. But I know how this will end. Quick Rope's eyes focused, and they were bright and full of expression. I don't know how Soria died, and no one told me what was going on with that strange hunt, but ever since I became the damn heir, I think I understand. Soria was destined to meet his end. It's not because of a certain person, some scheme, or some accident. It's because he's sitting in this position, and it's also because Soria was born into this world. His decisiveness, coldness, and ambition are all signs of it. When he gets used to moving forward in the darkness, traversing through schemes, going back and forth in politics, swinging his sword on the battlefield, and climbing the snowy peaks in the land of dragons, then he'll one day die here, sooner or later. If it's not this time, then it'll be the next time. His lifestyle will one day return and devour his entire life. Thales sucked in a deep breath. Return and devour life. The Raven of Death's evaluation of Soria was still vivid in his mind, but Quick Rope's words gave him a deeper understanding. This has nothing to do with your strength, Thales. On the contrary, the stronger you are, the more authority you have, and the tighter this chain will bind you. The deeper it binds you, the harder it will be for you to break free. Quick Rope stared at him coldly. Just like our father. Just like Chapman Lampard now. The room became quiet again. A corpse and two people with special identities faced each other in silence under the moonlight and lights. Is that it? After a moment, Thales spoke with difficulty. Is that why you changed? Is that all the reasons you ran away? Thales let go of the dagger behind his waist and sighed. Whether it's King Nuvin or Pofrit, when they tell me your story, there's always a girl involved. Quick Rope moved slightly. He moved away from the wall and sat up straight without realizing it. If you heard it from them, it probably wasn't anything good. Quick Rope's face showed a rare hint of a smile without gloom. Thales raised his eyebrows. So? Quick Rope paused for a moment, then stared at the Prince of Constellation with a strange gaze. His tone was profound and gentle. Thales, you're not old, but have you ever fallen in love with someone or been loved by someone? Quick Rope said faintly. Sometimes, young and inexperienced feelings are more unforgettable. Thales was about to shake his head, but at that moment, he remembered a voice. It was a gentle and pleasant female voice that only appeared in the fragments. His body stiffened, and he stopped himself from shaking his head. Every time it appeared, it would make him tremble and feel pain, even though he did not know it. That voice, he could never remember its owner's name. Her? Thales shuddered slightly. Maybe, Thales said subconsciously and nodded in his daze. Maybe there is. Her. The moonlight shone on the room, as if it was gently caressing the two silent people. Quick Rope stared at the prince for a long time before he finally revealed a faint smile. How nice! Quick Rope crossed his arms and retracted his gaze from Thales to look at the moonlight outside the broken window. Regardless of whether someone cares about me or someone cares about me, he said faintly. Chapter 396. Blade Fang's camp was under curfew, and only the faintly discernible sound of the wind could be heard on the streets. The two people in the small house looked at each other in silence. After I saw the tragedy of Black Sand region, and after I returned from Beacon Illumination City, I returned to my old fief and locked myself up in the days when I was at my most dejected, dispirited, defeated, annoyed, and in constant conflict with my father. Quick Rope stared at the flickering lights gloomily. In the wilderness of a remote country, I met Dana. We heard the unfamiliar name. Thales could not help but frown. Dana. Quick Rope still looked absent-minded. On the surface, she was just an ordinary shepherdess. That afternoon, I impatiently told her that I was a relative of the disciplinary officer nearby, that it was an accident that I broke into the sheep pen she guarded, and that it was impossible for me to steal her sheep. Her eyes immediately lit up, and she demanded 20 silver coins from me for scaring one of her milk sheep. Quick Rope was immersed in the memories of the past. He snickered. She lost a female sheep with milk and turned around to extort a fat, rich sheep. Why not? That's how he met the domineering shepherdess and the sheep thief who gave up on himself. Thales watched Quick Rope's expression and found that his gaze was incredibly gentle. He could not help but ask, "What's so special about her?" Quick Rope raised his head and curled up the corners of his lips. "Oh, Dana was the most special." Quick Rope looked like a normal person who was showing off his virtuous wife to his neighbor. His expression was amused, and his tone was smug, especially after she was raised by a boorish old dwarf. She was always smiling, lively, and unrestrained, even after her adoptive father passed away. Even by the Northlanders' standards, she was very unreserved. Her dwarf adoptive father taught her how to herd sheep by swinging a hammer. God, it really hurt when she hit me with her shepherd staff. Mariah, who had changed his name, was still smiling. Thales could read Quick Rope's unique relaxation from his grumbling. Obviously, he did not hate Dana's staff as much as he said. Dana has two jobs. One is shepherding the sheep and milking the cows, and the other is helping out in the tavern. She's a smart girl. When he talked about the girl, Quick Rope beamed with delight. She once waved her staff and chased away 5 or 6 sheep thieves. She also beat up the village chief, who had a lustful heart, until he was scared out of his wits. She also used flowery words to coax the customers who tried to take advantage of her into emptying their wallets. She also knew how to use tricks to tease the tavern owner who deducted her wages. She also fought back against the owner's daughter who bullied her. As he listened to her, Thales lowered his head and pictured this unusual shepherd girl in his mind. She was shrewd, cheerful, and the way she waved her staff was like a fierce and adorable wolf cub. She used her forelimbs to protect her food, while she bared her fangs and brandished her claws at the people around her. She often counted the coins hidden under the bed with her eyes glittering. But she was not like the other girls in the village who only wanted to save their dowry and live the rest of their lives on a man who was willing to marry her. She did not dress up in the most glamorous way, hoping to become the mistress of a certain big shot, because she always believed that her life would not be bound by anything. Quick Rope's eyes dimmed. She was the exact opposite of me. He stared at the lights with an infatuated look. She believed that one day she would save enough money and board a carriage that would head out of the village. She would arrive at the port of Elifir City by a ship and become a female navigator who explored the world. She would travel around the world and spend her life's brilliance amidst the stormy waves and mirages. A female navigator. Thales remembered something and subconsciously looked at Quick Rope. But she did not know that other than passengers, the sailing ships did not accept women. They thought that women on the sea were ominous. Quick Rope lowered his gaze, but the corners of his lips were still raised. An old sailor told me that it was said that the sea shepherd maiden did not like the same sex. Thales did not speak. I did not know if it was love or if it was just an inexperienced fondness, but at least when I lay beside Diana, smelled the scent of goat milk on her body, looked at her cheerful and lively smile, and even tasted the softness of her lips, I could forget a lot of unhappy things. Quick Rope said in a daze. In front of her, I was Mariah, not the heir of the Walking Dead. I could speak my truest desires and thoughts aloud. I did not have to tell her that my desire to travel around the world was a dream of becoming a mercenary, to show that I was a tough Northland warrior. Quick Rope stopped, as if he was savoring his emotions at that moment. The moonlight was shrouded by clouds. The low-quality lamp oil slowly ran out, and the simple house made of clay became darker. But no one wanted to turn on the lights again. What happened after that? Thales asked in the darkness. Quick Rope sucked in a breath and changed his posture. He seemed to have just snapped out of his daze and continued his story. Just like that, I went back and forth between Dragoncloud City and my fief. I witnessed the darkness and distortions of power, and at the same time, I felt Diana's happiness and gentleness. For Diana, in her dream of traveling around the world, I tried to go against my will and cater to my father's requests, but I resisted his urging me to get married. I racked my brains again and again to convince him that the future Archduke of Dragoncloud City must have a wife who was in line with his political interests, so I could not be hasty. My father was actually very pleased. He thought that I was enlightened and knew how to weigh the pros and cons for Dragoncloud City. Even though he did not know the reason why I suddenly pulled myself together, he did not care about it. He probably thought that disciplining me was the same as disciplining Soria. Quick Rope snorted. There was a faint hint of sadness in his laughter. But of course this could not last. My father still found a good candidate for a wife for me. He asked me to try to amend the Fortress Treaty, even though she and her family were in enemy countries. Fortress Treaty. Enemy countries. At that moment, Thales suddenly raised his head. He could not hide the surprise on his face. So, the diplomatic mission you took 6 years ago. Quick Rope nodded and sighed quietly. Yes, 6 years ago. According to the plan, after the treaty was amended, Dragoncloud City was to propose marriage to Duke Arun's only daughter, the Lampard family's mortal enemy, who was a noble of the empire. He shook his head in disgust. Even though Ekstedt had just hanged the old Duke Arund in Cold Castle more than 10 years ago, Thales furrowed his eyebrows. Miranda? How is that possible? Quick Rope sighed. Whether it was the marriage proposal or the treaty, they were just means. My father did not want to let Constellation recover slowly after the war, and he also did not want Black Sand region to use the fortress as an excuse to raise their army. He wanted to test King Kessel and the Arund family, and at the same time, strike Black Sand region. The reactions of these three would tell us what to do next. So, this is the purpose of your diplomatic mission, Thales said in a daze. To prepare for the next war or negotiation, whether it be Constellation or Black Sand region. New star a dragon's blood. He tightened his arms. Quick Rope snorted softly. There was a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Yes, whether it was to rope in your northern territory, divide Constellation, amend the treaty to obtain benefits, suppress Black Sand region, or at the same time accumulate prestige for me in the future king selection. My father was always so thorough in his plans. He killed many birds with one stone. He could play a simple matter in so many ways, and the meaning was far-reaching. When King Nuvan was mentioned, Quick Rope's mood became much lower. Don't play against him on the same chessboard, Thales, because you don't know how deep his methods are in this game, and how many cards he has up his sleeves. Quick Rope's expression was indifferent. And those who are toyed with by my father and don't know it are extremely sad. Don't play against him on the same chessboard. Those who are toyed with by my father and don't know it. Thales' breathing quickened. He remembered the conversation he had with King Chapman in the carriage. When they talked about King Nuvan, both he and Chapman could sense a hint of respect and chilliness in each other's eyes that came from the bottom of their hearts. Who would have thought that a person who had been dead for many years could still make them so miserable? Quick Rope's tone was filled with complicated melancholy. I guess Chapman and Concray finally realized this after countless failures against the king. Don't play games with King Nuvan. Both of them were silent for a while. What happened next is probably the model for many night novels and bardic poems. Quick Rope forced a smile. My father finally found out that his son and heir was actually infatuated with a shepherdess from the countryside, and because of this, he resisted his mission. Thales raised his eyebrows. I guess the born king wasn't too happy. Not too happy. Quick Rope sneered. There was faint resentment in his tone. Your choice of words is too polite, Thales. And then, Thales asked. Quick Rope paused for a moment. From this moment onwards, his silhouette in the darkness became bleak and desolate. My father sent someone to my fief, Thales. Quick Rope said dejectedly. He found Diana. He found her. There was a long silence. After a long while, Thales finally opened his mouth and asked with great difficulty, what happened? Quick Rope did not seem to have the motivation and desire to continue speaking, but he still spoke again. This time his voice was hoarse. Diana died. The person who spoke was like a walking corpse. He did not move, and there was no sign of life. On the day I heard the news and rushed back to my fief, Thales held his breath. Quick Rope said dryly, as if he was narrating someone else's story. I pushed the white blade guards away like a madman, but I could only find her body in the sheep pen, which had been cold for a long time. There was still a smile on her face. She was poisoned to death. Quick Rope's voice trembled. There was fear and remorse in his voice as he sobbed. They told me that she committed suicide by taking poison, but Thales poisoned to death. At that moment, Thales remembered that night in Heroic Spirit Palace. He remembered King Nuvin's exquisite ring. Triumph. He remembered the girl he used to be, Alex. Thales immediately shuddered. The Prince of Constellation held back his words. Only Quick Rope's pained panting could be heard in the house. Finally, Quick Rope calmed down. Chains. Thales snapped out of his daze. What? The chains of power, Thales. At some point in time, Quick Rope's voice became faintly resolute. That night, I stared at Diana's body in a daze, just like how I stared at Soria's body. I suddenly understood that I never broke free from it. Thales listened quietly, but what appeared in his mind was the underground tomb in Renaissance Palace, and the stone jars and urns of various sizes. Raymond Pass in Black Sand region. Ghost Prince Tower in Blade Fang's camp. Asterisk thud. Asterisk Quick Rope leaned back, and the back of his head hit the wall heavily. From the moment I was born, I was shackled like this. Regardless of whether it wanted me to restrain myself, be content with the status quo, and be an obedient and harmless viscount, or urge me to change my path and become an ambitious king who intimidates the people, I never escaped. He gritted his teeth and said, I'm deceiving myself as I'm being pulled by it one after the other. I finally understand. Quick Rope came to the edge of the bed. He put his legs on the ground, rested his elbows on his knees, leaned forward, and stared straight at Thales. I could either obey, submit, and let it lock my body and mind tighter and tighter. Quick Rope's tone made Thales' heart tense, or I could completely abandon it and become my true self. Thales was silent. Mariah died a long time ago, Thales. He did not die when he was assassinated by the Constellations, or when he fled Heroic Spirit Palace. Quick Rope said coldly. Instead, he died when he began his life as Nuvin's son and the Walton bloodline. And it was not until the night I climbed the black track with difficulty and crawled out of Dragoncloud City that the man named Mariah came to life for the first time. On that day, I saw that I was truly using my own hands to save myself, to reverse fate, and to ruthlessly shatter all illusions and flukes. In the darkness, Quick Rope's eyes shone brightly. I completely spurned this power, but in reality, it was a chain that imprisoned me. I resolutely said no to it and everything it represented, including the compulsion and restraint in the glorified name of responsibility, the hypocrisy and pretentiousness known as virtue, and the self-deception known as righteousness. Quick Rope's voice faded away, leaving behind only determination and resolution. After a long time, Thales, who was filled with emotions, finally spoke with difficulty. So you chose to leave? Thales sighed and said, no matter what kind of infamy you might have to bear, a coward, or a shirker. Quick Rope laughed disapprovingly. You can think whatever you want, but Thales' next sentence caused Quick Rope to be slightly stunned. Perhaps sometimes, compared to obeying the world's gaze and walking down the path that others expect, this requires more courage. There was a hint of emotion in Thales' tone. Perhaps. Quick Rope's gaze on him slowly changed. It was no longer that faintly discernible playfulness, but seriousness and seriousness. The moonlight peeked through the clouds again, and its silver glow shone down. The two princes stared at each other quietly. Thales sensed the determination and resolution in Quick Rope's eyes, as well as the faint hesitation and bewilderment. Thales could not help but ask, "But how did you do it? M.O. Quick Rope? How did you never turn back?" Can you really let go of those things so easily? Have you never regretted it during the days you left? This time, it was Quick Rope's turn to be stunned. He was deep in thought. For a moment, Thales found a hint of struggle between his brows. But in the end, Quick Rope relaxed his brows. 6 years ago, when I came back alive from the sea and heard about the upheaval in Extet and the death of my father, I was also shocked, despaired, and regretted it. But as I said, Quick Rope let out a long, deep sigh. My father's fate was set, regardless of whether I was there or not. As for Dragon Cloud City and Extet, if I'm there, they might become better, but they might also become worse. But I don't think they will become better or worse just because of me. At that moment, Quick Rope was like an old sailor who had experienced too many storms and waves. He was telling a story around the stove at dusk on the day he returned from his last voyage. I don't want to, and I can't, be too greedy to try to control things that are beyond my control. If there are two outcomes in history, should I cry because Dragon Cloud City will wither away without me, or should I cheer and jump for joy because Dragon Cloud City survived without me? Thales was stunned. The only thing I can do is to save myself. That's all. He said faintly, that's all. And here, in the desert and on the sea, I do my best to maintain the operations of a small fleet, the livelihood of a small shop, the survival of a small team, and help these nobodies who can be counted on one hand. Quick Rope looked through the window at the mottled walls and the desolate alley outside. In fact, I don't think what I do here, and I don't think that the value I can find here is any more insignificant or lowly than when I'm in the secret chamber in Dragon Cloud City, moving my chips around like an immovable mountain, talking and laughing with the suzerains, talking about historical missions, the national economy, and the people's livelihood. I just chose a life that belongs to me alone. Thales listened quietly. He could not hide the surprise in his eyes. In the end, the Prince of Constellation looked away and exhaled. He looked as if he had just fought a big battle. He was a little tired. I'm sorry, Quick Rope. Thales leaned against the wall and relaxed. He smiled faintly. Just now, I said some inappropriate and self-righteous things to criticize you. You know, when I suddenly met the culprit who made you a hostage in a foreign country for 6 years, Thales spread his hands. Quick Rope looked up. There was a smile in his eyes. I understand. So you've calmed down? Is the interrogation over? The two of them looked at each other and smiled. The once unfamiliar hostility slowly disappeared. Yes, I understand. That was your choice, Thales said softly, letting go of the grudge in his heart. And I have no right to comment on it. I respect your choice. Quick Rope took a deep breath. He said these two short words softly, but he could not help but feel sentimental. Thank you. Don't misunderstand. I don't completely agree with your views. Thales twisted his waist to soothe his bleeding back, especially when it comes to the operation of history or your opinion on responsibility. Quick Rope blinked. But you said that you respect my choice. This is far more valuable than completely agreeing. Quick Rope quietly watched Thales' silhouette in the dark. He smiled. Thank you. Thales raised his eyebrows. All right, I accept. He snorted softly. But Quick Rope shook his head. No, this thank you is for Alex. At that moment, Thales froze. Quick Rope looked at Thales seriously. In your story about Dragon Cloud City, you talked about so many things that can be considered secrets. The duel, the calamity, Ruba, and the coronation. You seem to have witnessed it with your own eyes, but you didn't mention yourself. Either you're purely boasting, like a street vendor who hears hearsay. He narrowed his eyes. Or you were in it at that time, Thales Jadestar. So, thank you for helping her, the current Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City, on that seemingly terrifying night. Thales exhaled heavily. Thales frowned and said, Did you just say that your grades in politics class are very bad? Quick Rope shrugged and smiled again. Of course I can't compare to a certain someone who slaughtered everyone in the national conference. No. Thales shook his head. Without waiting for him to speak, he answered his own question. I was thinking, Quick Rope, that you might be very smart. Smarter than most of the nobles who seem to be shrewd and intelligent. Thales sighed. It's just that your teacher didn't notice. Quick Rope's smile froze a little. He sneered and continued with the topic just now. I know what that girl's personality is like, Quick Rope said faintly. Quick Rope said faintly. Although Alex is very annoying, aside from her mother's looks, she also inherited her father's pride and arrogance, but she's not a bad girl. It's just that she was a little arrogant during her childhood when she was undisciplined. Thales felt as if his heart was being squeezed. Alex. As he listened to Quick Rope talk about the girl in his memory, his heart felt empty. What appeared in his eyes was the painful convulsions before her death. No, Thales thought in a daze, as if his soul had left his body. No, Mariah, I don't know. I'm very relieved to have you watching over her. Quick Rope snorted and laughed. So, thank you, Thales. Thank you for doing so much for her, whether it's what I know or what I don't know. But the girl in my memory is already, Thales clenched his teeth. Be careful, Thales. Quick Rope narrowed his eyes at him and changed the topic. Although I've said it before, regardless of whether someone cares for you or someone cares for you, but the love between you might be more bumpy than mine and Dana's. At that moment, Thales froze on the spot. Love? Quick Rope, you misunderstood, Thales sighed. But Quick Rope interrupted him. Don't think that this is very far away from you, Thales. In this era, bloodline and family background are a curse. Quick Rope placed his hands on his knees and pointed at Thales. His expression was solemn. With your status, there will come a day when someone's family, friends, people with prestige, and people you trust will come to you and tell you righteously and sternly that for a greater benefit, for a greater number of people, and for a greater goal, you must surrender yourself, including your love, your life, and your freedom. Surrender to them, become their captive, and join their game. Thales was stunned. And your choice will determine what kind of person you are. Quick Rope stared at Thales, making the latter rather uneasy. Quick Rope's expression did not change. But no matter what you choose, no matter what you sacrifice or leave behind, you have to make sure that this is your own choice, Thales. Don't let others decide for you. The former prince of Extet's gaze tensed. Never. Thales stared at him in a daze. At that moment, all sorts of feelings welled up in his heart. His entire mind was filled with pity for Alex, guilt for deceiving Mariah, worry for little rascal's future, lament for the chains of power, and not knowing whether to laugh or cry at the misunderstanding. It was incredibly complicated. He had nothing to say. As for me, don't worry. Quick Rope raised his eyebrows. His smile was sincere and simple. Once I get rid of Dean, I will go far away. I won't return to Dragon Cloud City, and I won't show myself. I won't cause trouble for my niece. Of course, I won't cause trouble for you either. This is my promise, the promise of a Northlander. The light was too dim, and he did not notice that Thales' expression was not quite right. He said seriously, if you really love her, Thales, you and Alex, then you will have my blessings, even though you cannot publicize Mariah Walton's blessings. Separation is only temporary. I hope that you will meet again soon, and that you will eventually be a family. I wish that. Alex and I meet again soon? Where will we meet again? The teenager's face twitched slightly. He did not know whether he should expose or refuse. In the end, he sighed and said nothing. In the face of the hopeful Quick Rope, the Prince of Constellation forced an ugly and awkward smile. Chapter 397. In the quiet and remote little house, the two of them looked at each other. What should we do next? Thales said worriedly. I mean you. Quick Rope shrugged. Find a good explanation for this scene. Louisa and the other should be back tomorrow morning. I don't want to be caught red-handed by them. You're not leaving right away? Dean is dead, and Quick Rope, who was in the same team, is missing. Quick Rope rejected him bluntly. Do you think the people in the secret room are fools? I need to find a cover, Thales. I need to find someone who won't be suspicious. Thales stared at Dean on the ground and said thoughtfully, but a lie always needs more lies to cover it up, unless we can guarantee that this guy has mysteriously disappeared and no one knows about it, and that he will never appear again. Quick Rope rolled his eyes and put on a fawning expression. If you don't intend to kill me, or capture me to do anything shameful, Honorable Prince Thales. Quick Rope rubbed his hands and looked like he was trying to sell insurance money. Can you go to the Constellatiate officials in the camp and ask them to dispose of the body in secret? I'll be innocent. You'll go home. Everyone will be happy. Thales snorted softly. Do you think the people in the Secret Intelligence Department are fools? Quick Rope blinked. But you're a prince. Thales frowned. What I mean is, Quick Rope extended his hands and patted himself, then politely gestured to Thales. He smiled awkwardly and said, the kind that can see the light. Prince, see the light? Thales sighed and refused. The composition of the Constellatiate army in the camp is complicated. The main force is searching for me in the desert. The local nobles and the central forces of the royal family don't like each other. They give me a bad feeling. It's better not to count on them to keep their mouths shut for me. Quick Rope raised his eyebrows. Oh, my bright moon, do you see this? This is the chain of power. He shook his finger and clicked his tongue. Be careful, Thales. You're already trapped in it. Thales rolled his eyes at him without hiding it. How about this? You can tell your people half of the truth to cover for me. Quick Rope scratched his head. For example, this secret room spy is here to capture you. Thales shook his head. You've been outside for too long, Quick Rope. You've underestimated how paranoid those people can be. The spy sent by the secret room has been lurking in the shadows for 5 whole years. As long as it's the connections he's in contact with, the places he's been to, the news he's concerned about on a daily basis, his unique behavior, and his intentional dressing. I don't think the Secret Intelligence Department would miss these things. Do you want to bet your life on the Black Prophet's carelessness or on his pure kindness? Quick Rope's face fell. Phew, maybe I shouldn't have shown up. He leaned against the wall miserably. Indeed, I shouldn't have, Thales muttered. When Quick Rope heard that, he protested. Hey, I just saved your butt. Thales pursed his lips. How do you know that I will definitely suffer? Thales stared at Dean, who was on the ground, as he racked his brains for a solution. He did not forget to retaliate. I'm the best at desperate counterattacks. Quick Rope gave him a look that said, I'd be a fool to believe you. Then, we can only deal with him ourselves. Thales sighed in resignation. All right. The young man stood up and picked up his luggage. Where are we going to dig? Digging? Just the two of us amateurs? Quick Rope patted Thales earnestly and wagged his finger. No, no, no. We'll definitely be discovered. What do you mean? Quick Rope looked like he had been through this before. He smiled mysteriously and said, This is Blade Fang's camp. We'll follow the rules here. Thales put on a look as if he was all ears. We have to find a professional, the kind who will do anything for money and won't ask too many questions. Quick Rope shook his head, and his eyes became brighter. He's experienced and has a lot of connections. He knows how to deal with a corpse quietly. Thales thought of something. A professional? You're talking about? Quick Rope snapped his fingers. Yes, that's him. As he stared at Quick Rope's faintly smiling face, Thales suddenly had an ominous feeling. 10 minutes later, we'll be there after we turn a corner. Wait, let's keep a lookout first. All right, we can go. Hey, be gentler, gentler. This guy is so heavy. Under the dim moonlight, Thales and Quick Rope laboriously carried a sack the size of a man, one in front of the other, and turned a corner. They bent their backs, tiptoed, and walked through the alley sneakily. Visiting him at this hour? Are you sure it's a good idea? Thales panted. They arrived in front of an inconspicuous wooden door. Quick Rope gritted his teeth and nodded. Don't worry. Tampa is definitely a home. Put it down first. You know, my home is booked tonight. But Quick Rope's hand, which was about to knock on the door, stopped in midair. Strange. Quick Rope stared at the lock on the wooden door. The lock is outside. Tampa didn't come back? Huh. You're really reliable. Thales put down the sack laboriously and beat his numb shoulders as he said sarcastically. Next, we can only... What are you doing? He was stunned by Quick Rope's actions. At some point in time, Quick Rope already had 3 iron rods in his mouth. He still had 2 of them in his hands, and he was fiddling with the lock on the door. Picking the lock. Quick Rope said in a muffled voice, We can't just hide outside like this. We might as well go in and wait for him. That's not what I meant. Thales lowered his voice and said anxiously, "Are you sure you won't be treated as a thief and beaten up? Calm down, calm down." Quick Rope was calm and composed. "You don't know the rules of the world. When it comes to this kind of business, you have your own ways. As long as you have enough money, you don't have to care too much about the other details." When he saw that the lock in his hand did not budge, he calmly switched to another iron rod. Thales frowned. "Wait, where did you learn how to pick locks?" When I first arrived in Camus Union, life was not easy." Quick Rope snorted softly and switched to a second iron rod. "I had to learn another skill." Thales widened his eyes. "A skill? If your father knew that his son was a thief in Camus Union." He said in disbelief. "I'm sorry, I embarrassed Raikaru and Chara by being a thief," Quick Rope said sarcastically without any apologies. He impatiently switched to the third iron rod. "But seriously, damn it, Tampa must have gotten a new lock. This thing is even tighter than a virgin. What was I talking about?" Annoyed, he clumsily shook the unmovable lock. In the end, he had no choice but to switch to the first iron rod. "Do you really know how to pick locks?" Thales looked at him doubtfully. "You don't understand, but I've been on the streets before," Quick Rope said nonchalantly. His hands did not stop moving, but cold sweat began to break out on his forehead. "You have to know that not just anyone can become a thief," Thales sighed. He could not bear to watch any longer. In the next second, the Prince of Constellation snatched the iron rod and lock from Quick Rope's hands and pushed him to the side. "Hey, don't mess around." Quick Rope glared at Thales and protested in dissatisfaction. "Picking locks is a technical skill. Not everyone knows how to." During the time he spoke, click, there was a barely audible sound of the mechanism. Quick Rope froze for a moment. Thales exhaled in satisfaction. He turned around and casually tossed the item in his hand. Quick Rope caught the item Thales threw in a flurry, and he was immediately stunned. Clang. The iron rod in his mouth fell to the ground. Quick Rope stared at the item in his hand in a daze. His mouth was so wide that an egg could be stuffed in it. "Impossible." His voice was laced with an aggrieved sob. It was a 2 iron rod stuck in it, something that had already been opened, the lock. 3 seconds later, "Why?" Quick Rope held the lock. His face was filled with grief and indignation, as if he had been deceived. He said in a trembling voice, "Why are you so skilled?" The Prince of Constellation shrugged indifferently and opened the wooden door with a relaxed expression. "Come on." Thales pointed at the lock in a nonchalant manner. "Picking locks is something like everyone knows how to do it." Quick Rope froze. Once he finished speaking, the prince, who was trying his best to hold back his laughter, bent down to worry about the sack. Quick Rope was left alone, staring at the lock in his hand in disbelief. He wanted to cry, but no tears came out. His emotions were complicated. He looked at the lock, then at Thales' back. No, definitely, I must have pried it loose first," he said dryly. "Yes, that must be it. It must be." When he thought of this, Quick Rope's mood became much better. If that's the case, Quick Rope smiled and thought contentedly, "My skills have improved. In the past, this kind of lock can't be opened." But just as the two princes bent down and were about to lift the sack, 2 light swords silently extended from the darkness behind the door and were placed on Thales and Quick Rope's necks. Both of them were shocked. "Look, what kind of guest did we have?" A face appeared in the house, but it was not Tampa's. It was an unfamiliar young woman. She wore dark red leather armor, and her hair was braided around her forehead. She held 2 swords at the same time, one on the left and the other on the right. There was a faint smile on her face. "2 lousy thieves." As she spoke, the sword in the woman's hand turned slightly. Thales felt a chill on his neck. He exchanged a frightened look with Quick Rope, and they fought to raise their hands. Thales gritted his teeth and said to Quick Rope, "Are you sure we pried the right door?" Quick Rope stared at the woman behind the door in fear as well. He understood what Quick Rope meant. He understood what Thales meant and said, "That's right, the last time I came, hey, stop chatting." The woman shook the sword in her hand and said scornfully, "Thieves, I didn't allow you to speak." In the next second, while the woman was distracted, Thales and Quick Rope swayed to the left and right in tacit understanding. They used the narrow angle of the door to dodge to the sides to avoid the blade. Wow, the woman was slightly shocked when her sword missed. You're quite skilled thieves. But the danger was not over yet. Thales heard footsteps from his left and right through his hell senses. Again, he froze. At some point in time, two unfamiliar men stood behind them expressionlessly. One of them was burly, and the other was lean. But both of them raised their swords and placed them against Thales and Quick Rope's lower backs. Thales and Quick Rope had to raise their hands again. These three people, sweat broke out on Thales' forehead. With his hell senses, he could sense that the three people exuded a cold aura. Their hands that held their swords were steady and powerful. Their muscles were tense and relaxed, and their breathing was rhythmic. The power of eradication in their bodies surged ceaselessly. They were obviously skilled fighters. Thales glared at Quick Rope indignantly. "What's going on?" Quick Rope rolled his eyes in resignation. "I don't know either. They're just two thieves," one of the unfamiliar swordsmen behind them said coldly. "Tampa really knows how to exaggerate." The woman in the dark red dress smiled faintly and raised her swords. "Then hurry up." Thales and Quick Rope trembled at the same time. "Wait." Quick Rope blurted out in a moment of panic. "You must be the bodyguards Tampa hired, right?" We're here to... I'm here to discuss business with him." Thales quickly finished his sentence. The woman's swords stopped moving. "To talk business with Tampa?" She frowned. "By picking the lock. It's a shady business. Forgive me." Quick Rope forced a smile. The woman in red and the two swordsmen exchanged glances. One of the swordsmen kicked the sack on the ground, then frowned and said, "There's a person inside. To be precise, it's a corpse." Thales nodded awkwardly. "So we had to pick the lock. Can you understand?" The woman raised her head suspiciously. "You know Tampa?" "Yes, we're very close. I'm his business partner." Quick Rope was beaming with joy. At the same time, he did not forget to signal Thales with his eyes. "Very good." Thales nodded vigorously like a woodpecker. "We even drank together today." The woman in red and the swordsman looked at each other again and nodded. "All right." The young woman snorted softly and walked out of the door. "Come with us. Tampa won't stay here tonight." Thales and Quick Rope breathed a sigh of relief. But the swordsmen behind them did not hold back. They still used the tips of their swords to force the two of them to follow. "Carry your goods," one of the swordsmen said coldly. "Be gentle, don't play tricks. You don't want to alarm the patrols, right?" Thales and Quick Rope looked at each other helplessly. They could feel the tip of the sword pressed against their waists, but they could only obediently do as they were told. Under the watchful eyes of the four swords, the two of them carried the sack while trembling with fear. They purposely chose a quiet path and walked through the streets again. They soon arrived at a new location. My home tavern. This made Thales and Quick Rope breathe a sigh of relief. At least, this was indeed Tampa's territory. "Looks like they're indeed from Tampa," Quick Rope said in dissatisfaction. "That stingy guy is really becoming more and more paranoid." The swordswoman in red knocked on the tavern door 4 times in a rhythmic manner. "Listen, I'll negotiate later," Quick Rope said in a low voice. But as he stared at the familiar signboard above his head, the Prince of Constellation suddenly thought of something. If these people are bodyguards hired by Tampa to watch over his house, then Tampa's house, why was it locked from the outside? And tonight wasn't my home tavern. The tavern door opened. Before they could think further, Thales and Quick Rope were pushed into the tavern by the swordswoman behind them. The moment Quick Rope and Thales walked into the tavern, dozens of pairs of eyes shot towards them. The two people carrying the sack were stunned. There were many people in the tavern. All of them were armed and ready for battle. A suffocating, murderous aura came at them. Quick Rope mumbled. There was no need for him to remind them. Thales recognized them. They were Blood Whistle, the mercenary group known as the 100 Men Group. Yes, they had booked the entire tavern tonight, but they did not have the drunken, relaxed, and partying scene that Thales imagined. On the contrary, the tavern was eerily quiet. Even the whispers of these mercenaries were low-key and quiet, showing that they were well-trained. Thales's heart was filled with unease. What is going on? What happened to the tavern? Where's Tampa? Let's go inside. The swordswoman in red turned her head and said, Tampa is inside, discussing business with our boss. The mercenaries of Bloodwhistle were either sitting or standing. Some were leaning against the wall, some were leaning against the pillar, some were propped up against the table, some were even sitting on the stairs, leaning against the railing on the second floor, and some were even hiding in the corner. Most of them were relaxed, but their gazes were bright. They're like soldiers guarding a bunker. No, Thales shook his head in his heart. Based on the atmosphere, they're like soldier ants guarding an ant nest. When they saw the two princes enter, these people's expressions changed. Their gazes were fierce, and they harbored malicious intentions. Thales panicked and cast a glance at the equally surprised and bewildered Quick Rope. Something doesn't seem right? Quick Rope returned him a glance anxiously. Don't worry. Everything is under control. Under the dozens of cold and terrifying gazes, Thales braced himself. He carried the sack, ignored the malicious smile of the fierce man on his left, and followed the swordswoman forward. A mercenary with a sword on his back and a shield on his back stood in front of them. He raised his hand to stop them from moving forward. He narrowed his eyes slightly and sized up Thales and Quick Rope. Marina, the mercenary said coldly. They have weapons. The swordswoman in red, named Marina, turned her head around to look at Thales. She looked at the daggers, machetes, and crossbows on their bodies, then laughed involuntarily. Why, Sean, do you think the boss and the others will be afraid of this? As Marina laughed, many of the mercenaries who were sizing up Thales also laughed. But compared to Dante's greatsword and the friendly and casual atmosphere, Thales could only feel waves of murderous intent and coldness from the people of Bloodwhistle. These people, Thales looked around with an unpleasant expression. He felt that he had fallen into another pit. It was filled with muddy water. Sean, the mercenary who blocked the way, laughed. He seemed to be amused by the joke as well. He patted Marina's shoulder and made way for them. Thales and Quick Rope walked into the center of the tavern anxiously with the sack on their shoulders. Here, the mercenaries maintained their distance, and they were scattered rather sparsely. Only 4 people sat at an empty table in the middle. Thales recognized the man with the scar on his neck at first glance. Tampa. Quick Rope's expression relaxed, and the sack rolled down from his shoulder. He endured the strange atmosphere around him. Hey, I was wondering why I couldn't find you. But Thales noticed that Tampa's expression was extremely unpleasant at that moment, and his sitting posture was stiff. Quick Rope? And you? The tavern owner frowned and looked at the 2 people who came in incredulously. Of course it's us. I say, you're really... Quick Rope's expression was stiff, and his voice slowly became softer. Am I interrupting something? Tampa did not answer him, but his expression became even more unpleasant. The other 3 people at the empty table turned their heads around. A thought appeared in Thales' mind. He recognized the people in front of him. Ricky, who had a smile on his face, the indifferent middle-aged Northlander, and the masked swordsman who had seen the vicissitudes of life. It's them. The first 3 people from Bloodwhistle who came to the tavern and booked a table. I only met these 2 people just now. Marina put her swords back into the scabbards at her waist and pursed her lips at Ricky. They were obviously picking the lock, but they said they wanted to do business with him. Ricky nodded. His gaze moved back and forth between Thales and Quick Rope. His gaze made Thales feel terrified, as if he had been seen through from the inside out. Thank you, Marina, he said politely. You've been a great help. Marina nodded in understanding and retreated to the side. I recognize you. Ricky sized up the 2 of them and chuckled softly. Dante's greatsword. And you knew to it. Thales and Quick Rope forced a mournful smile. Listen, Tampa. Quick Rope was the first to speak, and he looked like a simple-minded fool. We're done with the business you asked me to do, and we're here tonight to report. He kicked the sack under his feet. At the empty table, Tampa had a strange expression on his face. Ricky turned to Tampa. The tavern owner's face twitched, and he coughed. All right, I got it. Listen, Quick Rope, you go back first. I'll find time to talk business with you tomorrow. Ah, I can tell. A thought appeared in Quick Rope's mind. You're a little busy right now. It's fine. We could talk tomorrow. Marina giggled by the side. Ricky was deep in thought. Thales nudged Quick Rope gently. The two of them bent down in tacit understanding, ready to pick up the sack. But Thales had only bent down halfway when a boot stopped on the sack in front of his chest. Listen to your mother and stand still, thieves. Marina sat on a chair by the side, raised her slender thighs, and hooked them against Thales' chest with a smile. Thales and Quick Rope glanced at the two swords at Marina's waist, then at the mercenaries around them from the corner of their eyes. They could only straighten their backs in embarrassment. This is bad. It looks like it won't be easy to get away. Ricky, the leader of the mercenaries, spoke. Oh, so they're the backup you claim to be? You're a reliable security consultant? Thales frowned. Ricky sighed and lowered his arm. You're so humorous, Tampa. Tampa looked like he had met an unlucky victim, and he covered his face in pain. Quick Rope put on a baffled expression, then forced a smile. Actually, Thales coughed, and his words were stuck in his mouth. All right, the teenager said slowly. He looked at Tampa, then at Ricky. He raised his hands to show that he was harmless while he said carefully, I know, sirs, that we might not have come at the right time. But honestly, I don't understand, and I don't want to know what's going on with you right now. So no matter where you are, Tampa's face became more and more dispirited. He coughed loudly, and his tone was unfriendly. Then get lost. Thales and Quick Rope followed his advice and bent down for the second time to pick up the sack that was out of their reach. But they stopped in the middle of the journey. At some point in time, Marina's sword was placed horizontally in front of their chests. Ah! The delicate and pretty woman opened her mouth playfully, waved the sword in her hand, and clicked her tongue maliciously. If you don't listen to your mother, you'll be spanked. Thales and Quick Rope straightened their backs again with unpleasant expressions on their faces. Ricky sighed, raised his head, and smiled. You really don't understand the situation, but it's okay. I'll tell you. The situation is very simple. Ricky flashed a friendly smile at the two, then pointed at Tampa and said softly, We, Blood Whistle, are in Tampa's tavern. Chapter 398. Thales and Quick Rope stared at the tavern owner, who was sitting at the empty table. He was sweating profusely, as if he was sitting on pins and needles. What was the probability of running into the tavern owner and being robbed when they went out to dispose of corpses at night? Marina, where's your manners? Why don't you invite our two new friends to sit down? Ricky still looked easy to talk to. Give them a drink while you're at it. Forget about the wine. I need them to stay awake. When he said these words, he fixed his gaze on Tampa. Give them a drink and stay awake. Thales and Quick Rope stared at each other in surprise and bewilderment. They communicated their feelings with their eyes. What's going on? I don't know. The mercenaries around them still stared coldly at the two newcomers. They whispered and sneered at them, exuding their unique might. Marina raised her eyebrows and gestured at Thales and Quick Rope with her chin. She kicked an empty table beside her. Did you hear that? Thales and Quick Rope looked at each other and wondered whether they should sit down. Marina sighed. She lowered her head and drew out two swords with a swoosh. And when she raised her head again with a ferocious glare, Thales and Quick Rope had already appeared on the chairs beside the empty table. It was as if they had teleported. They propped their hands on the table and sat upright. They showed their white front teeth and smiled obediently. Their speed, good attitude, and sweet smiles made Marina, who was ready to see some blood, feel slightly defeated. The mercenaries behind them brought two drinks from the bar counter and placed them on the table without hesitation. Thales and Quick Rope subconsciously shrank back. They pulled their hands away from the table and tried to stay away from the two drinks. What? Are you worried that it's poisonous? Marina looked at them scornfully. We're not thirsty, said the obedient Thales. We're really not thirsty, said the obsequious Quick Rope. Marina sighed again when she saw the sincerity in the duo's eyes. Is that so? Why do I feel like? She raised the sword in her hand, and the two mercenaries behind her quietly took a step forward. You'd rather leave your hands empty so that it's easier for you to hold your weapons at any time. Right after he finished speaking, Thales and Quick Rope stretched out their hands in unison. They extended and retracted their hands and swiftly picked up their wine glasses. Both of them raised their heads at the same time and revealed friendly smiles. No, you flatter me. His movements were smooth and fluid. Marina's eyebrows twitched as she looked at the two giggling people. She snorted in disdain and put away her weapon. On the other side, the leader of the mercenaries, Ricky, looked at their expressions and sighed softly. Judging from the expressions of these two new guests, I'm guessing that you were just bluffing earlier, Tampa? Tampa, the main character who was hijacked, coughed with an unpleasant expression. Listen up, the camp won't just sit back and watch. Ricky, who was watching the two new customers with interest, shifted his gaze back to the owner. They're busy killing everyone in the desert, and this is just a personal grudge, Ricky said with a smile. So, they really won't care. Tampa's expression became more and more stiff. You know that you're destroying Blood Whistle's reputation. No employer or referral will be willing to hire someone with a criminal reputation, Ricky said nonchalantly. Don't you know that this is a one-time deal? We're prepared to leave Blade Fang's camp and even quit this business. Thales, who held his wine glass tightly, looked around at the mercenaries in the tavern. Their silence added an inexplicable sense of tension to the atmosphere. A one-time deal. These words made Thales extremely uneasy. It meant that this group of people did not care about the possible consequences. Then he and Quick Rope, the two people who were dragged into this for no reason, what should they do to get out safely? I have no grudge against Blood Whistle. Tampa slammed the table, gritted his teeth, and pointed at Ricky. Hey, before this, your people were the ones who were blind and touched the big shot's cheese. That's why they were captured by the camp. I've already tried my best to plead for you. While Tampa defended himself, the middle-aged man named Klein beside Ricky shook his head and could not help but laugh. He said to the masked man, "Are you blind?" "Shut up," was masked man's blunt reply. Thales watched their interaction quietly. According to Ricky's introduction today, Klein was a swordsman from Northland, and masked man had a dangerous identity. They had just joined Blood Whistle, but judging by their current behavior, they did not feel distant from each other like when they first joined the team, just like Quick Rope and Dante's Greatsword. It was as if they had known each other for a long time. These two people had just arrived, and they sat at the same table as the leader of the team. The other mercenaries in the tavern, including the seemingly experienced Marina, actually did not have any opinion about this. There's something wrong. Thales made a mental note of his suspicions. This so-called mercenary team, it's not that simple. If you blame this on me or want to earn a fortune before you leave, then you're looking at the wrong people. Tampa continued to defend himself, but Ricky held up a finger, silencing all three of them. This has nothing to do with business, and it has nothing to do with grudges, old friend, he said faintly. Tampa froze for a moment. Then what do you want? Mercenaries? Ricky's lips curled up. What we want might be a little much. A hint of shrewdness and prudence appeared in his eyes. But first, you can answer a question for us. Tampa frowned. When he saw this scene and how Ricky did not hide his question from them, Thales immediately felt that something was wrong. Ricky's expression became serious. About 20 years ago, there was a mercenary team called the 9 Powerhouses. There's a mercenary team called the 9 Giants that is active around the desert. You know about it, right? Just today, I heard you talking about it with that young man. Ricky pointed at Thales. Everyone's gazes made the latter smile numb. 9 Powerhouses? What's that? Tampa talked about this thing? Tampa looked at Ricky suspiciously. So? Ricky nodded. The leader of that team is a young man with pretty good skills. He's about 40 or 50 years old now. Ricky placed one hand on the table and slowly rubbed his fingers, as if he was recalling something. His swordsmanship is very special. His offense and defense are independent, and his skills are a mixture of many different styles. But when he connects them, it is smooth and natural. When he fights against his enemies, he often surprises them and catches them off guard. Thales noticed that a few of the silent mercenaries in the distance had tense expressions on their faces. On the other side of the table, Masked Man suddenly spoke. Even when he faces powerful enemies or even attacks from all sides, he can withstand the pressure and not be at a disadvantage. His voice was old. Ricky nodded slightly and looked into the distance. His gaze was profound. Exactly. He turned to Tampa. Who is he? Tampa was stunned for a moment. Just because of this is very important. You're the owner of this place. You should understand him, Ricky said quietly. Tampa took a deep breath. This is a little too long ago. 20 years ago, the 9 powerhouses. At that time, I was just an idiot who lived a hard life, he shrugged. How could I possibly know? Ricky blinked and nodded amicably. You might not be old enough, but the leader of the mercenaries leaned forward and a confident expression appeared on his face. This is my home. Tampa looked baffled. So what? This is a tavern, not the secret intelligence department. Ricky snorted coldly. You know, you have a pretty good signboard. Tampa froze a little. More than 200 years ago, the first Supreme Queen in Constellation's history appeared. Erica Jadestar, who succeeded to the throne and was crowned as the Crown Princess, once defeated the Extensions so badly that they retreated in panic. They even had to shrink their borders and give up on Cold Castle. This is the origin of that joke. Constellation can only defeat Extet under the leadership of women and children, regardless of whether it is Sumer the First who died at the tender age of 12, Queen Isola, who personally went in a battle, or the Empress Dowager Iron Spike, Queen Erica, or the Fortress Flower. As he listened to Ricky's words, Masked Man snorted in disdain. Erica, the conqueror of the North. Thales had heard of this history before. Of course, it was from the perspective of the Northlanders who were filled with righteous indignation. It was said that Princess Erica was dissolute and had endless desires. Before she was crowned, it was difficult for her to marry because of her terrible reputation and the fact that her biological father was an illegitimate child whose father was a mystery. For the sake of power, she did not hesitate to use her beauty and body to seduce her enemies and instigate them to support her crown. She even seduced Sid Schuster in a sinister and despicable manner. The wise common-elected king of Extet sternly rejected the queen's flashy beauty and ugly heart. He said no. Thales History Book Note 4. Despite sticking to the interests and integrity of the Northlanders, he was captured by the enraged Whore Queen. He was captured across provinces from Fort Final to Eternal Star City. Thales History Book Note 13. Unfortunately, he fell into her clutches. His body was honest. Thales History Book Note 15. He was locked in the castle, imprisoned all year round, tortured every night, and humiliated. Every time Little Rascal saw this, she would ask Thales out of curiosity why he smiled so strangely. At the same time, the despicable and shameless Constellationates gathered their troops in secret and seized the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. The Extensions, who were worried about the king's safety. Why is he not dead yet? Thales History Book Note 24, who were leaderless and disunited, resisted tenaciously. They fought bravely and built an unyielding line of defense in front of Cold Castle. Then they lost Cold Castle. Thales History Book Note 37. In the end, they crushed Constellation's Whore Queen's plot to enslave Northland. Incidentally, the history book filled with Thales' nonsensical words and personal notes was eventually discovered by Gings, the female official. As the Archduchess Guard, Lord Nicholas was filled with emotion after he read it. Impressed, he decided to let it join the firewood in the fireplace and contribute to the warmth of heroic Spirit Palace during the cold winter. Thales shook his head and pulled his attention back to what was in front of him. Ricky continued. But Erica's later years were not very happy. The conqueror of the North was usurped by her younger brother, and she had no choice but to go into exile in the Western Desert. She died of depression after being besieged day after day and being betrayed endlessly. The forces loyal to Queen Erica fled to Blade Fang's dune. With the tacit consent of the Duke of Western Desert, they were not willing to serve the cruel Red King and join his repeated conquests and suppression of rebellions. They were also not willing to go far away and be buried. Hence, they chose to continue fighting for the Duke and the country at the western border in the name of mercenaries. Ricky pointed at the door and said with a smile, "This is Queen Erica's last wine goblet." Tampa took a deep breath. This was also the glorious history of the Western Desert mercenaries, or what they thought it was. From then on, this tavern, my home, became the command center for the mercenaries in Western Desert that they could not speak of. Ricky stared at him without blinking. It has been more than 200 years. Politics have changed, and the throne has changed. But my home has always been the center for the mercenaries in Western Desert. It is the holy land in many people's hearts. And you, Tampa, are like the previous owners of this place. You took over the position of the previous owner and obtained information. You wander between the black and white, and you act as a middleman in this holy land of mercenaries. On one hand, you come into contact with the official forces in the camp, and on the other hand, you provide protection for the mercenaries who wander outside the kingdom and the law. You introduce jobs to them, and you have the right to be their guarantor. Every mercenary or group, with even the slightest bit of experience, who comes to Blade Fang's camp, will come here to greet the local tyrant and build connections. So, you know the general situation and even the details of almost every mercenary group. As long as they visit this place and look for business, they will leave a record. Tampa exhaled slowly. In this chaotic camp, you might not be the one with the most authority and strength, Tampa, but you're definitely the one who knows the most. Ricky's gaze turned fierce. Perhaps you know a little too much. See, we did not come to you without reason. Tampa furrowed his eyebrows tightly. Now, tell me, Tampa, who is he? Where is he now? Ricky said softly, the leader of the 9 powerhouses who uses a sword. Klein and Masked Man, who were at the same table, also turned to Tampa and stared at the tavern owner from both sides. The mercenary's gazes became even more terrifying. Tampa clenched his teeth, and his expression twitched. But he still shook his head. No, it was more than 20 years ago. It was too long ago, and they disbanded a long time ago. I don't remember it all. Ricky's smile slowly disappeared. It seems that you don't understand our determination to come here today, he said coldly. Once he finished speaking, Ricky nodded slightly at Marina. Marina flashed a mysterious smile and placed her hands on the shoulders of the 2 new guests. Thales and Quick Rope turned their heads and looked at her in puzzlement. What is she trying to do? But in the next moment, Thales felt a bone-piercing chill come from the spot where Marina's palm was placed. It went straight into his body. Thales shuddered. Cold. Extreme cold. It was as if someone had suddenly replaced all his blood with ice water. It flowed through his veins. At that moment, Thales' face turned pale. This is not only that, the cold also brought with it an unbearable dull pain. It was like a pair of brothers who charged forward without regard for retreat. It was violent and crazy, and it attacked his nerves inch by inch. **T. Realizing that something was wrong, Thales shrunk his body and tried to resist the terrifying power. Quick Rope reacted faster than he did. Ah! The former prince of Extet screamed. Quick Rope widened his eyes. His expression was terrified and pained, as if he had seen the legendary ferryman of Hell's River. His face contorted in the strange cold. Tampa stared at the 2 people who were being tortured, dumbfounded. The mercenaries, on the other hand, looked calm. They even had smiles on their faces, as if they were used to this. Thales also gritted his teeth in pain. The cold made him feel incredibly uncomfortable, but his whole body was numb, and it was difficult for him to get rid of it. At this moment, boom, a power that had been dormant for a few days, suddenly woke up in Thales' body. The sin of Hell's River was like a beast that had been released from its cage, or a flood that had broken through a dam. It reacted with explosive speed and rhythm and filled Thales' body. It charged towards the violent and cold power. What's wrong? Thales did not have time to react. In the span of a breath, the sin of Hell's river met that power. Immediately, Thales could not stop himself from trembling. But it was not because of the cold and the torment of the dull pain. In fact, the feeling that the power gave him slowly disappeared, regardless of whether it was cold or pain. But the other monster attacked without hesitation. The sin of Hell's river surged and filled his whole body inch by inch, like an enraged beast. It rose and fell violently, and the speed at which it moved was second only to the few times he was on the verge of death. Thales was shocked. What's going on? That was not all. The sin of Hell's river was like a bewitching potion that quietly climbed into his heart. Hell's senses were activated on their own without him needing to summon them. His eyes subconsciously focused on Marina's vitals. Her eyes, throat, chest, armpits, lower abdomen. That was not all. Thales saw a lot of things. The other party's power of eradication surged madly and gathered in Marina's hands and arms. It slowed down the fatigue of her muscles and nerves and strengthened the senses on her skin so that she could predict her opponent's next attack. At the same time, it also had a terrifying aggressiveness that would spread madly with every violent collision. Thales suddenly realized that he knew all of this. Thales shook his hands and felt the position of the dagger behind his waist. But as long as I move properly, I can take her by surprise and kill her. An urge to attack spread in Thales' mind, making him want to attack immediately. It was very comfortable. This urge made him very comfortable. I really want to, under the urging of the sin of Hell's river, he subconsciously wanted to reach out and touch the dagger. But at that moment, Thales felt a strange, piercing pain in his forehead. What followed was an inexplicable coolness that spread in his mind. Mayu, a strange and faint ringing in his ears rose. Forever. The coolness and ringing in his ears seemed to have some sort of effect. It almost instantly cut off the connection between the sin of Hell's river and Thales. The urge to attack disappeared. It was only then that Thales came to his senses. He took a deep breath, but immediately realized that something was wrong. Many of the mercenaries in the tavern, including Ricky, Clay, and Masked Man, frowned and stared at him strangely. He stared at Thales, who was panting with his head lowered. It was as if there was something different about him. On the other side, No. Quick Rope's face was still contorted, and his screams were endless. He could not stop trembling, and he was drenched in cold sweat. Ah! Marina, who was pressing down on their shoulders, looked at Quick Rope, who was in unbearable pain, then at Thales, who seemed to be completely fine. She became even more confused. She let out a puzzled "huh" and tightened her grip on Thales' hand. What? Ricky narrowed his eyes and whispered to Clay beside him. As Quick Rope screamed in pain, Thales instantly reacted. Alarm bells were ringing in his mind. Oh no! Quick Rope and I were different. In the next second, Thales tried his best to imagine the worst, most painful, and most terrifying encounter he had ever encountered in his life. It was not easy, because it was very difficult for him to compare which was the worst. He tried to replicate his own emotions and reactions. Thales gritted his teeth, lowered his head, and howled at the top of his lungs, No, Ark. He pretended to be in extreme pain, learning to be as painful as possible. This is also very difficult. After all, acting could never compare to real reality. Thales had to put in a lot of effort and focus to force out Quick Rope's heart-wrenching, hysterical, and crazed trembling as if he was being skinned. Marina's eyebrows slowly relaxed when she saw Thales in pain. That was more like it. It seemed that this sissy shorty was a bit slow. She nodded with satisfaction. The mercenaries slowly retracted their doubts. Enough! Tampa's roar interrupted Marina's torturous torture of the two men, whether real or staged, and made her let go. Quick Rope collapsed on the table with a dumbfounded look on his face. He groaned miserably and twitched from time to time. Thales imitated him and collapsed on Quick Rope's body so that he could move up and down as the latter trembled, and he did not have to force himself. But he was extremely shocked and puzzled. What in the world was that just now? What was that? Tampa angrily stared at the two miserable men. Your poison? Bone-grinding skill? Or the legendary magic? Just some small tricks to make you realize our determination. Ricky still looked at him politely. I know that you were a soldier before, Tampa, and you might be a tough nut to crack, but if they're really your people, then take it as urging and encouraging you. The leader of the mercenaries chuckled. If not, take it as an example. He waved his hand at Marina. Put more strength into it. Thales and Quick Rope trembled at the same time. Tampa stared at them in disbelief. His expression was bewildered and hesitant. Enough. Before Marina smiled and pressed her hands together again, Tampa spat indignantly. He looked at Ricky in annoyance. The 9 powerhouses. Yes, the 9 powerhouses. I remember now. Ricky nodded in satisfaction. Thales and Quick Rope breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the tavern owner gratefully. Damn it, Tampa cursed under his breath. Please say that again. Ricky's smile was the same as before. Tampa snorted angrily and said reluctantly, more than 10 years ago, during the Bloody Year, most of the Western Peninsula was at war. The desert was in chaos, and the nobles and mobs in the south rebelled. In the end, Extet's unprecedented army went south. Quite a number of famous mercenary groups in the western desert. Soul Ripper, Double-Edged Sword, Moonscar, Evil Punishing Army, Immortal Hunters, and Dawnlight Servants were affected by the chaos of the war and met with great misfortune. They either died or were scattered. Some of them were even removed from their names. The 9 powerhouses were no exception. The middle-aged man named Klein interrupted him rudely. We know that part of history better than you do. Cut the crap. Tampa immediately froze and cast a displeased look at Klein. But under the surface, only a few people in the circle know that the 9 powerhouses survived the Bloody Year, he said indignantly. Ricky's gaze focused. That's something I heard from old Rooney's father. One night, after the war, the psionic who was in charge of settling accounts among the 9 powerhouses knocked on the tavern door while carrying their leader on his back. He was covered in wounds and blood. Tampa gritted his teeth. That night, old Rooney's father found a doctor for them. He even helped the 9 powerhouses get rid of all the assets they left behind in one night so that they could disappear without a trace. Tampa snorted angrily. And the person you asked about? When he appeared again, it was already a few years later. The mercenaries from Blood Whistle looked at each other with solemn expressions. Some of the old people told me that during the past decade or so, a new and powerful underground gang in the interior and south of Constellation worshipped him like a myth. He became more and more powerful, even more so than when he was a mercenary. At the very least, he dared to go against Blood Bottle Gang, who were the pawns of the nobles, and he almost never lost, Tampa said coldly. And every time he appeared, he was like a legend. He had a head but no tail, and he left no traces behind. When he heard this, Thales was shocked. A new and powerful underground gang went against Blood Bottle Gang. Tampa exhaled and glared at the other 3 people with hatred. He even has a new name. He did not finish speaking, because another person helped him say the answer. Black Sword. The only masked man clenched his fists, and his voice was as cold as ice. Tampa was stunned. At that moment, almost all the mercenaries in the tavern held their breaths. They looked at each other as if they had found the greatest treasure. Is that right? Masked Man slowly said, enunciating each word, because he uses a black and swarthy sword that is extremely inconvenient to use. Whether it's slashing, stabbing, blocking, or parrying, they're all very strange, ancient demon sword. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.